Lord. Hey, my people's coming. Oh my gosh, y'all. Sorry, I'm doing skincare, right? I'm not gonna take it off my face. I bought a lot of skincare. Come in here. Oh my god, my lips are a little dry. Come in here. You'll be like, Marlene, what the heck is on your face? Girl, skincare. Ooh. Give myself a nice little facial before the new year, okay? Don't judge. Get in here, get into it, okay? There's this one video that's somewhat going viral on TikTok. You guys, hold up, wait a minute. I had to respond to this, okay? People are really crazy. People are seriously crazy. You know what? In this life, what I've come to realize in this life is that people need to put somebody down in order to feel good about themselves. Hey, Ken, what's up, my love? Right? You ready for the new year? Hey, Bruna, what's up? Boom dia. Okay, tudo bam. Okay. But I've come to realize, like, a lot of people. Oh, first of all, you guys, let's just say this. A lot of people are freaking miserable. Hey, living my best life, living my life like it's golden. What's up? Okay. A lot of people are incredibly miserable. And what I've come to realize, that's why I be telling y'all, like, sometimes all this girl sisterhood, it's a bunch of fugazi stuff. It's a bunch of foolishness. Don't even get involved in that mess, right? Because it's not real. Because I've come to realize that a lot of people need to put other people down to feel good about themselves. Does that make sense? Like, you know what? I don't know who I am unless I can put somebody down. I don't know how to feel good about myself unless I have something that somebody else doesn't have, right? Because a lot of people truly have low self-esteem. You understand? And I'm like, you're free to have low self. Hey, Lacey, you are free to have low self-esteem, but I don't need you to drag my dark skin behind into your foolishness, okay? I'm going to play this young lady's video and another young lady's video. And I'm like, it seems to me that a lot of light-skinned girls, whether they're just like light skin, or they're biracial light skin, it really feels as though many of these girls are under the impression that they have all this privilege. What privilege do you have? I am so lost. Like, I am really, really lost. I am torn apart. I mean, my husband's light skinned, so maybe he feels offended. I don't know. But my thing is, what privilege do you have? What privilege do you have? Right? Are you smarter than me because you're light skinned? No, you're not. Does your IQ suddenly increase genetically because you're light skinned? No, it does not. Are you promised to have a better life, or are you promised to have a greater destiny in this world because you're light skinned? No, you're not. Are you going to have better grades at school because you're light skinned? No, you're not. Are you automatically going to marry the best man in the world because you're light skinned? No, you're not. Are you even going to date quality men because you're light skinned? No, you're not. Are you guaranteed to be financially successful for the rest of your life because you're light skinned? No, you're not. No, you're not. Right? And I'm like, and I kind of blame, like, I really do kind of blame a lot of dark-skinned women who for years have come on social media and cried about, oh, woe is me, I'm dark-skinned. Oh my gosh, as a dark-skinned woman, I don't feel pretty. As a dark-skinned woman, right? You come over here and cry and do all this foolishness, degrade yourself, humiliate yourself, put yourself down in front of millions of people to see. And then these light-skinned girls are consuming this content and really thinking like, oh, wow, that means I'm better than her. That means my life is easier. Like, no, I'm going to be so for real with you guys. Even growing up, I even think my little sister's light-skinned to some extent, right? I have never felt any type of way about a woman being light-skinned. I don't care. Like, if you're pretty, you're pretty, right? But we also have ugly light-skinned people. Just like we have, like, you have exquisitely beautiful dark-skinned people, and then you have unattractive dark-skinned people. You have exquisitely light-skinned people, and then you have unattractive light-skinned people, right? So this notion of, because I'm light-skinned, automatically I have privilege. No, sis. I don't know who you're talking about, okay? I don't know who you're talking to, who you're talking about. I don't know. Maybe if you're used to walking around ghetto, ratchet, low-class people, and you have some form of decorum, then maybe people will treat you better, right? I'm not just dark-skinned. I am West African dark-skinned. You understand? And I'm like, I have never in my life looked at a light-skinned girl and said, oh, I want her life. There is nothing in y'all that I envy. You understand? Academically, I swear, there's never been a light-skinned girl that ran circles around me. Girl, what you talking about? What are you talking about? right? And I think like a lot of y'all who are light skinned, because people gas you up. People just gas y'all up because you lack melanin. You think that's a flex? Like think about this, right? Because you think you're gonna be light skinned for just like 20 years, 30 years. Sis, you have to age with your complexion. You have to age with the fact that you have less melanin. You're gonna have to age with the fact that because you don't have enough melanin, you absorb a lot of sunlight. Do you have any idea how much sun damage is currently happening with your skin? You are crazy. Like, you are seriously crazy. You are so crazy. And I'm like, if you're a type of light-skinned girl and you walk around thinking that you have some kind of privilege, I need you to reassess your mind real quick, okay? You need to calibrate your ish real quick. You understand me? Because when it comes to me personally, you don't have privilege over me. You understand? When we sit outside, when we come outside every single day and we see the kind of man that most light-skinned women attract, don't nobody want that, sis? You understand? If you are attracted to YNs, or you are attracted to rappers, or you are attracted to drug dealers, or you are attracted to basketball players, girl, these people are low IQ people, right? So imagine thinking that it's a flex, that because you're born without melanin, that all you can do is attract a bunch of dudes with low IQ. Girl, they hate themselves, okay? They hate themselves. You think it's a flex to attract people who are trying to erase themselves because they hate themselves? Are you serious? Are you seriously serious? Like, did you bump your head? I mean, I don't know. Like, it's just so weird to me. You really wake up in the morning and you think because you're light skinned, you have privilege? To who? If all you know are dumb people, low IQ people, broken people, I can see how they can lie to you and make you feel as though you're privileged. Sis, I need you to step around people who have intellect. I need you to step around intelligent people, and you will see that once you start walking with intelligent people, nobody cares about your complexion, but people care about your intellect. And a lot of you light-skinned girls on social media, you ain't too bright. Like, you're physically bright, complexion bright, but when you open your mouth, it's so sad. It is so sad. A lot of y'all have low IQ. It's like that girl over here. Look at this girl, for example, right? Look at this girl, right? Another one. She's light-skinned, right? Here is Christy. What's her name? What's that girl's name? This girl, right? Christy. This is a light-skinned woman. All she does is degrading content, okay? Then the light-skinned is all she does is degrading content. She jumps around. Hold on. She'll jump around in heels. Like, so you people, you're light-skinned, so you can do this? This is why you have privilege? I'm like, be so for real. You're light-skinned, so you can wear heels, run around the stores, act deranged, be a menace to society. A lot of y'all are even single mothers. Like, girl, nobody wants, like, oh my gosh. I don't even want to sound mean. Because like I said, my husband's light-skinned. His family mostly is light-skinned people, right? But I'm like, I really want y'all to understand, right? What exactly do y'all bring to the table? What do y'all bring to the table that you feel as though, oh my gosh, these dark-skinned girls are dying to look like me? For what purpose? For what purpose? Does your complexion open the gates of heaven? Does your complexion open the gates of heaven? I'm light-skinned. All y'all do over here is put makeup on. You douse your face in all kinds of bronzers. You heifers is confused. You are truly confused. And I really blame these goofy ass YNs who have y'all all like, they got y'all so gassed up, thinking you something special. Can you even create children that are intelligent? Okay? A lot of you light-skinned people who think you're so special because you're light-skinned, we want to see your children. We want to see your children, and we want to see how intelligent your kids actually are. What do you have to offer society? The fact that you like melanin, the fact that your baby hairs are slicker, you think that's a flex. You see how dumb you are? You see how dumb you are, right? Do you really see how stupid you sound? Please, when it comes to me, Marlene, never, ever, ever believe in your life that because you're light-skinned, you have privilege over me. I take offense to that. I really do. I really do. Even in the world of high fashion, please show me a light-skinned supermodel. Okay? Even in the world of high fashion, top fashion, please show me a light-skinned model. Please do. I commission any light-skinned girl to come here today. Show me what you can do that I cannot do. Show me what you have that I don't have. Please show me. Please show me. That's all she does. This is all she does. She just does like degrading content all day. She degrades herself. She doesn't believe that she can have intelligent conversations and people are going to tune into her content. Everything with her is a prank. Okay? Even her husband's light-skinned, right? But people also don't respect her husband. They used to think he was gay. Okay? So I'm like, okay, she gets a bunch of views. She gets millions of views. For what exactly? For what? to do pranks, to jump around places, to have heels, to overspend on luxury bags, all kinds of foolishness. You really think that I wake up in the morning and I desire for my life to be this hollow? You really think that I wake up in the morning and I desire for my life to be this shallow? You really think I wake up in the morning and I'm worried about what some light-skinned girl got going on? Don't nobody care. No one cares. No one cares. You even have Giselle Bryant, right? You even have Giselle Bryant. That's it's really pissing me off. It's really triggering me. Okay? You have Giselle Bryant. Light skin as light skin can be. Creole as Creole can be. Giselle even has green eyes. Giselle even has green eyes. And so what? Her babies came out dark skin. The man cheated on her. She even had to go get her uterus out. I don't know if Jamal Bryant don't give her something. I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. You think I sit here and like, oh my gosh, I wish I looked like Giselle Bryant? No, I don't. No, I don't. What privilege does Giselle Bryant have over me? Like, seriously, y'all really think that Black girls, especially dark-skinned girls, are walking around here thinking, oh my gosh, I'm gonna walk with my head down. I feel so unattractive. No, it's these broken ass Black dudes who hate themselves, don't know how to love themselves, right? Who gas you up. But imagine receiving compliments from a broken vessel. Girl, you think that's a flex, right? Or these dark-skinned girls who don't know how to love themselves. But the issue is not that they're dark-skinned. The issue is that they're weak AF. They are weak because a lot of them ain't intelligent. Because when you know who you are, and you know who you are, and you know the God who made you, you're not about to sit here and really believe, and you're going to come on social media and try to let anybody believe or have anybody be under the impression, hey, Laura, that because you're light-skinned, that you have some privilege over me. You ain't got no privilege over me. I have never looked at a light-skinned woman and go, oh my gosh, I wish I looked like her. I don't want to look like you. You understand? And I want to see you age. Please show us what you look like when you're 40. Show us what you look like when you're 50. I want to see you at 70, Miss Light Skin, right? And I promise you, you're going to look like my grandmother. I don't mean no offense, but these are facts. Okay? And nobody wants to look like you. And nobody's sitting here losing sleep over you. And nobody is sitting here saying, oh my gosh, I wish I had this. I wish I had. No, I don't. No. And whatever I want, if I can't have it genetically, I can buy it. You understand? But nobody, for the most part, as far as I'm concerned, nobody is interested in the majority of Black men who are trying to date light-skinned women because these people self-hate. They self-hate. They pursue you because they hate themselves. Can you imagine that? They're not even in love with you. They are trying to use you to erase themselves. You think that's a flex? Right? And then come to find out, you might have a baby with this man because he think, oh, you're light skinned and you're going to give the baby light skin genetics. And then all you know, the baby going to come out looking just like him. And we saw the same thing with Gilbert Arenas. Okay? But people really have to stop believing that they have this privilege and this privilege. What privilege? Right? Even Robin Dixon. Robin got these crazy green eyes. Robin's very pretty too. Nobody wants her life. Okay, she's light-skinned, she has green eyes, she's very tall, she's very pretty. Look at her life. Look at her love life. Look at her finances. Look at how the way she thinks. There's more to a person than complexion, right? And I'm like, just because some of these goofy-ass, confused-ass, hey, Bridget, pathetic-ass, Black, dark-skinned girls sit on social media and make y'all feel good about yourself because they talk about themselves in a deprecating way. They put themselves down. That's them. That ain't me. These girls who are dark-skinned, who are coming on social media and putting themselves down and talking horribly about themselves and acting like, oh, because I'm dark-skinned, my life is over. No Black man wants me. The problem is not that you're dark-skinned. Some of y'all, you're just like, you just don't try, okay? You don't try. Your wigs is horrible. Your skin is horrible. Your behavior is horrible. Your manners ratchet, okay? Some of y'all dark skins who are having all these issues because you're not even trying. You're not trying to be liked. You think in this life, in order to have somebody be attracted to you, people have to like you as is. Girl, what you is could be ratchet, right? What you is could be a little bit too masculine. What you is could be also a little too rebellious. You understand, right? I've been on YouTube for like over 15 years. I had never sat on this platform talking about, oh my gosh, I'm dark skinned. I have a hard time finding men. I'm dark skinned. Black men don't like me. Oh, I'm dark skinned. No. Because that is a myopic understanding of a situation. People could not like you because you simply suck. right? People could not like you also because you're overweight, so it's not attractive. People could also not like you because your skin's horrible. People could also not like you because, it's just whatever. But because you're lazy, your knee-jerk reaction is to say, oh, because I'm dark-skinned, that's why they don't like me. No, because you're weak as fuck. Your mindset is weak as fuck, right? And it's sad because some dark-skinned girls do have weak-ass mindset. You're weak as fuck, right? You're weak as fuck. But we sit right here, we can see that the majority of supermodels, the majority of the world's top models are dark-skinned women. So what are you talking about? What are you talking about? They come on social media and they will have you believe that you don't have a single dark-skinned woman who's married. You don't have a single dark-skinned woman who's in love. You don't have a single dark-skinned woman that has children. No, you're a bunch of losers. And the sad part is you got too many losers that happen to be dark-skinned that get to sit on social media and spew all kinds of foolishness. And then other people think, oh, this must be the reality for all dark-skinned women. She ain't talking for me. She's talking for her loser ass, okay? She's a loser. I win, okay? I always win. I'm a winner, okay? I win. That's why I say a lot of the stuff that some of these dark-skinned girls talk about, I cannot relate. And I never want to relate because I am not a loser. I don't sit here, okay? I don't even know what it is, child. Whatever this is. But at the end of the day, if it keeps going, because there are people who keep feeding into it. There are people who keep feeding into it. You feed into it. You decide to give it energy, right? You decide what you give your energy to. And so it's like the more you give something energy to, they even have that stuff in Africa too. They have that stuff everywhere. You go in Brazil, they have that stuff too. But ultimately, it is up to you to decide what you give your energy to. You have the power to say, I'm not getting involved with that stuff. I'm not going to talk about myself this way. This is not my life, right? If I wanted to live in a world where I felt like I was so oppressed by colorism, I could live in that world. I choose not to. I choose not to. Because I will never, ever, ever in my life look at myself as like, oh my gosh, God punished me by making me dark skinned. Oh, hell, he did not. Okay? No, he did not. My skin is incredibly beautiful. Everywhere I go, they'll be like, oh my gosh, Marlene, your skin, your skin, your skin. Yes, yes. Won't he do it? Has he not done it? Okay? No. When I started to realize that these weaves and wigs were damaging my hair, I was like, okay, sure, I'm going to stop wearing it. Right? I don't go, oh, because if they see my hair, I don't care because I don't feed into that. If a lot of things today, if they still exist, because people give these things energy. People truly give these things energy. It is all a choice. It is your life. It is your paradigm. How do you think your life is going to go? But to truly sit here and say to yourself that, oh, because I'm light-skinned, I feel like I'm more privileged than dark-skinned women. A lie, you tell it, you serpent. You freaking serpent. And I'm like, not on my watch. You are not privileged compared to me. Okay? You're not. You have your life. I have my life, right? If you're going to talk about you have privilege, I need to hear things that you've earned. Like, talk about something that you've done physically, like that you've earned. That you're, okay, I've worked hard for this. So because of that, I gave myself this and that type of privilege, right? But on the merit of, oh, because I'm light-skinned, so automatically I have privilege over a dark-skinned woman. Pew, 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 pew. You are out of your damn mind. You are seriously out of your damn mind, okay? Even the number one, I mean, for real, you don't like the auntie sometimes, but I'm just saying. But I'm like, in the black space, though, the number one beauty influencer is Jackie. She's dark-skinned, okay? Like, girl, bye, okay? Like, dark-skinned women are winning out here. I don't care what anybody says. The majority of black-owned beauty brands are owned by dark-skinned black women, okay? They're incredibly successful dark-skinned women. There are incredibly beautiful dark-skinned women. What are we even talking about? What are we even talking about? Right? If it's not that you're miserable, you hate yourself, so you have to believe that you have privilege over somebody in order for you to feel good about yourself. No, I never lost anything to a light-skinned woman. I'm being so for real. I never lost nothing to a light-skinned woman. And if she was able to have it, it was meant for her. Don't nobody care. No one cares. You found you some dark-skinned, broken black boy who's obsessed with your complexion. That's kind of sick. That's kind of sick, okay? Does he even know who you are? Or he's just all about your complexion? Does he even care about who you are as a human being? Okay? But I'm like, okay, you date rappers. Nobody cares. You date basketball players. No one cares. These people, yeah, they make a lot of money. But like I said, the majority of them have very low IQ. The majority of them they're not intelligent. They're athletic. Being athletic does not make you intelligent, right? You think it's a flex to lay down with somebody and have a baby with someone that only has like what, an IQ of like 20 or IQ 25? I know pigs that have a greater IQ than some of these basketball players, okay? It is not a flex because money can only do so much. Okay, imagine you lay down with a man, you have kids with a man, and your babies come out, and they struggle to read and they struggle to do math because I'm just saying, right? No, you are insane. You are truly, truly insane, right? Like Lacey's light skin, she's very pretty. Like Lacey's light skin, she's extremely beautiful, right? But I'm not gonna be, oh my gosh, I wish I looked like Lacey. No, God made Lacey the way God made Lacey, and I told her, I'm like, well, I was like, friend, you are pretty, right? But I said that and didn't take anything from me. Lacey is very pretty. That's a fact. Let's move on. Right? But I'm like, to really sit here and think like, oh, because I'm light skinned, I have privilege over you dark-skinned women. Girl, what? So you think you're above me because you're light skinned? You are stupid as hell. You are a dumb idiot. You are stupid. And the majority, and it's so funny how the majority of these light skinned influencers, right, we never see y'all's mans. Where are the mans? Where are the boyfriends? Where are the husbands? Right? Because some of y'all be low-key escorts. You're so light-skinned, but you're always out here hiding men on the low. You think we don't know what you do? You think we don't know what be happening out here on these YouTube streets? Right? Right? Oh, I'm doing this. I'm doing that. Girl, where are these people? You are so light-skinned. How come these men don't come outside and claim you? Right? You're so light-skinned. You have so many light-skinned influencers who are just like passed around. You have so many light-skinned influencers who are sleeping with people's husbands. Yeah. Yes. I know the tea. You have a lot of light-skinned influencers who are sleeping with married men who are also pastors. We are not stupid. We have a lot of light-skinned influencers who get passed around by many boys in the league. We are not stupid. Okay? We know you're dirt. So don't you ever think y'all so special, you're so light-skinned, but you get passed around, you're a sneaky link, right? Nobody's actually officially claiming you. You have to hide your business, but you're so light-skinned. Girl, no one cares. And I really feel sad for you because you drank the colorist Kool-Aid. You really drank that ish. And they really got you out here thinking that you're something cute. They really have you out here thinking that you're something special. No, you're a regular human being like the rest of us, right? Just because you're light-skinned does not mean that you're not going to get your heart broken up. Just because you're light-skinned doesn't mean that you're going to have the best life and us dark-skinned women are going to be out here just suffering and wallowing and picking. No. Okay? Exactly. And that's exactly what happened to Gilbert Arenas. His kid just came out just like him. He went out there trying to marry Laura Govan, right? Because he thought his kids were going to come out light-skinned like Laura, have a straight nose just like Laura, right? And guess what happened? That babies came out looking just like Gilbert. His complexion, his nose, his features, his lips, his daughter looks just like him. Okay? Say exactly, just like Cassie, right? Cassie, oh, she's Filipino. She's half black, half Filipino. Only to be turned into a sex worker, okay? Only to get drugged up, be passed around, get her ass knocked upside down, whichever way but a way that leads to the Lord, okay? We saw Cassie. We read Cassie's lawsuit. I'm like, but damn. I thought y'all was light-skinned. I thought y'all was so amazing. Y'all was so sheltered. Y'all was so precious. He knocked your ass up like this, right? I ain't never had no man beat my ass like this. They don't even beat me, period, okay? I ain't never had no man tell me to go on a website and look for big penises for me to have sex with. I can't even relate to that. Right? 17 years old, dating a 27-year-old, 17 years old, 18 years old, dating a 40-some years old. You're so light-skinned. Why don't you have better choices? Right? You're so light-skinned. Why don't you people go to like these Ivy Leagues? Why don't you go to like Wesley, become like these CEOs? No, the majority of y'all, you're just sex objects, right? You're these weird fetishes for these broken-ass black boys who hate themselves, who truly hate themselves. So please, don't you ever wake up in the morning. Don't you ever go through your day. And I say this with so much love. Don't you ever go through your day and truly believe that you have all this privilege that dark-skinned women do not have. Okay? Because a lot of us dark-skinned women, we don't want to be light-skinned. We do not want to be light-skinned. I'm like, oh my gosh, we don't want to be light-skinned. We do not want your complexion. We don't want your hair texture. Listen, if God saw fit to make you this way, that's a beautiful thing. And I'm happy for you. But don't you ever get it twisted and feel as though there's somebody sitting over here who is dark-skinned, who's wishing to look like you. No. And I mean, like, sorry, like, and it's a resounding no. No. And I pray that one day we have so many dark-skinned girls who come on social media, who are proud to be dark-skinned, who love being dark-skinned, who have a positive message about being dark-skinned, who understands that nobody has privilege over you. You decide to give people privilege, right? You decide to give people privilege. You don't let anybody make you feel like you're less than because your skin is dark. You cannot even sit here and start to believe that, oh, because I'm dark, I'm never going to have love. Because I'm dark, I'm never going to be successful. Because I'm dark. No, because a lot of things are not even related to your complexion. It's about your mindset. It is about your mindset. It's about your work ethic. Okay. Yes. Thank you. I'm doing a little skincare thing, right? It's about your mindset. It's about your work ethic. It's about your demeanor. It's about your behavior. If you work on being an awesome person, a lovely person, you learn how to talk to people. You learn how to compromise. You learn how to apologize. You know, if you learn to truly have a beautiful soul and a beautiful spirit, you are going to be incredibly successful, right? If you have a strong work ethic, you're always going to make it. If you have grind about yourself, you're going to make it. If you're someone who has lots of grace and you're really sweet, I'm like, you're going to make it. Why would you not make it? Right? And also, you got to take care of yourself. If you let yourself be fat and you just fat, you're fat, you have a gut and whatever. Like if you're fat, most young men will not find you attractive. It's not because you're dark skinned, it's because you're fat. Okay? Because you're fat. So lose the weight. You understand? I think a lot of people is that. You're not doing anything to be the best version of yourself because you're lazy. So you rather blame it on, oh, because I'm dark skinned. The lies you tell, right? Have you ever committed for an entire year to like working out, losing weight, being the best version of yourself, and you still got the same results? No, you haven't. Because a lot of dark skinned girls who are pathetic, who have a loser mindset, right? You can't commit to shit. You can't commit to shit. You can't commit to yourself. You can't commit to becoming a better version of yourself, right? Because some of y'all, as soon as somebody gives you a challenge, you fall apart. Exactly. So exactly like Ken said, right? I love everybody. Like I said, my husband's light skinned, my kids are light skinned, right? So I don't have hate for light skinned people. Like, I really do love y'all. But the girls who are light skinned, who walk around thinking that, oh, I have privilege, like, no, even my sons, I wouldn't let them know. You don't have any privilege. Go tell somewhere. Okay, maybe once upon a time when America was like super racist and you could pass for white, I can see that part. But today in 2024, no one cares about that. Even white people are no longer the people who make the most money. Okay, and like it's Indian people make the most money per household. Then I think it's Japanese people, right? Okay, so even in this country now, even white people they're losing so much privilege. But even today, even white people are not the top earners per household income anymore. It's Asians and South Asians. So even they can go sit their asses down too. Okay? Because you go to a lot of companies and many CEOs and like C-suite executives is Indian people. So and brown people taking over. Okay? Brown people are taking over the world. Like, what are we even talking about? Right? It's not like, even like, what's that girl's name? What's this girl's name? Let me talk about her. Okay? What's this girl's name? Hold on. Okay. Right? You see? Her too. This is the reason why, like Steph Cole, for example, right? That's why I said, like, when it came to Steph Cole, I'm going to stop talking with her. Because when you look at her content, it's so pathetic. It is so pathetic. And it's like, she's going to sit here and and like, girls like her are the problem. Girls like Steph are the problem. Because if you're a light-skinned girl and you look at her content, you're like, oh yeah, oh, she makes me feel good about myself. Because her content is always so deprecating. Right? It's like she always puts herself down. This lady, like, she just turned 40 like recently, right? So she's not even that old. She's not even old. She's just mature, right? But even before then, when I was in New Orleans, Stephanie, one thing about her, she will wear these ugly ass wigs that are constantly aging her. These wigs are aging her. So I'm like, sometimes I'm like, girl, I don't even think it's a dark skin issue. The problem is, it's the taste. You don't have good taste. You don't know how to bring the best version of yourself. I don't know what is Stephanie's obsession with these hard ass synthetic wigs that she puts on her head. I'm like, girl, you know how fire you would look with a freaking pixie cut? Do you even know how fire you would look with a freaking bob? Right? That she loves doing the hard wigs. Like, the wigs are horrible. She's always doing this. That's why I had to stop watching her content, because she started to trigger me. Okay? She started to trigger me. Right? Then like the people told her, oh, if you want to meet a man, you need to start going to the running club. She doesn't want to run. Why are you so lazy? She doesn't want to exercise. She doesn't want to exercise. She wants to be in bed with her phone and be able to have like incredible results. She wants to do the least amount of work and find the most awesome man. You guys, how does that even make sense? Vice versa. If you're a man and you do the least amount of work, you think you're going to find a good woman, right? Like people, I'm like, relationships are so sacred. Relationships are so intimate. They are so sacred. You want to do the least amount of work. You want the most convenient way possible of meeting people. And you think that you're going to attract quality people, right? I'm like, Steph, what is the big deal about joining a running club? Because my thing with the running club, nobody's expecting you to start running off the rip. You know what I'm saying? Like nobody's expecting you to start running off the rip. Right? But it's like, it's not even about, oh, if I want to attract somebody, but, oh, I want to find a man. It's not even about finding a man. But my thing is, in order to become the better version of yourself, you have to be willing to get uncomfortable, right? That's why I say a lot of dark-skinned girls, they are extremely pathetic. I don't relate to them people. I do not relate to those people. That's why I don't do this whole blackity black stuff, because I'm like, nah, I can't relate to you. But because besides complexion, what else do we have in common, right? Your mindset is weak as fuck. You have a weak ass, pathetic ass, crippling ass mindset. But because in America, a lot of people don't want to check black women and say your mindset is crippling you. You have a horrible, weak ass mindset. Nobody is saying when you join the running club that you got to start running off the bat. We're not saying that. But if you want to even love yourself and be comfortable with yourself, you have to be okay with putting yourselves in a comfortable position, right? It's not like we're saying go do drugs or go join OnlyFans. Like, well, that's kind of stupid, right? But what's the worst thing that could happen if you actually go running? What is the worst thing that could happen to you? Oh my gosh, you're going to get fit. You don't say. Oh my gosh, because now you're sweating, you're releasing toxins, you're going to clear up your skin. Do you know that exercise, because you are sweating and you're releasing toxin, and also exercises stimulates blood flow? Do you know that you're going to have easier cell turnover? You're going to have faster cell turnover, and most likely your skin is going to improve because you're sweating, you're releasing toxins, you have blood flow, and and also when you exercise, it makes you want to drink more water. Oh my gosh. You mean your body's going to get toned? You mean that when you're out there running or walking long distances, the fact that you're spending time by yourself with your thoughts is going to force you to think on a higher level? It's going to force you, like, you know what? Why do I even think like that? Why do I get so easily offended? Why do I look at stuff like that, right? Anything that involves challenging yourself, challenging the current paradigms that you have, relinquishing these limiting paradigms that you have, and embracing a stronger, more resilient, more assertive version of yourself, y'all don't want to do it. You don't want to do it. You think stuff is just going to fall out the sky because you're dark skinned. Oh, a man should, because he's a black man, he owes me to love me. No, he don't owe you shit. Don't owe you shit. Nobody owes you shit. Nobody owes you their heart because we happen to have the same complexion. You sound stupid. What's the next thing? Do people also owe you their money? People owe you their time and their friendship because we happen to have the same complexion? No. You want something, you have to earn it. Now, somebody might say, hey, she doesn't even have to earn it. I can give it to her. That's on them. You should never feel entitled to anybody's anything. And if somebody chooses to have one rule for you and a different rule for somebody else, that's their problem. What does that have to do with you? Right? Some people don't have integrity. You decide whether or not you will have integrity or you're not going to have integrity, right? But the people told her, go run. And I'm like, you know what? I even like going outside because when you go to the restaurant, when you go on dates, everybody's pretending, right? Oh, I'm going to cut my hair this way. I'm going to dress up this way. I'm going to wear this outfit. Everybody's out here pretending because people will bring their personas to the restaurant. So nobody got time for that because there's too many fake ass people. Time is precious. I feel like when it involves meeting people through exercise and outdoor activities, I feel like outdoor activities and exercise really shows you a person's character, right? Are they going to give up? Are they going to keep walking and finish the race? Are they going to try to run and finish the race, right? Are they the type, like, do you encourage other people who are struggling? Are you a motivator? I feel like when you do outdoor exercise, you can see a person's mindset. You can see if they're the type to quit. You can see if that person is an encouraging person, a motivating person. You can even see if a person has leadership based on how they conduct themselves during outdoor activities. It's a lot you can learn by seeing somebody in a natural, like, outdoor element. And me, Marlene, I prefer that, right? Because that's how you see a real person. If it's like, oh, I'm tired of walking, I want to stop, I want to go home. Like, okay, well, you know what? You're not a solid person. I don't want to walk with you because you're not solid. If you see somebody, even if they're not their best, but they still say, you know what, I started this walk, I have to finish this walk, I don't care how long it takes, be like, oh wow, that person right here, that's a resilient person. You might not even date the person, but just knowing that that is somebody, when they set their mind to do something, they're going to do it. So y'all might never date, but it might be a good person to have around you, because now you meet somebody, when they set goals, when that person set a goal, they locked in, and you need that. It's good for you. She said no, she don't want to run. She don't want to walk. She don't want to run. She don't want to run. She don't want to walk. She don't want to jog. She don't want to do any type of exercise. She wants to be at home in her bed watching Netflix and then trying to like date people or connect with people on a dating app. I'm like, girl, you're not serious. Get out of here with that. Okay, that's why you see I'm not subscribed. I used to be subscribed, but I had to unfollow her because I'm like, no, this is not healthy. I don't like weak-minded people, right? When you keep doing something, it doesn't work out, you have to say, I need to challenge myself to change. I need to put myself in comfortable positions. I need to put myself in environments that I'm not familiar with, because that is how you grow. That is how you grow. You have to grow. You have to challenge yourself. Exercise, it's gonna make you challenge yourself. You look at your content, all these wigs that you have on. You're like in your mid-30s. You put these wigs on, they make you look like you're in your 60s. These wigs, they're aging you. If you notice carefully, when a woman wears her natural hair, for the most part, it does make her look younger, right? It does make you look younger. So it's like, no man, I don't care if he's black, white, if he's self-hating, not self-hating, nobody wants to date a woman that reminds you of your mama or your grandmama or the ladies at church. You look like them deacon ladies at the church, right? If a young man is dating, even like, we're not saying them, who cares about being light-skinned? But when you date somebody, whether you're a man or a woman, young people want to date people who are attractive. Nobody wants to date a woman that is you're not even 45. But you put these wigs on and you look like the deaconess at a Baptist church. What are you doing? What are you doing? Right? What are you, like, seriously, what are you doing? Why do you have these wigs on your head? Why? You give yourself a good year, you can truly like fix your hair. You don't even need to have long hair. Long hair does not mean beautiful, okay? Because a lot of people, I see a lot of people who have long hair, it needs to be cut. The hair is gone. It is fried. These girls just have length. It has them in a chokehold. That's about it. You can have a pixie cut. You can have a short bob. You can even have a long bob, and you will eat it down. Like, you will eat down, like, for real, for real. Because when you wear your natural hair, it does make you look younger. It makes you look a lot younger. Anything that comes out of you naturally will make you look a lot younger. But these wigs, these are not good wigs. They're not good wigs. So I can see how when you walk outside, I can see how a lot of young men could believe that you are 50, 55, and 60. No, the whole time, the girl is like 36 years old. She's not even that old. But these wigs are aging a lot of people down. You know, these wigs are aging a lot of people down. Sometimes also, you also got to look at your clothes. You have to look at your clothes. You have clothes that will make you look more mature. You have clothes that will make you look your age. And then you have clothes that make you look like you're crazy, right? You also have to know how to dress in a way that makes you look your age. Yeah, I'm still doing it. You have to wear clothes that make you look your age. And you also have to wear clothes that say, hey, I'm single, right? But you wearing a flannel shirt. I'm like, girl, what are we doing? What are we doing? Right? You still have to look like somebody who's interested in a relationship. You still have to look like somebody who's interested in men. You have to put an effort, right? But I'm like, sometimes I watch a lot. I used to, but not as much. But I'm like, sometimes I watch these girls to be entertained, right? And I'm like, this has nothing to do with you being dark-skinned, right? But what lazy people will do, what people that have bad faith will do is say, oh, because I'm dark-skinned, because it's so much easier to blame it on your complexion, because then you don't have to try, right? And it's a lot of people like that. A lot of people don't want to try. So they go and find the laziest excuse possible. Oh my gosh, I'm dark-skinned. If being dark-skinned was such a plight, if being dark-skinned was so awful, if being dark-skinned was just like, oh my gosh, like when you're dark-skinned, like nobody looks at you, people think less of you. How in the world did I marry somebody who's so light-skinned? Okay? How did I marry James? Like, did I go and force James? Like, go put a gun to his head? Oh, pew, 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 pew. No. What the heck? What the heck? Right? But no matter who you are, whether you're a light-skinned woman, a dark-skinned woman, an in-between woman, if you don't have confidence about yourself, it's not going to work. Because the number one thing any woman should have is confidence. When you have confidence, it makes you sexy. Point blank, period. You need to be confident, right? And ways that make you confident is your mind, right? A lot of y'all, you don't read enough. You don't read enough. You don't listen to podcasts where people will challenge your limiting beliefs, where people will challenge the way that you think, right? You run away from anybody who challenges you because you don't want to change, because you have a bad attitude. You have lots of pride, and you have pride that you cannot afford, right? And then when you find yourself all by yourself, oh, well, because I'm dark skinned, oh, these black men just hate themselves. No, you hate yourself. When you fail to feed yourself the proper information, when you fail to put yourself in uncomfortable situations to grow, when you fail to give yourself what you need to give yourself to become a better version of yourself, you hate yourself. You're projecting onto other people, right? You are projecting onto other people. For the most part in this life, there's nothing that you really can't have. You might not get to be like president, but you don't really need to be the president to have a good life, right? In order to have a good life, to have an awesome life, a life that you're proud of, right? It's down to you. But what a lot of people do, especially in America, is look for people to blame. Deflection, 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 deflection. Always deflecting. Instead of saying it is my life and whatever I want, I have to be willing to pay the price for it. Right? And I'll say this to a lot of y'all, put these goofy ass wigs down. They are not pretty. They are aging you. They make you look older. And nobody wants to date a woman that reminds you of your mother, like literally. Nobody wants to date a woman that reminds you of all these old ladies, all these old black ladies at a Southern Baptist church. No. Okay? We have like 20 years, 30 years, even 40 years to get there. Okay? Be freaking hot. I don't care how, I don't even care what, I don't care your complexion. I don't even care about your height. You can be short, you can be tall, dark skin, light skin, I don't care. If you decide to reinvent yourself, if you decide to challenge yourself and to become the best version of yourself, no one will be able to stop you. Nobody will have privilege over you. Nobody. Okay? So I'm like, no, we're not going to sit here and say, oh my gosh, like, oh, you know, as a light woman, I know that I have privilege over who? Over who? Okay? Not over me. Not over me, okay? Not over me. Not over me. So I'm going to play the video. Let me play the video because this girl, she's really crazy.
Why is nobody talking about this?
I would like to speak on something. I know it can be like a touchy subject, but I want to talk about this because this is a struggle that I have had with my confidence ever since I can fucking remember.
You are crazy.
I am a very confident person, but the one thing I'm insecure about is my natural hair. Like, I feel like my natural hair is 4C. Like, it's coily, okay? And it shrinks so bad. And I've been getting relaxers ever since I was a child. I went natural for a couple of years, and I just could not bring myself to be comfortable with my natural hair. And I just feel like, especially like within our community, obviously, there's texturism. But I also feel like this is gonna sound so like kind of privileged, but I don't have to say it, but I just struggle with this. I feel like as a light-skinned Black woman, I don't fit the beauty standard because of the texture of my hair. Like, I just don't feel confident when I wear my natural hair texture. Like, I don't at all. So I've always gotten relaxers, and I've always worn my hair in protective styles. Obviously, I know that's detrimental to think, and I know it's detrimental to our community, and it's a very privileged thing to say in comparison to the problems that brown skin and darker skinned women have to go through. I'm very aware of that.
And I would even love to know what are dark skinned women going through? Because I'm dark skinned. Michelle Obama, dark skinned. Oprah Winfrey, dark skinned. Y'all please enlighten me because I'm so lost. Like, what issues are dark skinned women going through? Can somebody tell me? She's like, oh, I know, like, this is like, you know, in comparison to what dark skinned women have to go. What do we have to go through? I'm so sorry. What am I going through? Like, obviously I missed it. What exactly am I going through, sis? Please tell me, since you're light. Like, I mean, imagine you think because you're light skinned, you know what I'm facing. Like, oh, the adversities of my life. If I have adversity in my life, sis, it has nothing to do with my complexion. Okay? Nothing to do with my complexion. Me, Marlene, one of the biggest adversities that I've had to face in my life is not because I don't even know what the hell you're talking about. My thing is, one of the biggest issues I've had to face in my life, right, one of the biggest adversities that I've had to face in my life, you guys, if we're being honest, right, is consistency. Okay? And once again, that is self-inflicted. Okay? No, I'm being serious. That is self-inflicted. My biggest adversity in my life has been being consistent, right? Being consistent. Like being consistent, not for a week or so, but like being consistent for years, okay? No, like, y'all, yeah. It's the bio dance mask, right? Okay, y'all was doing skincare. I was like, you know what? I told y'all we're gonna start doing skincare and videos. But what am I going through? What am I going through? Like, you think, oh, like my life is horrible. Am I on a plantation? Am I on a plantation? Am I locked up in a cage? Like, do I not get like seriously, she's saying all kinds of foolishness. She's saying all kinds of, and you guys, you know who she is, right? Anoke, right? If y'all seen Anoke, y'all should know her, right? Let me show you Anoke. Anoke is so gorgeous, right? Like, girl, what are we going through? Please tell me again, what am I going through? I would love to know, what exactly am I going through? Okay? You think as a dark-skinned woman, I have a horrible life or something? Who told you this bullshit? Who told you these lies? Right? And once again, it's because these pathetic ass, weak ass, dark-skinned women that unfortunately I share a similar complexion with go on social media and lie to you people. You are really under the impression that we're sitting here sad and we're so miserable because we're dark-skinned. We're so miserable because we're dark-skinned. Yeah, she got bullied because people are stupid. She got bullied because people want you to hate yourself. You know, in order for people to have privilege, people have to convince you that you are inferior, right? And bullying is part of the mental warfare that is deployed on people to make you feel like there's something wrong with you, right? Like, oh, she's dark-skinned. We need her to see herself as oppressed. We need her to see herself as less desired. We need her to see herself like nobody loves her. Black men hate her. You know, like that's what I mean. You see me out here listening to people on social media, okay? Have these girls tell it every black man is evil. Every black man is awful. All black men are diabolical. Every black man wants to marry a white woman. You go look at the numbers. The majority of black men is married to black women, right? They need you to believe that you are not desired. They need you to believe that you are oppressed. They need you to believe that somebody's against you. Your nose is too big. Your lips are too big. Yes, my love, put your mask on, because you know, we're dark skinned. We gotta be beautiful, okay? Make it make sense, right? But I'm like, you guys, you woke up this morning. I'm being honest. Were you not able to eat food today? Seriously, we woke up this morning. Were some of y'all not able to have a car? Are some of y'all heavy? Are some of y'all not able to go to school, get jobs? Like, are you sitting here crying every day? Oh my gosh, I'm dark skinned. I don't know. I'm so stupid. I'm dark skinned. I don't know how to pay my bills. I'm dark skinned. I don't know how to feed myself. I'm dark skinned. I don't know. I'm homeless because I'm dark skinned. Oh, be quiet. Okay? It depends. It depends. Right? It depends. It depends. Men can date outside their race. Men can date people. You can do whatever you want to do. Me, I understand that. If it was not for slavery, colonialism, people would not see themselves as blackity black, whatever. People would just be out there doing whatever they want to do. Marlene, I'm not going to live my life being worried about, who he's dating, who he proposed to. Like today on the Shade Room, they posted this young black man who proposed to his white girlfriend, whatever. I'm not going to good for him. Maybe she's what he needs. I don't care. Okay? That's his life. If it's good, it'll be for him. If it's not, it'll be for him. Because I already said this. Who somebody chooses has nothing to do with me. But they want you to internalize it. Oh, if he chose her, it must be because there's something wrong with you. No, if he chose her, it must be that she's right for him. Why do you want me to internalize this? Why? Because they need you to feel a sense of lack. Because they want people to go roast that boy. That ain't my problem. Right? He said when he was sick, she was there for him. Okay, good. I don't know. I don't care. I have my own lot to worry about. But I'm not going to sit here and be some kind of bookkeeper on who's proposing to who. I don't care. I don't care. And if you want to have confirmation bias, you can find confirmation bias. The most important thing is you need to focus on your life. It's the same thing. Like, there's this one girl who said that one time. She's South African. I was like, yeah, I mess with that, right? Because she was saying, oh, if a man cheats as a woman, it has nothing to do with you. And I was like, you know what? I agree. She's like, if you have no integrity, we both agree to get married. We both take a vow. If I respect the vow and you break the vow, that is on you. Why do I have to internalize the fact that my husband is a cheater? You have no integrity. And for that, you're going to have to pay the consequences because it never ends well. And not just that, you're going to have to answer to God because you broke a covenant. Why am I going to sit here, but oh my gosh, my husband cheated. My life is over. I am less than. There's something wrong with me. There's nothing wrong with you. There's something wrong with him. He did the cheating. He broke his vows. It's him. He's the problem. Why do you want me to internalize this? I am so confused. I am really confused. And it's like every time a Black guy happens to date a white woman or propose to a white woman, these girls want you to internalize it. Like, oh, you lost something. How can I lose something that didn't belong to me? You are insane. You are truly insane. So you think because this man is Black, even if this guy and I try to date, what makes you think we're going to get along? So you think because we're Black, automatically, if we start a relationship, we're going to have success in the relationship? You are insane, right? And that's the problem that I have with tribal-minded people, because tribal-minded people really lack intelligence, and they really like wisdom, and they like some serious sophistication. You think if two people walk together just on the premise that they're both Black, you think that means they're going to have a great relationship? If it was that easy, if complexion was the only requirement for people to have to have a successful marriage, why did Tia go and divorce the Corey? Why? Okay, there is more to a relationship than complexion, and I wish that sometime we would actually focus on the requirements, right? What are the requirements? What are the aptitudes required to make a relationship successful? I think if we focus more on that, nobody will be in their feelings when you see a Black boy proposing or marrying a white woman. No, because it's not about complexion. You have to have the skill sets required for a successful relationship. So if this person has the skill set required for a successful relationship, yes, then you guys are going to have a great relationship. But it's like always putting skin color above everything. And that's why this doomshead is sitting here really believing that because she's light-skinned, she has some kind of privilege. Because in her myopic ass, distorted ass world, complexion precedes everything. Because you're tribal as fuck. Oh, in our community, which community? What community? What are we talking about? Okay, you are tribal as fuck. So in your tribal community, complexion trumps everything. Good for you. I'm not part of that community. I am part of the intelligent community. Okay, the intelligentsia. I am part of the cogent community. I am part of the spirit, the mindset above complexion community. So I can't relate to this foolishness. I cannot. And they want you, because you're Black, you automatically have to agree to texturism. You have to agree to colorism. You got to agree to racism. No. Some people have decided that to be Black in America means that you're always upset about something. You always feel inferior. That is you. My understanding of being Black is I overcome. In the words of Maya Angelou, still I rise. You understand? I always have success. I always renew my mind. Even I live my life on a daily. I check my own mind. Marlene, why do you think like that? Right? Marlene, why do you even let that trigger you? Marlene, I'm always questioning the way that I think. Because I refuse to be a victim. I am nobody's victim. I will never be anybody's victim. And I will never look at another man picking a woman, but why didn't he pick someone that looked like me? Because looking like me is not what it takes to have a successful relationship, right? A white girl, this girl, whatever, she might not look like me, but maybe she thinks like me. I'm okay, cool. I can see why he picked you. Because at the end of the day, when you are in a relationship with someone, you actually want to enjoy the person's company, not their complexion. And I know when you're tribal, it's like, oh my gosh, what do you mean? Yes, people actually want to have a good time with people. Okay? People want to be in a relationship with someone whose company they actually enjoy. Like, I actually love being around you. You're actually fun to be around. You're actually pleasant. I love having conversations with you. I love the way your mind works. I love the way you challenge me. I love the way you make me better. I love the way that you're nurturing. Hey, Val, what does that have to do with complexion? What does that have to do with complexion? Right? And I'm like, the day that people stop being so tribal, you're going to unlock a new level of happiness and joy in your life. Because the main requirement to be around anybody, do I even enjoy being around you? It's the same thing with YouTube, right? Go on somebody's live for hours. How you going to be on somebody's live and you're not even enjoying the live, right? If it's dry, it's dry. But if you're going to be on a live, it's like, yeah, it has to be entertaining. It has to be challenging, thought-provoking. Okay, I like it because you love the conversation. Even if you don't agree, at least you enjoy the conversation. You're having a good time, right? Why don't we prioritize the way people actually show up as people? Are you actually an enjoyable person, right? Just because you're Black does not mean that you are a fun person to be around. You could be an asshole. Or you could be here, you have everything, but you're over here obsessing about your hair texture. Don't nobody care, okay? If, you date a Black girl and she can never go to she'll never go to the swimming pool. She'll never run outside because God forbid her hair gets kinky. God forbid her hair frizzes up. Like, okay, I like going outside. You don't like to go outside, right? So it could also be that. It could also be that. But it's like, no, they want you to be so basic. But, oh, no, if he picked a white woman, it's because he hates Black people. No, you hate Black people. And because you hate Black people, you think everybody else hates Black people. It's coming from you. Like they say, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Critique is also in the soul of a broken mind. Okay? That's it. That's that. If your soul is broken, your mind is broken, you just go around here critiquing everything because you are miserable. You are miserable. And you need to encourage, you need to make other people be hateful. And you have to come up with these lies that can help you to encourage as many people as possible to have this mob mentality to go attack a person. But I'm like, she could be a nice girl. I don't know. I'm not going to look at her complexion, but oh no, she's not worthy of being proposed to because she's white. I don't know. She could be really sweet. Maybe she feeds the children. Maybe she rescues animals. I don't know that girl. But why do you want me to internalize this as if he's saying no to me? I don't know this man. I don't know nothing about this man. Before today, I didn't even know this man existed. So somebody I barely know, I just saw him today on the shade room. I'm supposed to be offended by who he chose to be with for the rest of his life. That ain't my problem. That is not my problem. Okay? That is not my problem. That has nothing to do with me. I gotta live my life. I need to lose my own weight. I didn't think about how I'm gonna go back to the Stairmaster. I have my own things to worry about. Right? Hey Diana, what's up? Right? I got my own things to worry about. But my thing is, somebody who has my complexion deciding to be with someone of a different complexion, that has nothing to do with me. If it's good, it's on him. If it's bad, it's on him. Me, I'm not gonna be, oh my gosh, why didn't he pick someone that looked like me? I don't need you to pick someone that looks like me. Because let me tell you something, right? When it comes to Marlene, there is more to me than my complexion. I've worked too hard in my life. Like, seriously, I'm about to be 40 years old in about a month, right? I'm about to be 40 in less than a month. I have worked too hard for anybody to just reduce me to my complexion. I think that's incredibly insulting, right? From what I have studied in school, the way I am as a mother, the way I am as a wife, the non-for-profit work that I do, the people that I donate to, the children all around Africa that I care for, the people that I mentor, like there's like me as a Christian, my relationship with God to truly reduce me down to my complexion is incredibly insulting. It is incredibly insulting because you're saying, oh, as long as you have the same complexion as Marlene, you can have everything she has and you can be just, no, you got to work for it. That's the same shit I said about Kelly Rowland, right? You can feel how you want to feel when it comes to your personal relationship with Beyonce. But when it comes to work ethics, when it comes to career, you can't compete with her. You understand? Because Beyonce had to work for that. Beyonce had to earn it. There are a lot of people out here who are light-skinned. Christina Milian, she light-skinned. There's a lot of people, child. Nevaeh, kind of like, there's a lot of Blue Cantrell, child. We've had a whole lot of light-skinned singers, right? We have a lot of light-skinned singers. We have a lot of biracial singers. How come they're not all crazy successful like Beyonce? Because to some extent, we have to admit that Beyonce works hard. And if we say, oh, she just has it because she's light-skinned, you're a hateful-ass person. You are a lying-ass person. You are a serpent. And you're also incredibly jealous, right? Because Mima, and I said the same thing about Kelly. I said, Kelly, you're lazy. You are lazy. You're an Aquarius just like I'm an Aquarius, right? And one thing that I know about us, we struggle with consistency. Because you cannot sit here, Kelly, and say that God didn't bless you, that you're not beautiful. Kelly's incredibly beautiful. Kelly has never been fat. Kelly has never had to struggle with her weight. Beyonce's gone up and down with her weight. We've seen it. We've seen Beyonce struggle with her weight, right? Even when it came out to your career, Kelly, did God not give you, I love you and I need you with Nelly? Nelly, I love you. I do. That song had 1 billion views on YouTube. You can go on Beyonce's channel and you can count how many videos Beyonce has that have 1 billion views, right? Before you were to release your album, before Kelly was to release her solo album, she had the song with Nelly. And that's why I can't stand, oh my gosh, I cannot stand lying ass dark-skinned girls. I cannot stand them people. Because when you dark-skinned and you lie like this, you're just ungrateful. You are ungrateful to God. You're just so ungrateful, right? You, Kelly, everybody calls you beautiful. You've never had to struggle with your weight. You've never been fat. You had 2 babies. You never gained weight. You've never gained weight. We have seen Beyonce struggle with her weight. We've seen it, right? You came before Beyonce. You had a single before Beyonce. Your song with Nelly had over 1 billion views on YouTube. I don't even know how many streams you had on Pandora or Spotify. I don't even know how much money you made off the song because your song did so well. Beyonce's dad told his daughter, we're going to have to push your album back. Beyonce's album was pushed back so Kelly could release her album first. Are you serious? And then you come over here, you don't even tell the people what truly happened. Oh, want to sit here act like you're a damn victim. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Okay? 1 billion views. The song had over 1 billion views. You're so dark-skinned. People hate you so much. People don't like dark-skinned people. One, always lying. Always lying to the people. Okay? Okay. There you go. 1.6. The song has what? The song has 1.6 billion views. Oh my gosh. People hate dark-skinned women. Oh, because I'm dark-skinned. If I was light-skinned, I would have had a successful career. It doesn't matter. If you were light-skinned and you kept these work ethics, if you were light-skinned and you were still inconsistent, you wouldn't have been successful. Complexion can only do so much, right? Complexion can only do so much. That Serena Williams not win the Wimbledons and all this crazy stuff being dark-skinned, was Venus and Serena, were they not iconic in the world of tennis? Are they not dark-skinned? Okay? But at the end of the day, what is going to make you is your work ethic. At the end of the day, what is going to make you is consistency. It has nothing to do with being dark-skinned. 1.6 billion views. Let me go look at Beyonce's song with the Jay-Z. Hold on. Okay? Hold on. Let me see how many views she got. Always sitting here just lying to people. Always sitting here lying to people. What's that song called? I don't even know what the song's called. I can't remember, but whatever. Okay. You see this? All right. You see this?
Yes. So crazy right now.
Oh my gosh. Lord, don't come for me. I didn't mean to do that. YouTube, please don't come for me. Okay. But this song right here, right? Beyonce's song, it got 839 million views. I didn't mean to click on that. My bad. YouTube, please don't come for me. Okay? Okay? Beyonce's song was 839 million views. Right? So Kelly had 1.6 billion. And I'm not trying to be funny, but I don't think Nelly is as big as Jay-Z. Okay? I think Jay-Z is a bigger rapper. He's a bigger name than Nelly. Okay? I love Nelly though. Andale, mami, okay? 839 million views. You had 1.6 million. You had 1.6 billion. Okay. Okay. So the what? How many? Do you even know anything about music? Do you know anything about music? That's how I'm not. Do you know anything about music? Right? You want to sit here and have us believe that we don't have successful dark-skinned artists? And it's not even entertainment wise, right? But it's like even in terms of poetry, in terms of literacy, in terms of literary work, like we don't have dark-skinned women who are successful, right? We don't have dark-skinned women who are successful. Like Nina Simone was not iconic. Okay, get away from me. If you're the type of dark-skinned person who wants to feel sorry for yourself and you want to hate dark-skinned, light-skinned people, get away from my channel before I block you. I don't do weak shit over here. Okay? I don't do weak stuff. I don't do weak fuckery over here. Okay? Some of the biggest black poets are dark-skinned women. Some of the biggest black writers are dark-skinned people. What are we talking about? Just because you don't know, that is your problem. If you don't educate yourself to know that black dark-skinned people have made stride across the board, that is your problem. If you have to wait for MTV, for BET, for the Shade Room to expose you to black people, dark-skinned people who are more than exceptional, that is your problem. Stop being so damn ignorant all the time. Stop being so uneducated. It is just, oh, I'm black. Then know your fucking history. Know your fucking history. Because if you knew your history, you would not be walking around here with the crutches. Oh my gosh, I'm dark skinned. Feel sorry for me. Oh my gosh, if I wasn't next to a light skinned woman, I wouldn't make it. That's your weak ass. If you put light-skinned people on a pedestal to feel good about yourself, that is your weak ass. You're weak as fuck. For everything God has given to you, you think because you sit next to a light-skinned person, that's what makes you? You think sitting next to a light-skinned person that's what makes you? Because you hate yourself. And nobody on here, especially Marlene, I'm not going to internalize your fucking weakness because you're weak as fuck. Light-skinned people are people just like anybody else. If you turn light-skinned people into a golden calf, if you turn the light-skinned people into an omen, you turn light-skinned people into a genie in a bottle, that is your fucking problem because you fucking hate yourself. There's no light-skinned person that made me. My husband is light-skinned. Because I'm light-skinned, because of proximity. I have proximity to God. I have proximity to the Holy Spirit. I have proximity to the creator of the fucking universe. Okay? And what makes you believe that Beyonce having proximity to Kelly did not help Beyonce love herself? What do y'all always think as though it's the dark-skinned person who benefits from being next to a light-skinned person? Make it make sense. Okay? What makes you think that Beyonce being close to Kelly Rowland, that did not help her to love herself more? Make it make sense. Right? Because in your goofy ass mind, black people, dark-skinned people always have to be deficient in something. We always need to be deficient. We always need somebody to make us feel good. I don't need shit. Okay? I came to America in 1996. To this day, proximity to light skin, nothing they do shit for me. Okay? What I have, I fucking earn. Point blank period. Proximity to who? Proximity to what? You think because somebody light skinned, that means they smart? You think because somebody light skinned, it means that they haven't figured out? You think because somebody's light skinned, they have the blueprint to success? How do you know that Beyonce having proximity to Kelly did not help her to love herself? How you know that? Why everything always got to be, it's the dark-skinned girl who looks up to the light-skinned girl? For what purpose? For what purpose? You think because I'm dark-skinned, I live my life, I'm always like, oh, white, light-skinned girl. Sometimes I look, damn, light-skinned girl, damn, your life is kind of sad, huh? Don't do that. Okay, nobody has hatred for me. I don't hate anybody who's light-skinned. My husband is light-skinned. So if you, Marquise, whatever your name is, you come here with some stupidity, you won't get blocked. Nobody has hatred for nobody. Nobody. I have never said on my chest, oh my gosh, I hate you because you're light-skinned. I don't care what you are. I don't care about your complexion. What I am saying, because you came in late, what I am saying is I don't want anybody who is light-skinned to go around thinking that, because you're light-skinned, you have privilege over me. That's it. That's that. You came in late, so I'm going to repeat it, right? Just because you're light-skinned, do not ever believe that you have privilege over me. Don't believe that because you're light-skinned and I'm dark-skinned, that somehow I have some deficiency. I'm like intellectually deficient. I have self-love deficiency. I have self-acceptance deficiency. I have no deficiency, right? You're light-skinned, good for you. My husband's light-skinned, his family's light-skinned, my kids are light-skinned, right? So that's the complexion that they came out of. That's good for them. God bless them, right? But I love being dark-skinned. And I don't want anybody who's light-skinned to believe that because you're light-skinned, I know it's so hard for you as a dark-skinned woman. I know that you go through a lot of challenges as a dark-skinned woman. Like, what? What are we talking about? What are we talking about? What challenges? Who told you I had challenges? So you really think that in my life, if things are not going the way things are going, it's predicated by my complexion? You think if I don't achieve certain goals or I don't have certain things in my life, it's because of my complexion? You really believe that? You're an idiot. You are a true tribalistic, stupid ass colorist idiot. You are a fucking idiot. And how pretentious it is. How pretentious it is to believe that, this dark-skinned woman, if she was light-skinned, her life would be so much easier. But what does that even mean? What does that even mean? Easy refers to what? Okay? What are we talking about? My life would be what? Right? Because the way that girl was talking is, when you're dark-skinned, your life is so much harder. Compared to whose? You go to the unemployment line, you will find dark-skinned people and light-skinned people. You go to prison, you will see light-skinned people and dark-skinned people, right? You look at success, you have light-skinned successful people, you have dark-skinned people who are successful. You look at marriage, you have some people who are light-skinned who are married and dark-skinned who are married. So what do you have as a light-skinned person that I don't have? that will make a person who is light-skinned sit on TikTok and say, oh, as a dark skin, I understand that dark-skinned women go through a lot of challenges. I know that dark-skinned women have a lot of oppression. What oppression? What challenges? Where did you get that from? Who told you that? Like, who told you that dark-skinned people are sitting here all day crying, feeling sad for themselves, abused, being chased out of stores, being pointed with their, like, who told you that? Who told you that? Who told you, and especially who convinced you that when people are dark-skinned, they sit here and like they have agony in their flesh because they're born dark-skinned? Who told you that? Who told you that? Where did you get out of it? Where did you get that from? Like, I really want to know. Who told you that? Who told you that when dark-skinned people wake up in the morning, we are really like, we are just afflicted. We are suffering in our flesh. We are living in constant hatred of our complexion. Who told you that? And why did you even allow yourself to believe that? If not the fact that you are miserable, so that you need to believe that there's somebody out there who feels as though they wish they had your life. Because that's what it is. In order for you to love yourself or to be proud of your life, you need to convince yourself that there's somebody out there who feels less than you, inferior than you. There's somebody out there who wants your life. So you've decided that it has to be the dark-skinned girl. If I'm light-skinned and I need to feel good about myself, then the dark-skinned girl, she has to want my life. She has to want my looks. She has to want my aesthetic. Exactly. No, I don't. No, I don't. I'm happy. Like, I have maybe just my husband, my family, like even friends, right? Like I said, Lacey's super light, right? Lacey's, I was like, Lacey, I think you might be mixed with Indian, right? Lacey's incredibly beautiful, right? But my thing is, just because my friend is light, that's like my sister, like she's light skinned, she's very, very pretty, right? And I've said that to her. I'm like, one time I watched her video and I called her. I'm like, Lacey, damn, you're beautiful, girl, right? But that's it. Right? But Lacey being like this, Lacey takes nothing from me. Right? Like, oh, I wish I had this. Why? Why do you want people to be envious of you? That is crazy to me. Why do you think that a dark-skinned woman, first of all, can't be next to a light-skinned girl and feel beautiful as well? Right? Number two, what makes you think that a dark-skinned woman can't even have a light-skinned friend or a light-skinned best friend or light-skinned sister, even a light-skinned child, and be like, wow, my child is beautiful. But I'm also beautiful too, right? What makes you think that a dark-skinned girl, she wakes up in the morning and she says to herself, oh, I wish I was light-skinned. I wish I had looser hair texture. I wish I had this. Why do you think a dark-skinned girl wakes up in the morning completely obsessed with your light-skinnedness and your whatever? Why? Because you're miserable, right? You don't even love yourself. So you need to deceive yourself, because that's a mental illness. Like, you're mentally ill. You need to deceive yourself that there's somebody out there who wants what you have so that you can feel good about what you have, because you're not intelligent. Because all you have is, I'm light-skinned. Do you even have good grades? Do you work hard? Do you have a strong work ethic? Besides your light-skinnedness, what else do you have to offer? Because if you were well-defined across different strata of your personality and your person, right, you will never need anybody to envy you. I don't need somebody, right? I don't need somebody to envy me for me to feel good about myself. That's crazy, right? That's crazy. I don't even walk around and say, oh, wow, you know what? I have more privilege and this and that. No. So why do you believe, when you're a light-skinned woman, I really want to know, why do you believe that you have privilege over me? Why? That's so sick to me. It's so sick to me. Why do you think you have privilege over me? We're sitting here, we look at Cam Newton, right? And Jazz. Jazz is light-skinned. Jazz came out here and told us that she eats this man's behind. She told us that this man, like, she's been assaulted. And one day this man asked her if he could do it in her behind, right? And then somehow she had a seizure, and then like white stuff came out of her butt. Okay. Like, you think I envy that? Right? B. Simone is light-skinned. Look at her behavior. Right? Jackie O, she was light-skinned and she still felt like she wasn't pretty enough. She had to go get the BBL. Me, I'm dark-skinned. I have never desired a BBL. I don't need no BBL. I ain't got no problem. Right? But I'm like, we see a lot of damaged, broken, confused, unloved, not loved, the light-skinned people. Right? So I don't know what it is that you, like, this girl would think that, oh, as light-skinned people, when y'all come outside, you exude confidence, you exude success, and you exude self-love, and blah, 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 blah. And then we dark-skinned people just thinking like, wow, I wish I had this. I wish I had that. I wish I had what? Wish I had what? Complexion? You think complexion makes a person? Right? Even Bob Marley. Bob Marley's like mixed race, like white, Chinese, and black, whatever, in the Jamaica, right? Bob Marley, all his kids, all his wives were dark-skinned people. Okay? Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Like what? What? Why do you need to believe? Because it's a lie. I'm gonna tell you it's a lie. Okay? Why do you need to believe that dark-skinned women, we don't love ourselves? Why do you have to believe that? Why do you need to believe that? We don't, I'm like that. That's crazy to me. I'm gonna say it again. You don't have privilege over me. Okay? Even white people don't have privilege over me. You do not have privilege over me. Because privilege has to be given. I don't give you any privilege. There's nothing about you that impresses me. You're light skinned. If you're pretty, you're pretty. Because you do have some people who are light skinned and they're not pretty. So I ain't gonna sit here and lie, right? But like for me, for example, like if I think Lacey's incredibly gorgeous. Hold on, let me see if I can find Lacey. Hold on. Okay. Child. Oh. Child. Lacey, what is your channel? Okay. But I'm like, no. Oh, there you go. Right? But I'm like, no. Y'all need to see Lacey real quick, right? Y'all gotta see Lacey's face. She's like, Mario, how did I get involved in this? Okay. Right? But I'm like, to me, I was like, damn, Lacey, like, you're gorgeous, right? Lacey is stunning. She is very pretty. Like, it's not a joke. I was like, Lacey, there's no way you're not mixed with Indian. Okay, because Lacey's Jamaican, right? I'm like, there is no way you are not mixed. There's no way you're not mixed with, like, there is no way you are not mixed with the Indian and the Chinese. Okay, yes, y'all. That's Lacey, y'all. Lacey is gorgeous. Does that make sense? But it's like to really sit here and to be like, oh, when you're light skinned, when you're dark skinned, you're broken. When you're dark skinned, you have this deficiency. When you're dark skinned, you hate yourself. When you're dark skinned, like, you know, you wish you had the life of a light skinned woman. No. Because light skinned, dark skinned, if you don't work hard in school, you don't have good grades, you don't commit yourself, you're not going to have a great life. You're not going to have a great life, right? Not going to have a great life. Now, and then also, like I said, if you try to cater to the YNs and you try to cater to the basketball players and the athletes, whatever, yes, because a lot of them are broken, right? Because they, like I said earlier, they get paid for being athletic. They're not getting paid for being intelligent, right? These are broken people who are athletic who get paid lots of money. So broken people are looking for things. They look for trinkets. They look for symbols to make themselves feel whole. But that is not a flex. That is not a flex, right? If a man sleeps with you because he believes that you can give him light-skinned children, does he even care about you, your soul, you as a person? No, he only wants your genetics. It's genetic harvesting, right? You think that's a flex? You think somebody like, oh, I'm only dating her because I want light-skinned babies. That is genetics. That is genetic harvesting. That is not a flex. Right? And I'm sure Jay-Z had the same idea when he got Beyonce pregnant. Oh, she light-skinned, wumpty wump wump, mama light-skinned. Maybe because Beyonce looks like her mom, he probably thought his kids were going to look like Beyonce. But no, because Matthew Knowles is actually attractive. You, Jay-Z, I don't know, right? But the kids, they look like Jay-Z. And you'll see these girls go above and beyond, trying to, oh my gosh, Blue looks like her mom. Blue looks like her dad with features of her mother, right? Because she has Beyonce's genetics. It's like she took her dad's features and then she made them prettier because she has Beyonce's features. But Blue looks like her dad. And there's nothing wrong with that. And when people are sitting here going above and beyond to say, oh no, she looks like her mom. Like now you're going to want this young girl to feel like there's something wrong with looking like her daddy. No. Okay? Because you have a hatred for Black features and you have a hatred for West African features. That's really what it is. And I wish people will have the courage to say that. Right? I wish a lot of people would have the courage to say it. Like this light-skinned girl, I don't even know why. I was so confused because I'm like, of all the things I would believe that she would feel a way about, it would be her forehead. Because that's a huge ass forehead, right? I'm like, that's a lot. I mean, that's a lot of surface area. Like, I'm like, your forehead's so big, it's giving 40 acres and a mule. You got too much forehead to be the stupid, right? That's a big ass forehead. Okay, that's the Homestead Act on her forehead. Make it make sense. But I would believe that she would have more insecurities about her forehead than her hair texture. Because the first thing you're going to see is her forehead, not her hair texture. Because first you got to get past the forehead to even see what her hair looks like. right? Some of you kind of crazy. Because for me, that forehead would have triggered me. Okay. But when you say, oh, as a light-skinned woman, whatever, I don't fit the beauty standards because of my hair texture, what you really want to say is because she's very fair. So you're mad that you can't complete the scam. Because when you have 4C hair, and for a lot of people, 4C hair is automatically attributed to African people, especially West African people. So you don't want anybody to believe that you have anything African, West African in you, right? Because you want people to believe that you are fully white or like tremendously white. Have the courage to say it, right? And then this whole texturism, colorism, no, it's weak ass shit. It's weak ass bullshit. Have the courage to say, I don't want anything that looks African on me, right? I don't want hair that reminds anybody of the African continent. I don't want a complexion that makes people feel as though I could be African. I don't want a nose or lips that could make people feel as though I could be from Africa. Have the courage to say it, right? But people are xenophobes, people are bigots, and people don't have the courage to say it. Because I'm like, colors, what does that even mean, right? It's like if you have a kinkier, tighter curl pattern, it means that you have more African blood in you. If you have a looser curl pattern, it means that you have sort of, quote unquote, more European in you. So you wish that your hair favored more of a European, right? Because Europeans, in your head, Europeans are better than African people because you consume what you see on TV and you reduce Africa to feed the children of Africa, right? Have the courage to say it. Have the courage to say it. Just like I even said it before, you have a lot of people, once they hear, especially I'll speak for me personally, my experience, you have a lot of people, once they hear that, oh, you're African or you're West African, like automatically they expect you to prostrate yourself. Like they expect you to just like bow down. Like they expect you to like, act like, oh, I'm only from Africa. I'm from Africa. The African people, like, like they expect all this foolishness out of you because people need to feel good about themselves. Right? Hey, I'm in a situation here in America where historically I've been oppressed. So now that you have these African people here, we need to do to them what was done to us so I can feel good about myself. Like, no, not me. I will never be anybody's Kunta Kinte. Okay? I will never be. That's just not me. Find somebody else to play those games with. Right? Because if in your head, coming from Africa means you're from a hut, you're from a village, you walk outside with lions, confront your own racism. Confront your own xenophobia. That is not my cross to bear. I don't give a damn, right? You believe that. You think that Africa is like subpar, it's low class, is this, is that. That is your problem. Being born in America is not a cure for ignorance. You can be born in a country like America. You can be born in a first world country and be a straight up idiot, right? Because location does not determine IQ. You're just an idiot. You can be born in America, you can be exposed to so much. You can have access to so much and still refuse to know anything, right? Because some people have a proclivity and a propensity for mediocrity. I don't internalize that, right? I had a friend, I had to tell her that. I'm like, because I'm African, because I'm West African, and because you're African American, sometimes the way you talk to me is as if you expect me to degrade myself to make you feel better. And I told her, you and I do not have the same intellectual parity. I entertain you on the fact that we went to school together. But friend, even in school, while I was still taking ESL, I was doing your homework. You understand me? Right? Me, I came here as an immigrant. I lived in a house. You live in an apartment. But certain things I ain't going to say because some people, they say things to African people, but they are extremely sensitive, right? People can dish it, but they can't take it, which is cool. That's why there's certain conversations I don't even entertain because you're sensitive. And sensitive people are usually broken people. And broken people are usually delusional people. And delusional people are usually extremely erratical and extremely impractical. I ain't fucking with you. You're mentally ill. I can tell y'all this. People are mentally ill, right? You have not even an enclave. You have a magnitude of people who truly want African people to feel less than. Right? You want African people or those who in terms of phenotype, right, exude more African ancestry. You want those people to feel less than, right? Because white people fucked you up so badly, you need to fuck somebody else up so badly. I don't give you privilege. I will never give you that privilege. I will never give you the privilege to condition my mind to feel as though there's something you have that I want. Because a lot of people, especially here or in the West Indies or whatever in Latin America, who are also light-skin-ish, okay, usually it's a product of grape. So it's not even like you want to sit here and pretend as if you are so light-skinned because somebody black in your family, in your bloodline was courted and loved. People were sexually assaulted. Certain things we don't say out of respect. right? One time I had this girl from Dominican Republic. She tried my gangster. And I had to tell her, yo, abuelita had to run away from these gringos. Peligroso, peligroso, por favor. Okay? Tu abuelita, she ran from them people. So if out of grape, all you got was baby hairs, girl, I don't know. Is that really something that you want to take pride in? Right? You're so consumed in how your life can. You need to ask yourself how exactly that white man's genetics got into your bloodline. And I promise you, you will quickly realize it's not a flex. You will quickly realize that is not something that you truly want to take pride in because it is not pretty. It is not pretty. One of my favorite civil rights activist person is Booker T. Washington. But the man is light-skinned with green eyes. So I think and he was born a slave. He was born a slave, right? Booker T. Washington is light-skinned with green eyes. Or like maybe they're hazel. I don't know. They don't make him like that in Africa. They really don't. But we know something bad had to happen to his mother for him to be born this way. So when you sit here and you want to take pride of, oh, I'm light-skinned, I have green eyes, like you need to truly ask yourself, how exactly did this Spanish blood, French blood, Anglo-Saxon blood, then Dutch blood, German blood, and go ask yourself how exactly this blood got into your bloodline? You understand? So it's like, no, that's also not a flex. But out of respect, there are certain things you're not going to say, but please understand. See me, that it's possible that once upon a time in the Ivory Coast, because I do believe that some of the Portuguese people, when they landed where my dad's people are from, right? I'm sure they smashed some people. But you see, Portuguese compared to British people and French people, they were not really racist. They didn't mind smashing the people. Okay, it's the British and the French and the German also, the Dutch also can be that way, who are extremely racist and took issue with dark skin or people being black. The Portuguese, not so much. Even the Chinese, not so much. That's why when you go to places like Mauritius, you go to places like Madagascar, even I believe that the Xhosa people of South Africa, I really do believe that they're mixed with Chinese. I think a lot of people at the tip of West Africa, or the tip of Africa, are mixed with Chinese. Right? Because those people also didn't have an issue with smashing the homie. Like they didn't really have an issue with smashing the homie. The people who made it their purpose to degrade people, separate humanity into quote unquote races when there's only one race, especially the British. It's an Anglo-Saxon enterprise, right? But that is on you. You can believe whatever you choose to believe. You can subscribe to whatever. Yeah, you can subscribe to whatever kind of paradigm you need to believe to feel good about yourself. But when it comes to Marlene, I am extremely proud of being West African. I am extremely proud of being African. I am extremely proud of being dark-skinned. There is not a single person out here who's going to make me feel any type of way about being from Africa, right? I know who I am, and I'm very grateful. And if I was to die, I would love to come back and be African all over again. I will never stutter when it comes to that point. But what you're saying is, when I have this hair texture, it can lead people to believe that I'm mixed with black, I have African in me, this, and that, da. So therefore, there is something inferior about being West African. Who told you that? Who told you that? Right? We take a whole lot of you light-skinned people, we put you in the classroom, you pick whatever major you want. Pick biology, pick chemistry, pick physics, pick whatever you want. A whole bunch of light-skinned people and a whole bunch of dark-skinned people from West Africa. We're going to run circles around you. And I didn't stutter. You understand? You put us in the face of adversity. Light-skinned people with West African dark-skinned people, we're going to run circles around you. Ain't nobody scared. You know what I'm saying? What a lot of these light-skinned people remind me of, you're like lions. Like, even I wouldn't even say even lions. Like, you're like these little mammals in the jungles, right? You make a lot of noise, right? Because you're extremely fragile. I understand. It's that other side of you. You are extremely fragile. So because you're so fragile, you need to believe that there's people out there who want what you have, right? It's like, you know how they usually say, oh, the lion is the king of the jungle. Yeah, because the elephant chooses to stay quiet. Why? Because the elephant is wise. Have you ever seen a lion try to attack an elephant? Have you ever seen even a lion try to eat a baby elephant? Why? Because real gangsters recognize real gangsters, right? What is understood ain't got to be explained. The lion can go around and say, oh, I'm the king of the jungle, because you're loud. Because you're loud. Lions are loud, right? They roar and shit like that. No problem. But even when lions themselves, when lions see elephants coming, they move out the way. Why is that? Because you might be the king of the jungle, but we rule this motherfucking bitch, okay? Okay? Because that's the thing. When you're wise, because elephants are known to be wise, you ain't got to say everything because you know who you are. And I, Marlene, being from West Africa, being from the Ivory Coast, the land of the elephant people, right? I understand a whole lot because I am extremely wise. Everything ain't got to be said because you know who you are. You understand, right? I've been in this country for almost 30 years, and nobody light-skinned ever had me pressed, and nobody light-skinned ever had me folded, and nobody light-skinned ever made me feel any type of way about myself. You are crazy. You are really crazy. Sometimes your craziness is entertaining. But I'm like when she said what she said, I'm like, oh, this is getting a little too much. It's getting a little too much, right? Stop trying to encourage, solicit dark-skinned people, especially those who are West African or African period, or people who look more African or who have more African blood in them, right? To feel as though we are less than, we are inferior, we have some kind of deficiency, we have some kind of we're being held back by something, one thing. No, it never gave. It never gave. I don't wake up in the morning being tormented. I am not tormented. Where I'm from does not torment me. Who I am does not torment me. You understand? I was born in the Ivory Coast in 1985, and I'm proud to be born in the Ivory Coast. I'm really proud. Okay? I am extremely proud. I speak 4 languages, maybe 5. I don't know. It depends what day it is. Okay? I do a lot of things. I have friends from all around the world. I could go anywhere in the world and make friends with people. I can go anywhere in the world and probably speaks that person's language, right? I don't have, okay? I don't have a single issue with being born Black. I don't have a single issue with being born dark-skinned. I don't have a single issue with being West African. I don't have a single issue with being from the Ivory Coast. I don't even have an issue with my nose. When I was younger, this sick-ass society had me believing that, oh, there's something wrong with my nose. No, my nose is just fine. Okay? Okay? I am extremely proud to be West African. I love my nose. It's big, but it fits my face. I love my lips. They're big, but they fit my face. I love my forehead. It's big, but it fit my face, right? I love my hair. I think like for the past year or so, I've been wearing my natural hair, right? I've never bleached my skin. Never. My top lip is darker. My bottom lip is pink. Yeah. I think for the most part, when you see me, you could be, oh yeah, she probably is African, right? I am perfectly fine with that. I am perfectly fine with that. So please, please, and I need people who are dark-skinned, and I need people who are dark-skinned also and African, but people who are dark-skinned, period. I need y'all to stop coming on social media and always crying about, woo, I'm dark-skinned, I'm dark-skinned, because when you do that, you're really going to have people believing that we're sitting here like dying in our flesh. We're sitting here regretting our lives. We wake up in the morning cursing God because we're born dark-skinned. We wake up in the morning cursing God because we have 4C hair. And it's also people who have 4C hair. No matter your complexion and you have 4C hair, I need y'all to also stop coming on social media and always saying, oh, I hate taking care of my hair. 4C hair is too much work. I don't like taking care of 4C hair. 4C hair this, 4C hair that. You guys, you talk, so many women talk so horribly about 4C hair. You always talk so badly about 4C hair. It is hair just like everybody else's hair. Even people with straight hair, white people with straight hair, Asian people with straight hair, they still have to put in some work to take care of their hair. White people with curly hair, anybody with curly hair, they also have to do work to upkeep their hair. White women who bleached her hair, right? They also have to put in work to take care of their hair. Taking care of your hair takes time for everybody, right? It takes time for all people, right? Anybody, any woman of any background who has beautiful hair, she put time in to take care of her hair. Whether she's white, she's Asian, she's Indian, she's Arab, she's Black or whatever, right? She put in time to take care of her hair. Stop always coming on social media and always having negative things to say, disparaging things to say, awful things to say about 4C hair. Because when you do that, this is the message that you're sending. You might not mean to, but then you might just be venting out your frustration. But then people think, oh my gosh, 4C hair is so awful. 4C hair is a curse. 4C hair is diabolical. 4C hair is so hard to take care of. 4C hair this, 4C hair that. No, but you have time to pluck a wig. You have time to bleach the knot of a wig. You have time to wake up every day, install the wig. You have time to secure the wig. Like, no, the same effort you put in a fake wig and a lace front wig that's not even your hair, you need to have the same effort and the same love for your front, for your lace, for your natural hair. It's your natural hair. Stop coming on social media and saying negative things about 4C hair, because then other people are listening and they think there's something wrong with 4C hair. But when you're taking care of Indian hair stolen from those temples, okay, let's talk about that. Because when you also buy all these wigs to some extent, you are participating in human trafficking. A lot of the people who sell their hair for these weaves, they're starving. They're trying to get some food, right? And your dependency on somebody else's hair is causing people to be exploited. It's causing people to be taken advantage of. We can't sit here and accuse white people of racism and slavery when right now Black women and their unregulated, unmitigated thirst and hunger and appetite for hair from Indian people is causing a whole type of slavery. It's causing all kinds of human trafficking when these women are being taken advantage of. And they give up all this hair for $5. They give up all this hair for $20. When we need to start wearing our hair so that these women can stop being exploited, right? We are also connected to human trafficking. Learn to love your hair so that more women in India or in Asia somewhere can be released. This is not okay. I'm like, this is part of human trafficking, right? And it's slavery to some extent. White people enslaved us for labor. You are enslaving these Indian girls for their hair. Why? When you have hair that grows out your own hair, wear your own hair. Wear your own hair, right? The same way this Indian girl was able to grow her hair, you can grow your hair. But we're truly financing human trafficking. Like one day I watched a documentary on how these girls are giving up their hair. I was like, what the heck? Why are we doing this? Why are we contributing to this when we have hair that grows out of our head? But we don't want to learn to love our hair. We rather pay or be part of some black market, some dark enterprise for these poor Indian girls who are not educated, who don't have money, who need money for medication. Somebody had to go cut all of her hair. Maybe she even loved her hair, right? Maybe she loved her hair. Hey, Erica, what's up? Right? Maybe she loved her hair, but then she got to go give up her hair because she got to go pay medication for her baby. Do you really want to wear hair, wear somebody's hair who gave their hair out of grief? She gave her hair out of desperation. You want that energy on your head? You really want that energy on your head, right? Do you want to be responsible for a mother selling her hair so she can feed her babies because you can't bring yourself to love your hair because it reminds you of somebody from Africa? Are you serious? Are you serious? Hey, Janet, are you serious? You have such an issue with like African people and African hair that much, right? That you are willing to be a financier of human trafficking and human slavery? A lot of this hair is not harvested in ethical fashion. A lot of this hair is not harvested in ethical fashion. So if we're going to talk about the ethics and the lack of ethics of white people and slavery and what they did to these African people, we also got to think about it the same way. Yo, I don't want to be involved in human trafficking over hair. It is never that serious. It is never that serious. But you watch these documentaries and you see the disposition of these young ladies who are giving up their hair. She's not doing it from a good place. She's hungry. She's poor. Her child is sick. So because of that, she's giving up her hair. But who's to say she doesn't love her hair? I don't want to do that. I'd rather just give her the money to go buy her child's medication. I don't want your hair, sis. Wear your hair. It is your hair. I'm going to grow my own hair. Like it's sick as hell, right? And it's crazy how in one story you can be oppressed, but in another, when you like in the sequel, you are the oppressor because you're also not checking yourself and you're not checking your consumerism and you're not checking how your preferences and your desires, right? When you could grow your own hair, is bringing harm to another person because they live in a third world country. How are you any better? How are you any better? I don't want anybody's hair that, like, if you were happy to give up your hair, that's one thing. But if you felt compelled, coerced, traumatized, bullied, you know what I mean, put under duress to give up your hair just so you can make $10 to go feed your babies, I don't want to be involved with any of this. I can grow my own hair and I will grow my own hair. I don't want no parts of this. I do not want any parts of this. Right? But I need a lot of Black women who have 4C hair to stop coming on social media and always complaining about 4C hair, always having disparaging things to say about 4C hair, always having nasty things to say about 4C hair. 4C hair is beautiful. Yes, it has its challenges, just like everybody else's hair. If you meet a white girl who has excessively curly hair, I'm sure she also has challenges, right? But it's all part of learning to love yourself. You have to love your hair. Right? Now that I'm more intentional about my hair, I understand like 4C hair, it does get dry. So guess what? Throughout the week, I make sure that I moisturize my hair because it's the hair that gets dry. That does not make it a bad thing. All it takes is like 20 minutes. It is not that hard. And that's because I redo all of my twists, right? But you can take 5 or 10 minutes, put some cream into your hair with some nice oil and just like, just re-moisturize your hair. It is not that hard. If you buy great products and you use the products throughout the week, the hair is not going to be that much trouble. 4C hair is also a type of hair that is prone to single strand knots. Like, it likes to knot on itself, right? That's just what it does. So I have shears. When I do my hair and I feel a knot, I just cut it. And also make sure that you are regular with your trims. If you schedule your trims every 2 or 3 months, your 4C hair should not cause you that much problems, right? Also, steam your hair. If you have 4C hair, buy a steamer. It's like $80 on Amazon or on eBay, right? You can go on eBay, buy yourself a damn steamer. Buy a steamer, right? But it's like every hair type has its challenges. Even a white girl or Asian girl that has like bone straight hair, sometimes like, yo, I wish my hair could hold a curl because the hair is so straight, it doesn't hold a curl. Every woman has issues with her hair, right? But it doesn't mean that your hair is intrinsically bad. Just because you have hair that reminds you of African people doesn't mean that it's bad hair. It is not bad. If Africa was so bad, please tell me why they had to go steal people from Africa. Why did they go steal people from China? Why did they go steal the people from Latin America? Why did they have to go steal people from Africa? If being African is so horrible, why steal those people? If being African is so horrible, please tell me why the French are still in Africa, the British are still in Africa, the Chinese are all over Africa, the Germans are all over Africa. You know, if Africa is so bad, why are people always there, right? If Africa is so bad, why did you steal millions of people from such a horrible place, a godforsaken place? We're just so horrible. Why steal us? Why not just leave us alone? Make it make sense, right? So we have to stop doing this. Because when you always sit there and you speak negatively about your complexion, you speak negatively about your features, you sit here and you speak negatively about your hair texture, right? Other people are like, oh, wow, well, damn, they must be doing bad, huh? Ooh, they must not love themselves. Ooh, they must be struggling. Ooh, they must be doing this. No, I am not. I am not. Everybody has to learn to love themselves. Even the most beautiful white woman, she could be super gorgeous to you, but she could also suffer with low self-esteem because it's not so obvious to love yourself. The prettiest Korean girl, she could be so gorgeous to so many people, but inside she's suffering, right? The prettiest Indian girl, she could be so pretty, have the prettiest olive skin, have the prettiest hair, walk out here looking like Jasmine, and yet she's also struggling to love herself. You can have the prettiest light-skinned girl, right? And she could be so pretty to you with everything that, oh my gosh, look at her. She's so light-skinned, she's so pretty. And she could suffer to love herself. You can have the prettiest dark-skinned girl, and she also suffers to love herself, right? You can have the prettiest Arab girl. She can also suffer to love herself because loving yourself is not easy. Everybody has to, well, I mean, some Africans did, but not every African did. That is also not correct. It's an entire continent. Okay? It's an entire continent. Some Africans definitely took a part in the slave trade. Absolutely. Because some people are greedy. However, you can't say that everybody in Africa was out here just selling slaves. That is also incorrect. That is incorrect. We don't deal in extremes, right? Everywhere you go, you will find traitors. Everywhere you go, you'll find a sellout. Everywhere you go, you'll find somebody who's going to put money over everything else. You will find that everywhere, right? Just like here in America, we could also agree that the Black Americans who agree to do gangster rap and do all this foolishness, right? You could agree for easy cashew money, they go in the studio and they sing all kinds of foolishness. But does that mean that every Black American engages in rap music, rap culture, and all that degeneracy? No, right? But you will always find an idiot who's going to put money over everything. You will always find an imbecile who's going to put greed over everything, right? You're being offered all this money by a cashew person. So you go in the studio and say whatever they tell you to say. Oh, talk about how you kill people. Talk about how you sell drugs. Wumpy, just like Future, right? You sing about all these drugs. Come to find out, you don't even take drugs. Then why are you singing this stuff, right? So you will find a sellout everywhere. I could even make the argument that there are plenty of African-American men who sell other African-American men into the prison system. Right? Because this rap music is definitely a prison pipeline, right? Because the goal of rap music, the goal of rap music is to seduce a lot of young, impressionable, young African-American men into thinking that, oh, being outside is where it's at, being part of a gang is where it's at, you're a real one, you're a real YN, wumpy, right? It's intentional. Meanwhile, you look at these rappers, many of them never been to jail, never been to prison, never sold anything, but they will gladly get on there, portray a lifestyle, sing about things because their job is to send people to prison. So it's no different. It is no different. And I think sometimes the issue is, right, when it comes to this whole African conversation, right, a lot of time it's perspective bias. So it's like when I look at an African person, I can see everything that's wrong with the African person, right? But I never look inward to say, wow, this behavior that I'm seeing in African people, right, I wonder if I'm also not doing the same thing, right? But that takes self-awareness. right? And that takes less, and that takes not having too much pride. And that also takes realizing that you're not above African people. You understand, right? Because when we sit here and want to be consumed about who's black, who's white, who's this, at the root of it all, people are greedy. Even the white people who got involved in the slave trade, they didn't sell African people because they were white. Just because you're white does not mean that you have a propensity for slavery, okay? These are greedy ass, evil people. But we see their skin color first. Oh, these are white people who did this. No, these are greedy ass, low down, godless people who chose to sell people with a different complexion. They're evil people. If they could have sold Native Americans, they would have done that. These people are greedy as fuck, right? That the issue is sometimes it's not even a black versus white issue, an African versus an African American issue. Sometimes it's just greed. People are greedy. People are excessively greedy, and godless, greedy people are a threat to humanity, right? Because in all honesty, why would you ever be African American and go into a studio for a Jewish man and sing, "Oh, my ninja, when I see you, I'm gonna shoot you"? Why are you singing that? Why are you singing that? Right? And the whole time you live in Malibu, the whole time you're living somewhere in Miami, somewhere in Biscayne Bay, completely like you're living a whole posh life. But when you talk to the young black American boy, oh, you know, I grew up just like you. I grew up in the gutter. Just shut the hell up. Shut up. Okay? Shut the hell up. You're lying to this boy. Right? So you know, I'm black, he's black. If he looks at me, he's going to identify with me. And once he identifies with me, he's going to trust me. And then you take advantage of that trust and you completely mislead this young boy. Right? Jay-Z will sit here and talk about drugs. And has he ever been to jail? He ever been to prison? Okay. I personally don't even think he ever sold drugs. Because when I sit here and I listen to a lot of people from New York, and all the boys that used to put in work outside in New York, his name never came up. His name never comes up. So I'm like, you sold drugs to who? Where? When? Right? It's all a persona. It's all a persona. So how is that any different than these African people who partook in the slave trade? When you make music that encourages criminality, when you make music that encourages young African-American men to not see to not see themselves in other people, right? Because when you call somebody a ninja, you are dehumanizing a person. It's dehumanizing. When you sit here and you're African-American, knowing everything you know about this country's history, because it is your history, and you sign to a Jewish label, you're under a Jewish person, and you go in the booth and you say, "Oh, my ninja, when I see you, prop, I'm gonna load the chopper up. When I see you, prop, you niggas, like, what is this? What is this, right?" Do you see anybody named David or Jacob or Benjamin talk about, "Oh, when we was out in Auschwitz, I was gassing my niggas up all the way up in Auschwitz"? You were never gonna see that, right? Right? Do you ever see Jewish people out here make a mockery or make rap about gassing people up in the Auschwitz? Right? Because my nigga David and my niggas Benjamin and my what's it called? Whatever name they got in the Torah, right? You ain't never gonna see that, right? You will never see a Jewish boy named David say, "Oh, you know what I'm saying? What's it called? How do they say it again? Right? How do they say it? What's it? Mazel tov, pull up on the Mazel tov, cocktail of Kalashnikov." You're not gonna see this, right? But you can do ratchet Jewish rap. Absolutely. Mazel tov, pull up on the round and a cocktail of Mazel tov, whatever, pow, in the Auschwitz, gassing my niggas up, wumpty wump, and I saw my nigga David, pow, my name is Benjamin. Like, you ain't gonna see this. You will never see this, right? So when a Jewish man comes to you and you're African American, why do you agree to do this? Why do you agree to do this? Like, if they do it, if the Jewish man pays a Jewish boy to do ratchet Jewish rap, to do ratchet concentration camp rap, okay, to do ratchet ghetto rap from the Germany, okay, he's being fair because he pays his own people to sing that kind of music, right? But when their people never sing that kind of music, why do you take his money to talk about violence in your community? Why do you take his money to call your own people the N-word when you're signed to a Jewish label? Why do you take his money to talk like this about your people? Why do you take his money to glamorize drugs to people who look just like you, right? Right? Why don't you, when you're young Black American men, why don't you have empathy for all these Black American mothers who are doing the very best they can to raise these boys by themselves? Why don't you say to yourself, "You know what? That's my little brother. Like, I remember growing up like him. Let me encourage him to stay in school. Let me encourage him to not get anybody pregnant. Let me encourage him to not go into the streets. Let me encourage him to be sober. Let me encourage him to help his mom. Let me encourage this young man to have pity on your mom. Have mercy on your mom. Because if you get arrested, who's gonna help your mom? If you're locked up in there and they give you life in prison, you mean to tell me your mother's gonna die? You're not gonna be at the funeral, right? There are consequences to this stuff, but they don't care because they take the money, because they're no different. These are slave catchers. A lot of these rappers are slave catchers, and their job is to fill these prisons up. That is their job. Their job is to fill up these prisons. Their job is to glamorize drugs to you, knowing damn well either you're going to die, you're going to hurt people, or you're going to go to prison. But they keep doing it, right? Their job is to get you to impregnate all these girls that you don't even have money to take care of. You don't have money to take care of. But how many rappers are sitting here, even football players, are sitting here glamorizing and impregnating all these Black girls, destroying all these Black American girls, right? So I'm like, it's so funny to me how people always want to like double check or like try to fact check African people. I'm like, there's a lot of work to do here, right? Start over here, right? Start here, right? Why don't so many Black American men not feel a certain way about always hurting so many Black American women? If you're not going to marry her, why you get her pregnant? Right? This whole baby mama concept, this whole baby mama, it's Black American men who labeled Black American women baby mama. That term comes from Black American men. When you look at Latinas, a lot of Latinas have kids out of wedlock. Okay, because I'm outside. I'm outside in the barrio, okay? I'm outside in these streets. El Camino, I'm outside. A lot of Latinas have kids out of wedlock. Many Latinas get pregnant out of wedlock. But in their community, there's no term called baby mama. There's no term like that. It's like, oh, she has kids. That's it. That's that. It's not a big deal, right? But over here, people will typecast you. People will stigmatize you. Oh, you're a baby mom, but then why you get her pregnant? If you know you don't want to get married, why do you get her pregnant? Right? I'm like, and you see, and all of that, it fits all this dysfunction. It creates so much dysfunction. It creates so much harm. And so many of these rappers, yet again, this is what they promote to young Black boys. This is what makes you a Black man. Go, quote unquote, spread your wild oats. No, you're causing a you're causing a ruckus. You are messing things up. You can have sex with someone without getting somebody pregnant. Why don't these rappers preach about safe sex? Why don't these rappers preach about pulling out? Why do these rappers say, you know what? I understand, young men, you're gonna want to have sex, but please don't get her pregnant. If you're not gonna marry her, don't damage her. If you're not gonna marry her, don't leave her with some weight. You understand? We'll sit here and we'll talk about, oh, there's African people who sold African people to slavery. Like I said, Marlene, I'm not gonna argue with that, because some people definitely did. They did, and they make money off of it. And may God continue to punish these people. But my point is also, right, we sit here in America, we sit here with Black America, 21 million Black American babies have been aborted. How come Black American men don't get upset and take a stand against that? Because isn't that also a form of human trafficking, right? Do you not have a lot of Black American men who gladly pay for abortions, who gladly pay for Black babies to be murdered in the womb, right? Who gladly turn their backs on the fact that there's a Black baby coming to this world? You see, all of that is abandoning Black people. So whether you sold Black people into slavery, or whether you're Black over here and you're paying for abortions, you're paying to murder Black children, you're going to a studio and you're promoting gangster rap to Black kids, you're promoting thug life to Black kids, you're promoting drug dealing to Black kids, how are you different? How are you different? How are you any different? And how are you any better? Right? Because when we recognize evil in other people, we have to make sure that we don't perpetrate the same evil unto other people. We shouldn't do that. We shouldn't do that. And I'm West African. I will never say that you did not have some African people who took pleasure, who took pride, who took joy in selling other African people. Because, and I can see why, not to say it's okay. First is greed, but also there was not this collective understanding, oh, we're all Black. They're like, no, I'm not Black. I am so-and-so. I am this, I am that. People, most African people before the Europeans came abusing people, most African people don't see themselves as quote unquote Africans. Okay, even the name Africa or the term African, once again, is white people who gave us that. Okay. White people say, oh, this is called Africa. You people are called African. Okay, sure, whatever. Okay. But these people, most African people see themselves per their ethnicity. And that's why you can go to most African countries, nationality does not take precedence over your ethnicity. Ethnicity comes first. Nationality comes after. So for those people, if you're not my ethnicity, why would I not tell you? They don't care, right? White people abusing, stop saying that.
Yes.
That is not nice. Good job, man. Good job. Maverick, say hi to people, Trav. Okay. Okay. But my thing is, I forgot what I was gonna say. Yeah, because we were collectively oppressed, right, by white people. I guess people have to go, okay, I guess we got to stick together and then see ourselves as black because they called us black, Negro, negra, whatever you want to say, whatever, right? The N-word, they came up with that as, okay, all you people are the same. It's like, really? But these people never saw themselves as one. They didn't. And to this day, you go to most African countries today, people see themselves as their ethnicity first. Ethnicity comes first. Then it's your nationality. So you're not Ivorian first. You are your ethnicity first. Then you're Ivorian, right? Like you're not going to be, I guess like South African first. You'll be a Zulu first. Then you're South African, right? Because ethnicity means more to us than nationality, which I understand because these countries and their borders are somewhat superficial because these were borders that were designed by white people. Okay, these are not African people who designed their borders. It's like, oh, you're Ghanaian. What does that even mean? Right? Oh, you're Ivorian. What does that even mean? You're Nigerian. What does that mean? People will see themselves as Igbo. That means more to them than quote unquote being Nigerian. People will see themselves as Yoruba. That means more to them than being Nigerian. Like African people put their ethnicity first. So if we don't have the same ethnicity, I'm like, okay, I don't like you. So you can go, right? Which is not okay because ultimately everybody got sold. Right. So they pay for that. But my thing is, I do believe that this behavior is continuing over here because when you're a black person, I told you, when you're a black person, you truly have to be mindful of how you behave. And you really have to be mindful of your messaging. And when you have when you have millions and millions and millions of followers, right, you really have to ask yourself, what, like my messaging, does it actually give life? Does my messaging give life? Right? Or are you just helping the government? Are you helping the prison system? Are you helping the powers that be just fill up these prisons with a bunch of black bodies? Right? You have a choice. Even if you have to go independent, you still have a choice. When you sign to a cashew label for fast money, but in order to make that fast money, you have to promote drugs, gangster culture, degrading black women, wumpty wump wump, just so you can get a Grammy. Like seriously? Trinkets, right? To get an album of the year, what do you have to really sing about, right? But the sad part is there's always an imbecile that is willing to put money over some kind of loyalty. There's always some idiot somewhere that is willing to put greed over I don't know. I mean, I think some people, a lot of Yoruba people were sold in the West Indies, but you also have other people. Like me personally, I will never say that I don't believe that before the slave trade, you never had Africans who traveled the world. I don't believe that because the Chinese traveled the world before the Europeans. Right. And for me, like Chinese definitely did. And I don't think the Chinese people had issues with black skin the way Anglo-Saxons and the French had issues with black skin. So it would not be lost on me that there is a strong possibility that African people had traveled way before the Columbus, the Magellan, like all these people that, they brainwash you with at school. Right. I don't believe that. Right. Because I think part of Western, like European bias or European arrogance, right, is that for a lot of Europeans, until they do something, is as if nobody ever did anything, right? So if they're not doing it, then anybody who did it before is completely inconsequential, which I don't believe, because the first world maps were in Mandarin, which lets us know that the Chinese traveled before the Europeans. They traveled before the Europeans. They got to know the world before the Europeans. I believe a lot of people migrated before the Europeans even showed up. Because I'm like, how do you explain these really, really dark-skinned Indian people in India? How do you I'm like, these people, they're so dark-skinned. I'm like, oh my gosh, we have the same complexion. It's just that your hair is a lot slicker, right? I'm like, I don't believe that these people don't have Negroid in them. When it comes to a lot of Asian people too, I feel like the way their nose is flat for some of them, a lot of Asians have flat nose. They're running away from that. A lot of Koreans get rhinoplasty also because they don't want to have a flat nose. But I don't believe that once upon a time, you didn't have any Africans who went to Asia. I don't believe that. Even in Japan, I don't believe that you never had any black Japanese. I don't believe that. Even in Palestine, like Palestine has their black Palestinians, but many times you don't see them, right? Because that's one thing about the history of humanity is that Black people are always erased out of everywhere because they want you to believe that you never existed in certain places. They don't want you to see yourself as like a trailblazer. They don't want you to see yourself as somebody who's out here traveling before the Europeans, right? You always have to see yourself as broken, stupid, without religion, without culture, unsophisticated, wump, right? But that is part of the white propaganda machine. They have to get into your mind and make you believe that you are so inconsequential, right? That's what they do. And then that way they can control you better. But I don't believe that you never had anybody out of the entire continent who never came here. I don't believe that. Maybe not as in many numbers, but I do believe that you did. I do believe that you could have had a few African people who had traveled the world way before the Europeans. Now, what I do believe is like the slave trade, it's more of an enterprise. So it's like Amazon. Like, so the Africans to me who traveled before, it's like your mom and pop store. It's like a little bit of people. The slave trade, it's like that's a whole enterprise where like ships are built accordingly, vessels are built accordingly. There's like, holding cells, things like that to get as many people out of the continent to come here and to work for free and to be taken advantage of, right? But there's so much we'll probably never know because the Europeans did burn a lot of stuff. They burned a lot of stuff. They burned buildings. They burned paperwork. They burned artifacts. They killed anybody that could have remembered history, right? They bring you to a different place. They change your name. They change your religion, right? So that way you're just a clean slate. And they can do whatever they want to do to you. They can make you believe whatever. Because anybody who could tell you otherwise is dead. Any book or any manuscript that could tell you anything different is burnt. Or maybe it's somewhere in the Vatican somewhere, right? Where you have no access to it. Now, when you look at when you look at Russians, for example, because like Russians, they practice, I guess, like Orthodox Christianity, right? But for a lot of Russians, their angels are Black people, right? Yeah, in 1996, yeah, okay? Like a lot of Russians, their angels are Black people. They have no issues having Black angels. You crazy. They have no issues like having like Black angels in their churches, whether they draw the stuff. Like they have no issues with Black faces, right? So Orthodox Christianity in Russia does put Black-skinned people to some extent on a pedestal. When you compare Anglo-Saxons, the French, and even the Italians, right? And their way of understanding Christianity is like there's not a single Black faces anywhere. Everybody has to be white. Everybody look white, right? So that's part of the white, like that's part of the European propaganda machine. As a Black person, you need to be deficient. Okay? You know what I'm saying? Maybe, I don't know. I truly don't know. Anything is possible. Anything is possible. But it's also very possible, like it's not even just possible. A lot of Africans were sold here. And that is a fact. Because a lot of Black people a lot of Black Americans take their DNA and their ancestry is 100%. I mean, it's a whole lot of West African, right? It's a whole lot of West African. Like me, having lived in Louisiana, for example, like you cannot convince me that like, oh, okra is like originally from Louisiana. Okra is a West African dish. So you look at cuisine, sometimes you look just at the cuisine alone, you know that West African people had a part to play, right? So I'm like, I take issues with people also who want to like erase the fact that they were African people who were sold here. Like, oh no, we were just here all the time. That is not correct. You go to Louisiana, you look at Louisiana cuisine, even like the okra itself lets you know these are West African people. It's not random. Okra does not naturally grow in the Louisiana. Okay, I don't like whoever was here, they were not out here just actively growing okra for the sake of it, right? Like dishes that have like oxtails and things like that. Because you look at a lot of West African cuisine, yeah, even black beans. So it's like, no, they were West African people too. It's okay. You can have two things can occur at the same time. You can have that you did have some Black people, Black skinned people who were here before the Europeans came here. Maybe I'm not against that. But I'm definitely against the fact that we want to sit here and pretend that there were never any Africans who were sold on this continent. There were never any Africans who were sold in what is now known the Americas. Like what? Are we doing that? Even Uncle Shannon took his DNA. I think he would identify as an FBA, right? Uncle Shannon took his DNA test. He's like 90% Nigerian. So how's that possible? Right? So a lot of Africans were sold here. Even white people acknowledge that they stole the people. They were sold in the Americas. They were sold in Latin America, which is why a lot of black Latinos, for example, adhere to Yoruba spiritual practices. They worship Oshun. They worship like Yemoja. They do worship Oludumare, right? Because these are Yoruba people. In Haiti, the same thing, right? So yeah, and Cuba also the same thing. A lot, even in Brazil, a lot of these black people, and in Brazil has way more black people than America. Okay, Brazil has 98 million black people. America only has 46 million. So it's like, okay, and these 98 million people from the Brazil who are black, they know they're African. So we're not going to sit here and act like, oh my gosh, like, oh, nobody was sold from Africa. Nobody came here from Africa. No, the slave trade was real. But does the slave trade mean that there was never any like inherent black people here? I don't think it does. But a lot of African people were stolen. Many were stolen. Many were brought here and they were tortured. Okay. And even they acknowledge that. You have the slave trade post, whether it's in Ghana, they have one, in Senegal, they have one, right? There are remnants. They are the places are there, like the buildings are there where people were sold. The books are there. You can go to Dakar, you can go to Senegal, for example, and you will see the names of the people who were sold, right? You go to Louisiana, you go to some of these plantations, they have the names of the people who were sold. And a lot of these names are Fulani names. A lot, like me, we went to the Whitley plantation. A lot of the names of the people in that mausoleum were Fulani names, Mandinga names, and some of them were also like Ashanti, like they were in Twi. They were Ghanaian names. Like if you're West African, you know these names, right? You know these names. So I take issue with the fact that like some people want to make it seem as though there were never any African people who were sold here. Like there's no possibility of like being mixed with any African. It's like that's disgusting to me, because what exactly is your issue? Right? Okay. So black people that have black skin, melanated people could have been here. They could have been here. It's possible. Anything is possible. But to truly sit here in 2024 and to be so obsessed with this lie that there was never African sold here, there's like no African with that's insanity. My father-in-law even took his DNA test. He also has Congolese in him, because yes, a lot of people were stolen. Like what was called back then, it was the DRC and it was Angola. Angola of yesteryears during the slavery was part of Congo. Even Congo Brazzaville, it was part of Congo. Maybe even Central Africa was part of the Congo. But a lot of African people were stolen out of Africa. They were stolen. It's okay. It's fine, right? We're not saying that you're not FBA if you do happen to have some African ancestry. We're not saying that you're not old reparation if you do happen to have some African ancestry. We're not saying that. But one thing that, like I said, to me, anything is possible. I'm not going to say I don't believe that. But I do believe that compared to the Mayans, for example, you have strong testaments that the Mayans existed. People who make the argument that, oh, like all these black people would live here in America, I want to see what that looks like, because I have yet to see the evidence. I don't think it's impossible, but I have yet to see the evidence. When it comes to the Mayan people, when it comes to the Aztec people, right, we know that those people existed. When it comes to most Native American nations who also were on this land, because it is their land, right, we also have evidence that they existed. When you look at the history of a lot of Native American people, you look at their people, their chief, their customs, everything like that. I have yet to see the evidence that they were black people, melanated people who lived on this land. So maybe you have proof of that. I don't know, but I would love to see it, because I have yet to see it, right? But when it comes to Cherokee, we know they existed and they still do exist. Yeah. When it comes to Navajo people, we know they exist. When they existed, they really walked this place. It really was their place, right? You know, especially when you're in the South, for example, like you drive to the South, Mississippi, like the majority of rivers have Native American names, right? Mississippi is a Native American name, like Pascagoula, Florida, Tallahassee, Wumpty Wump, all these names are Native American names. These are Native American people names, okay? So it's like you have undeniable evidence that these people existed, to so much so that the people left the names intact, right? The like, what's it called? What Chattahoochee River. Even here in Virginia, we have some, right? Rappahannock. Like these are Native American terms. Okay, so I'm like, yeah, you know they existed. You go further down south, you look at Mexico, for example, right? You have no question that the Mayans existed. It's not just the cuisine of the Mexican people, but you can see the temples of the Mayan people. We are aware of their worship practices. We are aware of how they used to worship. When it comes to the Aztec, people also, we have evidence that the Aztec people existed, right? Even to this day, even in Mexico, you have these white-skinned Mexicans who many of them are European. Many of them are also Jewish because after the Second World War, a lot of people immigrated into Latin America because it was easier for them. Argentina has a strong European Jewish population, right? But today they identify as Argentinian, but they're actually European, right? So that's that. In Bolivia, I mean, there are a lot of people who existed who walked this land from Northern America, or even in Canada also, from Canada to North America to Latin America, right? Even in the islands, Jamaica, you know, Dominican Republic and Haiti, Cuba, Hispaniola, that whole thing, like the whole Hispaniola thing. You have evidence that the Arawak, they existed, right? You know that they existed. And also like not being, I mean, you can see it. But for people who talk a lot about, oh, there were black people here before, they say that, but they have yet to give us the evidence. They say that, but they have yet to make documentaries to say, okay, this is where they used to live. This is how they used to practice. This is how they used to worship. This is how they used to eat. We have yet to see that, right? So me personally, I love history. I will consume anything that's history related. So if you have that information, I would love to see it. If you have pictures, I mean, anything you have, I would love to consume it because the more you know, the better you'll be for it. But I think it's anybody can claim anything. But claiming is one thing. Being able to have receipts for things is real, right? But like you go to Louisiana and you see how these people eat food. You see how they cook their food. You see how they eat the food. It's like, yep, these are some West African people. Okra everywhere. Okra in this. Okra here. Okra. Like what is this? Okay. I mean, me, it doesn't bother me. That like one time I was on TikTok. And this one brother was saying like, oh, he's from Native. He's like mixed with some kind of Native American nation, and he was going on and on and on and on. I was like, okay, brother, but you're saying this, but why are you not on the reservation with those people, right? If these are your people, if you claim that you are related to these people, you come from these people, then why are you not living on the reservation with these people? That's number one. Number two, why are you not also upholding the practices, the religious practices, the way of life of these people, right? Make sense? So I'm like, that's the part that really confuses me. Because if I see a Native American person and they say, oh, I'm Cherokee or I'm Navajo, like most of them, they live with their people, right? And then when they have their holidays, they come out in their outfit, they wear their outfit, they wear their clothes, like they know their history, right? So I'm like, anybody can be on TikTok and claim anything. But it's always lost on me. Like, if you claim that you're from these people, why aren't you living on the reservation with these people? That's number one. Number two, why don't you uphold their religious practices, right? Because a lot of them don't even eat meat. Okay, a lot of them don't eat meat. They don't do certain things. So I'm like, anybody can claim anything, but ultimately you have to live the lifestyle. You have to live the lifestyle. You have to honor the gods. You have to worship the gods, right? You really have to be locked in with what it means to be this, and that. Otherwise, it's like, is it cultural appropriation, right? Because you need to believe that you were here before so-and-so, right? Because that's crazy to me. You understand? Because once again, you can claim anything, but if you don't live the culture, if you don't practice the culture, you don't practice the religion, then how can you say that you're one? Same thing. Let's say somebody said, oh, I'm Muslim. You say you're Muslim, but you don't dress like a Muslim. You don't act like a Muslim. You don't pray like a Muslim. You don't honor any of the holidays like a Muslim. You don't honor Allah like a Muslim. So are you really a Muslim? I think that's what it is. It's rejecting Africa. There you go. Right? But, and to me, like, part of me, once again, it doesn't bother me. Honestly, I'm comfortable in my skin. I could see how some people will want to make the argument that we were here before in order to not, quote unquote, get cheated out of like some inheritance, right? Because if you consider how this nation was built, right? A lot of Black people in this nation built this country for free. Like, they did a lot of labor for free, right? They did a lot of things for free. So I can see how you want to have a claim to what this is. So in case that stuff gets divided up or people get this and that, you want to make sure that you're not cheated out of something, right? Because you see, like me, Marlene, like that, and that's a beautiful thing about being. That's the beautiful thing about being intelligent. Because when you're intelligent, you don't take everything personally, right? So, like me, Marlene, I'm not gonna be offended because I get it. You understand? Because with so many immigrants coming here and this and that, you know, let's say one day America has to split up this inheritance, right? If you're seen as being from Africa, you might not get what you are owed. You understand? So that's why I don't take an issue with people who try to delineate, because I get it, right? I get it. Like me, the whole FBA thing, I've said this before, it doesn't bother me because I don't look at it any different than I would look at ethnicity, right? People, I mean, to me, it's not people who are saying that they're not Black, but they're saying like they are foundationally Black Americans. I mean, like we were here first. I perfectly get that, because God forbid one day there's an inheritance or money has to be divided up. We do need to separate those who were here first, who are descendants of slavery and sharecroppers and this and that. We need to know who they are. So when let's say reparation is paid, they need to get it. But if we don't separate who's like from here first and who's a Black immigrant, then some people are going to get robbed. And then some people are going to get money they don't deserve to get because you were not oppressed. Like you were not sold into slavery here. What's your problem? Okay. So me, I get that. So I don't take offense to that. I really don't. It doesn't bother me. Right? Get your bread. Get your money. Get your money from the government. Like me, even Marlene, I'm pro reparations. My only issue with reparation is that I need people to start coming up with a plan of how you would go about doing reparations. Right? Like Tariq Nasheed, he doesn't bother me too much. But my only issue with Tariq is that you keep talking about reparations, but you have yet to come up with the plan. Because we can talk about this for all we want. Because then it's like, and I can see why some people would start calling it a grift, right? Because you're talking, but we have yet to see a proper plan. How would you pay reparations? Right? So I need people to say, okay, we want reparations, and this is how we would go about reparations. Me, it doesn't bother me. Get your money. Right? But I think the best part is to know how would you go about getting reparations, because that's the hardest part. Is reparations like money to HBCUs? Is reparations money directly to descendants of the enslaved? If yes, how would you find those people? Right? So I'm like, me, I am more solution driven. Like I need to know how you would go about it. But personally, Marlene, I am not against reparations, because I do believe that people suffered out here. And people do deserve compensation. But then how do you go about it? Like, how do you find the people? Right? Because it's been so long. It's been so long. So I'm like, how would you properly identify people? Because then someone is going to have to work on a database where you are properly identifying foundational Black Americans through like lineage of slavery and, you know, and like sharecropping and things like that. But the work has to be done. Tariq, he talks a lot, but I don't see the work. Like you need to start thinking about how would you go about giving reparations. If you could get it to pass to the Senate, right? If it goes to the House, it goes to the Senate. What is it going to be? Like, what does it look like? And what do most FBAs want reparations to look like? What does it look like to you? So I think even that too, like maybe you come up with like a non-for-profit, an office, you know, with a bunch of really, really smart people and economists and lawyers to really start thinking about what does reparations look like for African Americans, right? And if there's a dollar amount, what is that amount? And how are you determining that amount? And then once you're done with the plan, you know, try to have as many Black Americans look at it, see if they like it, see if they're okay with it. And then you try to have people like in Congress who can back it up. And hopefully it goes to the House and then the president can sign it. Because otherwise, all it is just a conversation, right? But at some point, we got to go past the conversation and actually putting great ideas together, people putting their brains together and say, okay, what does that look like? How would you pay it? How do you find the people? How would you pay the people? Right? And also, if it's money, will people have to pay taxes on that? You know, it's a lot of things that have to be thought about. But I think right now, what I see being done, and which I personally believe is chaotic, it's just like, oh, we're FBAs and we're owed reparation. Okay. And everybody who doesn't agree with it, we hate you or we're against you. It's like, okay, that's a bit like, it's a bit chaotic, right? We got to be a bit more mature. Okay. We talk about reparations, no problem. But it's a lot of work. So I need people to put ideas to paper and be like, okay, this is what it would look like. This is how much it would cost. This is how you would pay it. We also want Congress not to like, you know, it has to be like tax-free money and this, and that. And then you're going to have a database and this, and that, because people really have to agree, and it's a lot. Because let's say you say, oh, reparations is like, I don't know, a certain amount of money, and then it comes out to like $300, right? You could have some people who are FBA who are like, well, that's not enough because it's just $300, right? And then you could have some people be like, you know what, I'm okay with the 300 because for them it's more of a symbolic gesture than to truly make money off of that. So it depends, but it's going to be a lot of work. So just talking about reparations to me, it's a bit lazy, okay? You truly have to start working on a plan. I think Ice Cube tried that. Like he tried to have a plan, like it's called like the platinum plan, and then they cussed his ass out because I don't know why they cussed him out, but at least he tried, right? Because a lot of people talk a good game, but not a lot of people truly want to sit down and be like, okay, what would reparations actually look like? Right? What would that look like? How would you find the people? Right? You know, because one person can have 25 great grandchildren, right? So do you pay the children, the parents, the grandparents? Like it's a lot. It's a lot. Because I know, like, you know, we talk about the Japanese people, for example, like Japanese people when they got out of the concentration camps, okay, brought to you by the Democrats. But the Japanese, when they got out of the concentration camps, the people who got out were paid directly. So that's a lot easier, right? Like, you know who you put in the concentration camp. When they come out, you give them the money directly, right? It wasn't like 50 years after the fact or 100 years after the fact, right? The Japanese were paid the money right then, right there. So Japanese Americans who were locked up in the concentration camp, they got the money right away, right? Directly. And also Japan got the Marshall Plan. It was like $2 billion then. I think now it comes out to like $56 billion in our modern like money, right? But they were paid right then and there after the offense was committed. When it comes down to slavery, from the time that slavery was abolished all the way to 2024, or whenever you're going to have reparations pass or go through, right? It's like that is a lot of people. So who do you pay? Do you find one family member and then you give that person all the money and then that person is responsible for distributing the money to all the people? Or do you find every single descendant and you give everybody the same amount of money? I don't know. Like, you really have to think about it, right? But I think a lot of people don't want to think about it because to some people, I do believe it's a grift, right? Because when you start thinking about how you will do it, you might start having a headache. They don't really want to do it. They want to be known for talking about it, but they don't really actually want to do the work to make sure that something gets done. Okay. Hey, Chelsea. Right? You see, so she said they have that in Canada. I didn't even know that, right? Yeah. You know? So, but even that, I'm sure you got to have some kind of paperwork to prove that you're Métis because because otherwise anybody can go apply. Because how do you stop fraudulent people from applying? You know what I'm saying? How do you stop like frauds from applying? Like, oh yeah, I'm FBA too, so I get some money. You know, and this is why I also had an issue with Kamala Harris running as president. That's why I had an issue. This is why I also had an issue with Kamala Harris cosplaying as a foundation Black American, because I'm like, this is extremely dangerous. Because now, if anybody who is Black, anybody who's Indian, or anybody who's Jamaican can be called Black, you are diluting what it means to be Black. You are diluting what it means to be Black American. Right? Because let's even say like, oh, like in the next 2 years, right? Reparations is approved. It goes through Congress, whatever. Do you think somebody like Roland Martin, right? Because Roland Martin, he's been so gassed up by so many African Americans, for example. I think sometimes he really thinks he's like, you know, because he has an issue with this whole FBA stuff, right? But someone like Roland Martin, right, who has been allowed to be a voice and whatever and be influential, even though he's quite an idiot, right? You think tomorrow, if you have reparations go through and it's like, oh, this is only for FBAs only, like you have to have direct lineage to slavery, you have to show that you have lineage, you think someone like Roland Martin is going to accept that? Is it? It's gonna be hard because he in his head, he's here too. So if there's a line to go get money, Roland Martin's gonna be in there. Even Joy Reid gonna be in there, right? Hey, can you blame Roland Martin? That's something like sometimes the stuff people do. Even Kamala Harris, I would not be surprised if they said, "Oh, we are approving reparations and we're giving this much money." I would not be surprised if Kamala Harris also goes in line to get some money because people told her. A lot of Black Americans have told her that she's Black. Because she went to Howard, so is she black? You know, like now it's the litmus test. Like the litmus test is if you go to Howard, or if you go to an HBCU, automatically you're a Black American, you're an FBA because you went to Howard, right? So imagine the number of Black immigrants or Black people who are not FBA who went to Howard. They're going to line up too. Oh yeah, I deserve some money. That's why I took a lot of offense to Kamala Harris cosplaying as an African American. I'm like, you're not. If anything, you are Indian, West Indian, like you're Indo-West Indian, right? Because her mama Indian and her daddy's from Jamaica. So I'm like, you are Indo-West Indian, right? But how many people who are Black Americans or even FBAs were out here saying, oh no, she black just like me, she's black just like us, she went to Howard, wumpty wump wump, wump it up and up and up. Okay? So what would be the benefit? what would be the benefit to identify as Black in Brazil? Do you know the history of Brazil? You know how many people they have? Brazil is a huge ass country. It's not a small country. So in Brazil is extremely racist. So what would be the benefit of identifying as Black in Brazil? They're oppressed. The majority of Black Brazilians live in the ghetto. What would be the benefit? The majority of Black Brazilians are like the poorest people in Brazil. They live in those favelas. They're in the ghettos. So why would they identify as Black? Whatever. These are Black people. It's like 98 million. It's a whole lot of them. It's a lot of people in the Brazil. Okay. So that's that. But I'm like, I would love for people to put ideas to paper, right? And then present it to the people and see if the majority of people agree. But me and Marlene, I can see how it's going to, if there's ever a day where reparations get approved, I can see a lot of people who are not FBA line up to say that they too deserve some money. I can see it. And that's exactly what's going to happen. Because someone like Roland Martin, you cannot tell Roland Martin that he's not allowed to receive reparation. Because in his head, he thinks he's allowed. He definitely thinks he's entitled. Okay. So that's that. You know? Yeah. So what do you do? Like, you have to bring like your birth certificate. Like, how do you establish bloodline? You know, because that's the thing. I don't know. I'm gonna look into it, right? But I would love to know how they did it in Canada, because I would love to know how do you establish your bloodline, right? Yeah, because a lot of people are gonna line up because there's a lot of confusion. Hey, for me, there's a lot of confusion. So that's why I don't mind. Because if we were in the Ivory Coast, for example, and you had lots of Black immigrants like from all around the world, yeah, you got to be able to separate like actual Ivorians from other Black immigrants, because you want to make sure that what belongs to the children of the country like stays with those children, right? It doesn't mean that you don't love other people, right? But when it comes to America, like even if we're all Black of skin, you know, we didn't contribute the same thing. Some people, like their family really, really suffered. Some people, their family really went through a lot, right? And some people, like you came, there was none of that drama because it was already fixed, right? So some people are deserving of something extra, right? It doesn't mean that you're not loved, but it's like, no, they do deserve something extra because they went through hell, literal hell, right? So they actually deserve something. But my issue is people need to start putting ideas to paper and say, okay, what would that look like? And how would you do it? Because, and also like maybe a lot of people now who are FBA need to properly work on their lineage. Like, so that the day it's approved, right? You have all your paperwork in order, because you don't want to wait until reparation is approved to start figuring out how you're going to prove lineage, right? How do you prove your lineage? So I'm like, maybe people need to start working on that now. So like when you have your paperwork in order, when it does get approved, whenever it does pass, or if it doesn't pass in your lifetime, but it passes in your children's lifetime, you can leave all the paperwork for your kids to go and properly claim what they're owed, right? But establishing lineage is really important, because it's a lot of confusion out here. It's a whole lot of confusion. It truly is. Now, another thing also like that people also have to think about, if people do believe that, I'm not West African, or I'm not of African descent, I didn't take part in the slave trade because we were here before, then are you owed reparation? Because the reparations of Native Americans were already paid, right? So people also got to think about that. Because I'm like, that's going to be really, really interesting, right? And I would love to see a lot of lawyers even have this conversation, because to me, reparations should be for the people who are the descendants of slavery, of the enslaved. But if you claim that you are Native American, that you are not connected to Africa, that you were here before, so most likely you are not involved in slavery, right? Many Native Americans were not involved in slavery. They were already paid their reparation. That's why they have the reservation. They don't get to pay taxes on like gambling and things like that, right? So they already received their reparation, right? So if that's what you claim, can you get reparations also? Yeah, but that's not enough reason for people to claim. It's 98 million people. Brazil is not the country with the most number of universities. Like, going to university is not a main reason why people are going to claim being Black. You got to make sense, right? Okay. You like, if it was like, oh, if you're Black Brazilian, you can have land, then I could see why a lot of people would have an incentive to lie about saying I'm Black Brazilian. You understand? But if it's just to go to university ain't free. You have to pay for that. Right? So why would you identify as Black? Right. So, but Brazil has 98 million people that are Black. That's a fact. And it's not because they're over exaggerating the numbers. No. Argentina also would have had way more Black people, but they committed genocide and they killed pretty much all the Black people. But a lot of Africans were stolen out of West Africa and Central Africa, because Congo is Central Africa, right? A lot of West African people and Central Africans were stolen out of Africa. Argentina just killed them all. Right. And if I don't know, Bruna is Angolese, so she can tell. She's from Angola, so Bruna can tell you. But if you ever consume Brazilian content, if you've ever consumed like Brazilian telenovelas, like the little sitcoms, like, you know what I mean, like all the little dramatic series, right? If you ever consume any Brazilian show growing up, I did, because I'm West African. So a lot of like West African countries would order Brazilian TV shows because they were a lot cheaper than American TV shows. They were a lot cheaper than French TV shows. But if you grew up young watching a lot of Brazilian content, yeah, they treat Black people horribly. They treat Black people horribly. You will even see like Brazilian grandmothers. You will see Black Brazilian grandmothers who pray for the granddaughters and their daughters to marry white men. So I'm not convinced that people are in Brazil willingly identifying as Black. Right? Because a lot of Black Brazilians don't want to be Black. Right? A lot of Brazilian grandmothers, they pray for their grandbabies. Oh, a lot of Brazilian grandmothers, they pray for their grandbabies to marry white men. Because for them, being Black in Brazil is horrible. It's horrible. I think the one time that white Brazilians love Black Brazilians is like Carnival, because the girls come out and start dancing like that, you know what I'm saying? That's it. But every other day, Black people in Brazil are some of the poorest people in Brazil. Black people in Brazil are like the majority of them living in favelas, right? Because you have a lot of Germans in Brazil. You have a lot of cashew people in Brazil. Gisele Bündchen, where Gisele is from in Brazil, that entire place was overtaken by European, by like blonde, blue eyes Germans. That's why she looks like that. Everybody in her village looks just like her, because a bunch of Germans, they went there, and you know the Germans are violent, okay? They just took over the whole town. Where Gisele is from, everybody looks like Gisele. They're all blonde and blue eyes. That's not normal, right? Because Germans, as we know, are bullies. Yeah. So it's like, and it's like, and it does feel like when you're Black in Brazil, it does feel like you're trapped, you know? I remember I saw this one grandma, she was praying for her grandbaby to marry a white man. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. I was like, what the heck? You see? Yeah, I remember this years ago. I watched this one. It was this one. This black girl right there. Her grandma was praying for her so she wouldn't be with her grandma was praying. Her grandma was praying for her to not be with a black person, to marry a white man. It was so sad. Yeah, it's her. You see? Yeah, it is, the white man. You see how pretty she is? You see, there's her grandma.
Que já dizia para mim.
You see? My grandma used to tell my mother, you should marry a white man to improve the race. They went to see this black girl right here, this pretty girl. They went to see her grandma, and her grandma was praying to the Lord. She didn't want her grandbaby.
Praise the actual.
Look at Bruna. Bruna, come outside. This is Bruna's language. You know, Bruna's from Angola. So Bruna, her grandma was praying for her. They went to see her grandma. I remember this documentary. Yeah. You have to buy into it. Put this whole race stuff to the side, right? Even poverty. You have to buy into somebody convincing you that you're poor. Like, one time when I was a lot younger, my dad said to me, all this rich, poor people stuff is just marketing. I was like, what the heck? He was like, yeah. He was like, when you grow up in a village, you have no idea that you're poor. He's like, when you're used to walking, or let's say you have a bicycle, like, you don't know that there's something wrong with walking until you see somebody with a car. I was like, oh, you're right. He was like, you don't know that there's something wrong with riding your bike until you see somebody with a car. Even your car. You don't know that there's something wrong with your car until, like, let's say you have a car that doesn't have air conditioning. Sorry, you might not even have an issue with that until you see someone has air conditioning. But damn, I want that too, right? So it's like you have to buy into it, right? Like this whole notion of, oh, you're dark skinned, something is wrong with you. You have to say, oh, you know what? Yeah, something is wrong with me, right? So the more you answer that call, then they're going to get into your head. Now they're going to tell you, oh, you need bleaching cream, right? Oh, you need rhinoplasty, right? Oh, you need a wig, right? Oh, you need this, right? Because you let these people get into your head. We give people privilege, right? Nobody can have privilege over you. You have to say, oh, you know what? Yeah, I do think you're prettier than me. So yeah, you have more privilege. Oh yeah, I do think you're better than me. So there you go. I give you privilege. No, because when you agree that somebody has privilege over you, you are giving that person power. Why would you ever? Right? Like you have to buy into it. When you start believing that, oh, black women are so undesirable because you've agreed to it. These people out here, they have all kinds of subliminal messages for you. You have the right, you have the power to accept, or you have the power to reject. And this is why over here, for example, they're so gung-ho on this whole black community stuff, right? Because they know once you identify with everybody that has the same complexion as you, then you'll say to yourself, hey, if she failed, then I'm going to fail too. If she's not happy, then I'm also not happy, right? They don't want you to see yourself as an individual. They need you to identify with some community, whatever communal identity, right? So that way you can say, hey, I'm only as happy as however she's happy. I'm only as successful as she's successful. So, but no, why? We have different destinies. I have my destiny and you have your destiny, right? If it didn't work out for you, why do I have to interpret that as if, oh, well, it's not going to work out for me too because she's a black woman. Okay. But she's not just a black woman. She's her own person. And for her person, it didn't work out. I'm my own person. For me, it might work out. Because, oh my gosh, because we are all, sorry, y'all. Maverick is like, you can't be pulling the stuff, Maverick, right? Because we're all individuals, right? But tribal people do not want you to see yourself as an individual because they happen to be socialists and Marxists and communists. They want you to see yourself as the sum of all people who have your complexion. I don't think so. I don't think so. Because then where do you make room for my mind? Where do you make room for my psyche? Where do you make room for my personal will? Where do you make room also for God's will for my life? No, I will not surrender that. But you see, they expect you to surrender all of that in order to identify as blackity black. So once you're black, whatever is done to one black person, you have to say, oh my gosh, it's being done to me, right? Whatever is done to one black girl, oh yeah, that's being done to me too. No, not really. I'm in my house. I'm doing skincare. I don't know what you're doing, right? What you're doing is what you're doing. What's happening to you, for the most part, is what is happening to you. It's like, no, you have to see a collective plight. You have to see collective suffering. No, some people make horrible choices. You're currently suffering as a consequence of your horrible choices. Are you really suffering because you're dark skinned? No. You suffer your consequences. When your soul is sad, when you feel defeated, when you have depression, it's not because you're Black. It's because of the decisions you've made. Your choices have led you to a place where now you are sad because you've made bad choices, not because you're born Black, right? But that's the point with all this socialist, Marxist, tribal crap, right? Is that the person has no agency. Your skin color is responsible for everything that happens in your life. Your skin color and your gender. Those two things right here are the things that they dictate, decide everything that happens in your life. You as a person, or you as a child of God, you have no agency. There's no divine providence. There's no way that things get better. It's like, no. Okay? You're Black and you're this. You're Black or you're a woman. You're Black and you're a man. So these are the things that are going to happen to you because you are Black and you're a woman. It's like, that sounds so stupid. It's asinine. There's more to me than being Black and being a woman, right? You are insane. Okay? You are insane, right? Because we know that no two people are alike. No two people are, even kids who are born in the same family. You can have the same mama and the same daddy. Y'all still not going to think the same. You're going to look at it this way. He going to look at it this way. Even two married people. I'm right-handed. Jimmy is left-handed. So most likely we don't even use the same part of our brains, right? We're all different. And we are responsible for our life. It is not your skin color. It is not your gender. And if you're sitting here and you have agony in your soul, most likely because you've made horrible choices and you have to answer to those choices. But because a lot of people are intellectually dishonest, they need to say, oh, no, it's my skin. Oh, they just don't like me because I'm Black. Oh, they just don't like me because I'm a woman. They just don't like me because I'm a man. They just don't like me because no. You are just lazy and you are intellectually dishonest. Because if we sat here and we said, okay, over the past year or even the past 6 months, what kind of choices have you made? What kind of investments have you made? How have you spent your money? How have you spent your time? I'm like, oh, well, there you go. That could be the problem, huh? Right? But people do not like to do their own mea culpa. A lot of people do not like to do their own mea culpa because people have a lot of pride and people have lots of ego. How dare you tell me to check myself? How dare you tell me to look inward? How dare you tell me that the work starts with me? I need to blame somebody. I need to find a scapegoat. I need to find somebody to hate. I need to find somebody to bully. You're wasting your time. You are wasting your time. Everything starts within. It starts within, right? You will go as far as you see yourself go. Some people, every time it's a new year, they never sit down and say, hey, what's my vision for this year? Like, what do I want to do? What do I want to accomplish? How far do I want to go? They don't do anything. They just turn around and live life like it's just any other day. It's just any other week. A lot of people don't set goals for themselves. A lot of people do not set goals for themselves. They have no goals for themselves. A lot of people don't even read a single book about self-development. A lot of people don't even watch a single podcast about how to tame your anger, how to talk to people, how to work with people, how to compromise. They never put themselves in any environment that forces them to not only be reflexive, but to also to be reflective. You have to think about your behavior. You have to think about how you show up in the world. And you have to think about how you even encounter other people. Like, what does that say about you? Oh, no. There's nothing wrong with me. You just hate me because I'm Black. You just hate me because I'm a Black woman, or you just hate me because I'm a Black man. It is weak sauce. It's incredibly weak. To me, it is weak. But like I said, like the man said, people need you to buy into, oh, wow, there's something wrong with me. Oh, wow, I'm deficient. Oh, wow, I'm not rich enough. Oh, wow, I don't have enough skincare product. Oh, wow, I need a bigger car. Oh, wow, it's all marketing. It is all marketing. I feel like even a lot of people, had they never been on social media, they will be so happy, right? But when you're on social media and you don't have a strong mind and you're always comparing yourself, hold on, Maverick. When you're on social media and you don't have a strong mind, and you're always comparing yourself to other people, yeah, you're going to be miserable. I know. You're going to be miserable. You're going to be miserable because you don't know how to see a thing without wanting that for yourself. You got to want what's right for you. And you also have to understand, just because you want something, and even if it's right for you, you don't get to decide when it shows up in your life. Maverick. You're crazy. Okay. Okay, my baby. Be a good co-host, okay? I love you. Daddy's tired of you. He said you're too loud. Okay, so that's that. But you have to decide that. You can be happy. A lot, even this whole like 6-figure, dating somebody who's 6-figure, or like being a 9 or being a 10, being whatever. Like, why do you even have to be a 10? Why do you have to be a 9? Because somebody sold you that model. Like, oh yeah, you have to have a grading scale about yourself. Like, why? Why? Okay. Oh, you have to marry somebody that's high value. You got to marry somebody that makes 6 figures. People go outside, and all of that is marketing, and you buy into it. You buy into these okay? You buy into that. And then when things don't happen because you bought into some goofy ass marketing paradigm, now you're miserable, you're sad, you're dejected. It's like, girl, that's just social media, right? Do you truly need to marry somebody who makes 6-7 figures to be happy or to have joy in your life? No, you don't. It is all marketing. It's all marketing, right? If you want people to make you believe that you're lacking, you will feel that way. That's why TikTok is full of these like hauls, the refrigerator haul, the pantry haul, this type of haul, one thing, this haul. That you got people that have all this perfume, 50 bottles of perfume, 200 bottles of perfume. You listen, it's up to you. You're like, you know what? That's good content, but I don't need 50 bottles of perfume. I don't need 200 bottles of perfume, right? When am I going to wear all of this, right? At some point, you have to start. At some point, you got to start being cogent and even asking yourself about utility. Like, how does that even serve me? How does any of this serve me, right? You can go on TikTok and you'll see somebody who does a $4,000 Costco haul. You can say to yourself, oh my gosh, I wish I could buy this much food at Costco. Why? When are you going to eat all this food? Okay. And on top of that, the majority of the food is processed food. They buy juice. And I'm like, that is crazy. I don't need to go to Costco and spend $3,000 on food. That is insanity. Because we buy all this food, someone is going to eat it. So somebody's going to get fat, right? You might not have a car. You can sit here and let people make you feel bad about not having a car. Oh, I wish I had this car. I wish I had this car. But then again, you have to ask yourself, do you even drive, right? On a weekly basis, how many miles do you actually drive every week, right? Some people, it's more convenient for them to not have a car. Where are you going? Right? Some people, they just want to Uber everywhere, but you're not less than because you have to Uber. For you and your lifestyle and your finances, does it really make sense to have a car note, car insurance, car taxes? And if you have a luxury car, especially like here in the DMV, especially in Virginia, you have to pay a luxury car tax. Girl, sir, for what? For what? Do you even go outside? Right? But if you're not careful, you can buy into the fact that, oh, a car tells people who you are. Why do you care? What people think of you? Why do you care? Right? But it's all marketing, and it's all meant to make you spend, what is wrong, baby? You want to jump? Okay. Right? It's all marketing. Right? It is all marketing. It is all marketing. Right? They'll do everything on social media to make you feel like, oh, a girl who's light-skinned is prettier than you. A girl who is light-skinned is more desired. A girl who's light-skinned, not really. Not really. You go outside every day, you see who's getting married every day. It's all kinds of people who get married every day. It's all kinds of people who get married every day, right? Because social media, yeah, he does. Social media is an echo chamber. And they will make sure they curate your feed. They will curate your feed to make you feel inadequate. They want you to feel like something is wrong with you, right? But this light-skinned girl, even if you feel like she's on somebody's Christmas list or dream list, whatever, right? You don't know what goes on behind closed doors, right? Because complexion does not determine happiness. You can have everything. A person can have a dream life. But once again, if your mind ain't right, you won't be miserable. There are a bunch of people who have everything that other people wish they could have, and yet these people still unalive themselves. They still unalive themselves, right? Because mindset over everything. Mindset over everything. Resilience over everything. Live a life where you want for nothing. Live a life where you are proud of yourself. You are proud of the way you look. You love yourself. And every day you wake up, you are working on improving yourself. You have no reason to want anything that anybody else has. Okay? Every day you wake up, ask God to send you what is for you. And when people get their wins, be happy for them. And no, God has so much to give. God has so much to offer, right? You will never be lacking. You're not lacking in anything. The people who are for you, by God's grace, they will find you, right? The people who are meant to love you, by God's grace, they will find you and you will find them. You have nothing to worry about because it's a choice. You have to buy into it. You have to buy into the notion that, oh, I'm lacking something. I'm deficient in something. I'm inadequate in this way. This is lacking. No, not really. Not really. If you think you can fix something, just fix it. Right? And every day just do your best. Do your best. Do your best until you get to a point that it becomes easier. Right? That's it. But you are not deficient. You are not inadequate. You're not less than. You're not this, like, all of that. And even like, hold on, even feeling that way, Maverick, even feeling that way is robbing you of your life. It is robbing you of your life. Yes, baby. Yes. Even feeling that way is robbing you of your life. If you're always sitting here sad, feeling like you're missing something, you don't have enough or something, right? You feel like that every single day, it is going to rob you of your life. It's robbing you of your days. It's robbing you of your time, right? Go live your life. Live your life. Live your best life. Actually enjoy your life. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy your own company, right? Love the way that God made you. Every day you wake up, look into the mirror until it gets to a point where it becomes easier for you, right? But every time you see your reflection in the mirror, don't run. Take a moment and say something good about yourself. Say something nice about yourself. Say something encouraging about yourself. Celebrate everything you've done in your life. Celebrate the stuff that you have accomplished, right? Celebrate all the, right? Celebrate every single step you've taken thus far to get to where you are. Be proud of yourself. Be seriously proud of yourself. And don't let anybody make you feel like there is something wrong because you're born dark-skinned. That's crazy to me. That's really crazy to me. Oh, this girl's crazy. Let me replay this for y'all because some of y'all can't.
I would like to speak on something. I know it can be like a touchy subject, but I want to talk about this because this is a struggle that I have had with my confidence ever since I can fucking remember. I am a very confident person, but the one thing I'm insecure about is my natural hair. Like, I feel like my natural hair is 4C. Like, it's coily, okay? And it shrinks so bad. And I've been getting relaxers ever since I was a child. I went natural for a couple of years, and I just could not bring myself to be comfortable with my natural hair. And I just feel like, especially like within our community, obviously there's texturism, but I also feel like, this is gonna sound so like kind of privileged, but I don't have to say it, but I just struggle with this. I feel like as a light-skinned Black woman, I don't fit the beauty standard because of the texture of my hair. Like, I just don't feel confident when I wear my natural hair texture. Like, I don't at all. So I've always gotten relaxers, and I've always worn my hair in protective styles. Obviously, I know it's detrimental to think, and I know it's detrimental to our community, and it's a very privileged thing to say in comparison to the problems that brown skin and darker skinned women have to go through. I'm very aware of that. That's just one of my personal struggles, and I just wanted to say that because, yeah, texturism. I would like to speak on something. I know it can be like a...
So, yo, I was like, girl, what? She's like, this compared to what the dark-skinned women are facing.
Why is nobody talking about this?
It's a privilege. What is this? It's a very
this commentary that is...
Hi, girl. No, it's very...
I would like to speak on something.
I thought this one girl.
I like the way you kiss me. I can tell she...
What? Oh, this girl. Yeah. Oh my gosh, this music stuff is getting ridiculous. Hey, my baby, you're so cute. Hold on. Let me find this video. Hold on.
Video. There is a lot, like I said, this whole, y'all let her wallow on that Nina Simone video. There is a lot to unpack here, and I don't think we have the time or the energy to really dive into all the subcategories that this Black hair conversation really covers. The bottom line is this conversation about hair subcategories into racism, colorism, and texturism. And in reality, every race deals with racism, except for white people. Every race deals with colorism within their community. But only Black people deal with texturism because of how coily your curls can get. I'm going to double down what I said earlier, which is that I believe that she expressed herself poorly. In her trying to over-explain, she said too much. I think where she went wrong across the board is bringing skin color to the conversation. Period. There was no need to talk about dark-skinned people because that was not the point of the video. There even wasn't really a need to bring in the fact that you were light-skinned because we could see that. In reality, the conversation should have stayed on hair. And when she broke off into dark-skinned women and being a light-skinned, that is where she lost the majority of her audience. And expecting a group of total strangers to basically understand the very sensitive topic that you're talking about in a most blanket statement kind of way was not the best move for her and her trying to express her insecurities with her hair. A stereotype is that all dark-skinned people have 4C hair. I know people way darker than me who have looser curl textures than I do. I never even believed that. I mean, obviously I've experienced it, I've seen it, I've grown up with it, but I never even thought for a second that like 4C was synonymous with dark skin. Never even believed it. So I think referencing that dark-skinned women have it worse than me because I'm light-skinned was completely off topic and unnecessary. Because imagine walking up to a dark-skinned person and just putting your hand on their back and saying, "I'm sorry you have it hard." What? Like, that is completely foul. And I think in an effort of her trying to be self-aware by acknowledging she was light-skinned and she had privilege, I think it went against her because she started to say things that just didn't need to be said in that video. I agree it did come off a little bit as tone deaf, but I also feel like there are people like myself who are critical thinkers who actually gave her a chance to try to understand what she was trying to say. And there was a solid group of people who felt like, which they are right in those feelings, it was extremely ignorant and distasteful on her end. I've watched the video multiple times at this point to make sure that how I interpret it is the same way I keep interpreting. I keep interpreting it. I want to make sure I didn't miss anything where how some people perceived it, how they got that perception. And I've also rewatched my own videos just to make sure what I felt when I watched her video initially and responding today based off of the response.
You see, like, and this is it. See, this girl right here is Sabrina, right? Sabrina is dark skinned, right? Look at her hair. This girl has beautiful hair. Oh my gosh, right? Hey, Elena, what's up? Look at her hair, you guys. You see, she's dark skinned. She does not have quote unquote 4C hair. Sabrina's hair is ridiculous. Child, I was like, Sabrina, you better take care of your hair because if you don't, we're fighting. Her hair is beautiful. But you see, that's a dark skin woman. She doesn't have 4C hair. I was like, you sound hella stupid. She's like, oh, I know it's a very privileged for me to say that. No, it's very ignorant of you to say that's not a privilege. You're ignorant. Okay? But hold on, Maverick, right? This is her hair texture. You see her hair pattern, right? But that's a dark skin woman. There's another one. I can't find her page. She's very pretty too. Her hair, she's dark skinned. Her hair is so long. Oh my gosh. But I like to sit here and think that 4C hair automatically means dark skin. Or if you are Maverick. Can I talk? Yeah. I can. Oh, right, my baby. Exactly. A lot of people, you have a lot of dark skinned Black women, their hair is not kinky coily at all. And here's Sabrina's hair. This is her real hair. I'm gonna look for the other girl too, right? I forgot her name. very pretty, dark skin, you guys. She has hair down to her butt. Like her hair is so long. It is long, right? But Sabrina does not have kinky, coily, 4C hair. That's about like a 3 texture, right? But she dark skin. So I'm like, you are extremely ignorant. Once again, right? A lot of people, I'm like, you don't like yourself. You don't like your hair. You don't like your this. It's due to your own ignorance. The more ignorant you are, the more you will be afflicted in your own skin. The more you learn to, like, the more you educate yourself, the more you expose yourself to much, you're going to stop saying dumb things on the internet, right? But being dark-skinned does not mean that you automatically are going to have 4C hair. Just like being light-skinned does not mean that automatically you're going to have a 3A, 3B, 3C texture. You could be light-skinned and have, 4C hair. Just like you could be dark-skinned and you can have 3C, 3A type of hair. It happens. It's genetics. But it's all beautiful. Like Malcolm X said, like, where did you learn to hate yourself? Right? But she's like, no, I need my skin has to be light and then my hair has to be loose so that I can fit the beauty standard. Girl, what? Beauty is confidence. Beauty is self-love. If you're seeking an aesthetic for the YNs or the rappers, that's one thing, right? But for most mature women, what makes a woman beautiful, it really is her confidence, to be quite honest, right? It's your confidence. Beauty is self-love. Beauty is accepting yourself the way that you are and making the most out of what you have, not wanting this, and that. Because you ask most women too, most women on average, they're not impressed by girls who wear wigs all the time. Like, girl, wear your own hair. Most women also in real life are not impressed by women who can't go outside without pounds of makeup, 25,000 layers of lashes, and things like that. No. Most women even gravitate towards women who wear the least amount of makeup and usually wear the natural hair. Right? Because a lot of women also are looking to be encouraged to love themselves. There are a lot of dark skin hair there are a lot of dark skin girls that have loose, what's her name? They have loose hair curl patterns. Like, it's extremely loose. Is that her name? Yeah, Nia, I think we looked at her yesterday, right? Hold on. Oh, her hair is thick. Woo! One day I got caught up watching her silk press. Ooh, I can't even talk, right? I know Nia. I follow her on my other channel. Okay? But you see, 4C hair. She's sorry, dark skin woman, but I'm like, her curl pattern is really like, it's not tight. It's not tight. Let me see if I can show you her silk press. Hold on. Maddie, hold on, wait a minute. I want to see her hair wet. You see? That's her hair. And it's not an extremely coily texture. So I'm like, where did you get that? First of all, Black women, like dark-skinned Black women, we are sitting here oppressed. We are sitting here feeling ugly. We are sitting here feeling undesired. We all have like 4C hair, and even those of us who do have 4C hair, I even think, like, me personally, I think being more intentional about taking care of my hair, I think I've changed my hair texture. Hey, what you want? Huh? What's up? Right? Like, I really do feel like being more intentional about taking care of my hair. Oh, her hair is beautiful. She keeps cutting it, right? I feel like even me, like this past year, like being more intentional about washing my hair, moisturizing my hair, deep conditioning my hair, not using like all these extensions, you know what I mean? I feel like I have changed my curl pattern. Because before it was giving 4C hair. Now it doesn't do that as much. I'm like, wow. So I've come to realize, I can't prove that for real, but I've come to realize that you could also change your hair pattern. Like, you can go from a 4C to like a 4B without relaxers, like none of that, right? Because sometimes maybe the hair is 4C because it's extremely dry. But I feel like if you do a better job, like taking care of your hair, like especially if you deep condition your hair weekly, because now I pretty much wash my hair weekly, or at least like every 10 days or so, right? But I really do feel like, let me unravel this one, right? But I really do feel like if you take better care of your hair, I really do feel like you can really change your curl pattern, right? Yeah, my hair has changed so much, but I'm like, it's the product that you use, like it's the quality of the product that you use, like it's the product gotta be really good. You have to trim your hair, y'all. Y'all really gotta trim your hair. You have to trim, and if you have to cut the hair, then you should just cut the hair. Just cut it, because the more you hold on to dry hair, dead ends, split ends, it just makes everything horrible. It just makes everything bad. And also, everybody is saying that. Black women that have 4C hair, 4B, 4A, 3C, 3B, 3A, they're like, you know what? When I started deep conditioning my hair weekly, or when I started deep conditioning my hair bi-weekly, it changed my hair. And I'm like, I'm really starting to see it. So sometimes maybe you have a 4C tech, because I'm African, like I'm legit. Compared to James, I'm definitely black, okay? But I'm like, you're probably thinking that, oh, I have 4C hair because you don't really take good care of it. So maybe 4C hair is just extremely dry hair. Because once you work on like your moisture, Maverick, you always take a bath. Is that what you want? Is that what you want? You want to take a bath? You want to be in the water? Mommy's going to run your bath for a little bit, right? Yeah. Yeah, I think you can really, I really do. Oh, thank you, Lord. Thank you, right. Thank you, right. I really think that you can change your hair texture. I really do. Because I'm like, wow. I've always wanted my twist to look like this, like really hydrated and stuff like that. But the problem is I was not cutting my hair enough. Like I've been aggressively cutting my hair, I've been cutting my hair. Like now I only use products that match my porosity and things like that. But I'm like, my hair is looser. I don't use relaxers. I don't use texturizers. None of that. I don't even use heat. Okay? Like last time I used heat was like October 21st at the salon. And then recently I used heat last week. That was about like Christmas Day-ish, right? But I don't even use heat like that. I can go like 2 months, 3 months without using heat. My hair behaves accordingly. But what I've done is like, I've done a lot of bond repairs though. Right? I've done that a lot. But I'm like, you can really improve, like you can change your curl pattern. Because maybe the hair is just dehydrated. And maybe you have too many split ends that you need to cut. And that's why sometimes, like when you want to start your hair journey, you should just cut the hair into a bob. And then be more intentional. Yes, be more intentional. And also you should use products that match your porosity. But there are plenty of black girls, dark-skinned black girls who don't have 4C hair. Yes, boo. Let me see. I think Yaya also, right? See if I can find her. She's in London. She has really pretty hair also. You see? And when I saw her, I thought she was East African because of her forehead. No, not to be offensive, right? But she's Ghanaian. I was like, oh, wow, that's crazy. Right? But this is her hair. Look. You see? And she's natural. Yaya is natural. But you see, she's also not a 4C. Like when I first encountered her content, she's really sweet. When I first encountered her content, maybe, what is this? When I first encountered her content, you guys, I really thought she was like East African. I thought she was like, oh, maybe Kenyan, Rwanda, Sudanese, because of her forehead. Come to find out, no, she's from Ghana. But that is her hair. But she's not a 4C, but she has low porosity. Now that could be a West African thing though. Low porosity hair because it's hot. You know what I'm saying? So, but you can be dark skinned and have 4B, 4A, 4C, maybe even like a 3B, maybe a 3C, right? But I think what is common for people with like African, like West African ancestry could be low porosity because of the weather. So that's probably like genetics, right? Yeah. I really think 4C hair is not so much genetics. I think it's probably people not taking care of it. You know, because it wants like it's always so thirsty. This is why I say get a steamer. You have to get yourself a steamer. But I do feel like if you do a steamer, if you deep condition, if you moisturize your hair, you buy products that are matching to your porosity. Like if you have low porosity hair, buy products that are low porosity friendly, right? Moisturize your hair a couple times throughout the week. Like trim your hair, cut your dead ends, right? Maybe even go into a bob. But I'm like, you can truly transform your hair, right? So that's why I'm like, I don't like it. Maverick. That's why I say I don't like it when a lot of women come on here and always talk badly about 4C hair, 4C hair this, 4C hair is so horrible to manage, 4C hair is so difficult, 4C hair that no, it really isn't. It really isn't. If you do a good job moisturizing your hair and keeping your hair pretty well detangled throughout the week, washing your hair, deep conditioning your hair, it doesn't take that long. Like, see, me, when I wash my hair, I take longer because I want to take longer. Like, I'm just being extra. You know what I'm saying? I'm just being extra, okay? But you can start off with like a scrub for your scalp, right? And then you can shampoo your hair and then deep condition your hair. That's it. Right? And then you make sure to take out as much water out of your hair with the towel, right? And if you have a reveyor, you can use it, you know, or you can twist your hair and then sit under a dryer, and then you're done. You know, people just don't want to make time for it because people think it's not good. People despise their hair because, like I said, it reminds people of like quote unquote like having African ancestry. Like, be quiet. Okay. But if it was like European hair coming out of your head, you wouldn't have an issue with that. You would not have an issue with that. So you're the problem. But the more you start loving your hair and taking care of your hair and being intentional with your hair, it is going to blossom. And you're like, wow, I love my hair. Why? Because now you're being more intentional. You can't neglect your hair and then expect yourself to love your hair. It doesn't work that way. Right? If anything about you, your face, your nose, your lips, Maverick, hold on, baby. Your complexion. Yes. You speak poorly of your complexion, you're not going to love yourself. You speak poorly about your face, you're not going to love yourself. You speak poorly about your hands, you're not going to love yourself. You can't speak poorly about yourself and then expect yourself to feel good about yourself. It doesn't work like that. You want to love yourself, you're going to have to say good things about every single part of your body. Okay? You're going to have to love every single part of your body, and you're going to have to wake up every day and say good things about yourself. You have to love yourself. You don't have a choice. You don't have a choice. Hold on, Maggie. Hold on. Let mommy play this. Yeah, I know.
Yesterday, I still stood behind those feelings and those thoughts. And I do. I just expanded my thinking and seeing why so many people felt like she was dusting off dark-skinned people. And I do see that because I think once she brought skin color into the conversation, that's when everybody turned their phones off. And I get it. I truly believe it was a poor choice of words. She probably was doing too much, but I think most importantly, I think the conversation should have just stayed on hair. I think if she just would have stayed on topic of her hair and how it doesn't make her feel great about herself, all Black women or all women with 4C hair would have understood and empathized with it. I think when she started talking about the light skin and dark skin, that's when people started to feel like, what are you really trying to say? Because I was almost with you until you started talking about you were privileged and dark skinned women have a harder life or a harder time. So I do see both sides. I do stand by what I said initially, which was it was poorly articulated, but I do see why a lot of people were offended and why it was inappropriate and why I do feel like she needed to explain herself or just speak from the heart outside of color. Just, this is what I don't feel good about. I don't feel good about my hair because ABCD. And I think it would have gotten a lot more support than backlash that she received. I definitely feel like I'm more open-minded today to where people got that from, whereas yesterday I didn't receive that at all. Y'all heard her wilding on that Nina Simone video. There is a lot to unpack here, and I don't think we have the time or the energy to really dive into all the subcategories that this black hair conversation really covers. The bottom line is this conversation about hair subcategories into racism, colorism, and texturism. And in reality, every race deals with racism except for white.
No.
Like I said, this whole conversation really does subcategory into other things, but I do want to address something that I keep seeing that keeps reoccurring on comments on my page. Light-skinned people are not biracial people, and biracial people are not light-skinned people. A light-skinned person is black. A biracial person is a person of multiple races. Those two are not synonymous to each other. And I don't know when we got into this era where we started grouping light-skinned people as biracial people. I didn't even know that was a thing. Black people come in a range of different skin tones and colors. There are actual mixed race biracial people who are dark or darker, or are on the darker end of being black. There are Afro-Latina people who are darker than light-skinned people, but they are mixed race, and those light-skinned people are black. If mixed people are arrogant and do think that they are better than black people because they are mixed, it's because society and y'all give it to them. Y'all do covet biracial women. And y'all covet biracial men. Y'all do think they are top notch and top tier. Y'all do think everybody light skin is bad. And it's one thing for that to be the societal standard, but it's another thing for that to be the standard in our own community. Y'all do put people who are mixed with loose curl hair, who look Dominican or whatever, on the forefront of beauty when it comes to the black community. But then y'all want to get mad because people are feeling themselves or feel like they're the top of the top when y'all are the ones that gas them up to feel that way in the first place. And I'm not saying you should go out of your way to humble biracial people. I'm just saying y'all shouldn't.
Wait a minute. She's saying a whole lot of something, but I gotta address this. Cassie said, I mean, nobody can take away her experience because only she knows how she feels, but at least she was honest. No, Cassie, she has the right to have issues with herself. Like, if you want to torture yourself instead of living life, you're healthy, you don't have cancer, you don't have issues, you have your mind, and you want to be miserable over hair texture, I mean, go ahead. It's your life. Waste your life in foolishness. My only issue with her was believing that black dark-skinned women have it so much harder. Oh, she has privilege. Oh, because I'm light-skinned. Because in her head, because she's light-skinned, automatically she has privilege over someone like me. And I say, no. No, yeah. Okay. No. Just because you're light-skinned, you don't have privilege over me. That's the part I didn't like, because she made it seem like, first of all, 4C hair is only a feature that dark-skinned women have. So, wow, like, man, I feel sorry for y'all. Like, no, I could say that I had, at one point, I do believe I had 4C hair, but right now, as we stand, I think my hair texture has changed. I think I'm like a 4B now, right? So, no, you're so damn stupid. You know what I mean? I'm like, no, I don't have an issue. Even if my hair texture had never changed, I was still a 4C person. I don't feel punished because I have 4C hair. Why would I ever feel punished? It is my hair. So Cassie, I will never buy into the system where people want you to look in the mirror and then start picking yourself apart. No. You see, even Elena's light skinned, right? Elena's been light skinned, but God saw fit to make Elena light skinned. It's like, it looks good on her. Like, I don't know how to explain it. Like my little sister too, she's light skinned. It really looks good on her, right? I love the fact that Elena was born light skinned. It's good for her. It's beautiful, right? But it's like me. God also made me dark skinned. Why would I ever look at my sister and be like, wow, I wish I was like this? No, God made her like this. It works for her. And then God made me this way and it works for me. And I wish sometimes we would see that. But you see, compared to her, and even I'm sure Elena also being light-skinned, she has had her experiences, right? But she's not going to say, oh, wow, like, I feel so bad for you because you're dark-skinned. Like, what the freak? You know, that's the issue we're having here. We're not saying that, oh, you don't have the right. For me, honestly, the young lady, if she had not even mentioned her hair, I didn't even see her hair. But I saw her forehead, Cassie, if we're being honest. I saw her forehead. Now that she brought up her hair, I'm like, oh, where is your hair? Because the way it's a slick bun, so I can't even see her hair texture. So I'm like, what are we even talking about? But I'm thinking, like, as a human being, she said, you see, even she don't want to be light skinned too. But I'm thinking, like, as a human being, You need to have bigger issues that keep you up at night. But like hair texture though, you're crazy, right? Okay, if your hair was slicker, then what? You really think that the stuff that you have going on in your life, you think all your troubles will go away because your hair is like is a looser curl texture? Like, come on. If you have to choose between, God says, do I increase your IQ or do I give you looser hair texture? You're gonna say, oh God, you know what? I want looser hair. You're not gonna pick a higher IQ, right? If God says to you, you know, I can give you a personality that can make you win no matter where you go, or I can give you looser hair texture, you gonna pick looser hair? Like, seriously? You must not be intelligent. That's why you say, oh, I know it's a privileged thing to say. No, it's an idiotic thing to say because you're not intelligent. You're not smart, right? Because of all the things that you could really be sad about. If you didn't have a leg, I get it. If you had been in a car accident, you know, there's this one Black woman, her husband decided to pour acid on her. I mean, it is atrocious. I'm gonna show you all. It's on Instagram. You know, if she's over here crying, saying, you know what, I wish my skin had not been damaged. I'm like, you know what, I get it, right? Nobody poured acid on you. You didn't go through a car accident. You're not disfigured because of a car accident. You are able to walk. You're fine. You're healthy. Like, you're just fine. But you wake up in the morning every single day. You make yourself miserable over hair texture. These are first world problems, right? Like, you're insane. Like, wait until you really have problems. Like, wait until the devil really finds you and give you something to cry about. You are crazy. There are people who have their children like in the hospital right now for cancer. You're sad because, oh my gosh, I don't have the hair texture. Girl, what? We're confused. We are seriously confused. So that is my thing. My issue with her was, and any other light-skinned girl who thinks like her, is to think that, oh, dark-skinned Black women are sitting here suffering. Even Cassie, you're dark-skinned too. Oh, we're sitting here suffering. We're miserable. Every day we wake up, we pray to God that, oh, I wish I was born light-skinned. I wish I was born light-skinned. We're not living like this. So I'm saying to her and anybody who thinks like her, you don't have privilege over me. I'm happy that you're light-skinned. I just feel like God did the right thing. It worked. It looks good on you. Just like I think dark skin looks good on me. I don't think I really do not believe that if I was light-skinned, I would eat the same. Makes sense? I really do think I was meant to be dark-skinned. I think it looks good on me. You know what I'm saying? I think James is light-skinned. I think it looks good on him. Right? Maybe he would have looked fine if he was dark-skinned too. Hey, Keith, what's up? You see, even Keith is light-skinned, right? You see, here's Keith, right? But it looks good on him. I don't know how to explain it. But I just feel like some people, if you had some dark-skinned people go light-skinned, I think they would lose their beauty. I think if you had some light-skinned people go dark-skinned, I think they probably lose their beauty too, right? It's diversity. It is a beautiful thing. Why are people always looking to have something wrong with them? Like, even, I think Keith is also like kind of like red bone a little bit, right? But it works for you. It's beautiful on you. And I want you to know, if you're light-skinned, I want you to know that us dark-skinned people, like, we're happy for you. It looks good on you. Just like you're like, oh, Morgan, I love your complexion on you. It looks good on you. Yes. We're all winning. But when you say things like, oh, you're dark-skinned, so I feel sorry for you, I'm like, what the heck? No. Oh, you know I have privilege because I'm light-skinned. You don't have privilege. There are a lot of light-skinned people who have a rough life. There are a lot of light-skinned people who are going through hell. There are a lot of light-skinned people who are just like, they're like, you know, they don't have good lives. And their light-skinnedness is not something you can take to the bank and be like, oh, I'm light-skinned, so I'm going to have the best life. Nobody's going to cheat on me. Nobody's going to betray me. Wumpty-wump. No, because after all, you're just another person. And this life, we're all going to have to go through this life, the ups and the downs. And no matter your complexion, no matter your hair texture, we're all going to feel sadness. We're all going to feel fears. We're all going to have anxiety. We're all going to wonder, like, oh, am I doing enough? Where should I be with my life? Like, you know, because we're all human beings. We got to stop looking for ways to say, oh, I'm better than, I'm over here. I have privilege. You don't have privilege. Because I'm like, no, you don't have privilege. You know what I'm saying? Like, even Amber Rose. Amber Rose is extremely light. She's from like Capo Verde, whatever, and she's biracial. But my thing is, like, even with Amber Rose, right? She shaves her head. You see? And it works for her. I think Amber Rose looks a lot better without hair on her head. So even this notion of like you need hair on your head to be sexy, or you need hair on your head to, what's it called? You need hair on your head to be beautiful. You need to have this type of hair. But no, I think Amber is extremely pretty. Right? And I think when she does, I don't know, I like her better with that hair on her head. Like for some ladies, bald headed or like shortcut, it just works for them. Some people, a bob is beautiful. Some other people, they got to have longer hair, right? But just even this notion of, oh, I got to have a particular texture to be beautiful. You're crazy. I got to have long hair to be beautiful. No, you got to have healthy hair. So whether it's a pixie cut, whether it's a short bob, a longer bob, right? As long as the hair is healthy, it is going to be beautiful. What people really want, people really want healthy hair. When you really think about it, do you need to have hair that's like bra strap? Do you need to have hair that is waist length? No, you don't, right? But I promise you, if you have a long bob and your hair is healthy, you'll be like, wow, I love my hair. Yes, because it's healthy. You are actually looking for healthy hair. And healthy hair, beautiful hair. Let me start there. Beautiful hair is healthy hair. Healthy hair does not have a curl pattern, right? You can find a white woman that has straight hair. If she does not take care of that hair, it's horrible. It's horrible. Then you can find a white woman who has straight hair, but she takes such good care of it. Like, wow, that is beautiful hair. It's not so much that, oh, because it's white hair, it's pretty. It's because she takes good care of it, right? You can find an Indian girl with Indian hair. It's like, oh, no, it's not really pretty. Why? Because she's not taking care of it. Then you'll find an Indian girl like, wow, her hair is gorgeous. Is it because it's Indian hair or is it because she's taking care of their hair, right? So when you take care of your hair, that hair will be beautiful. You can find a Korean girl. She doesn't take care of her hair. It's not going to be pretty because it's not healthy. But then you have another Korean girl who takes great care of her hair. You're like, wow, she has beautiful hair. It's not because it's Korean hair, because she takes good care of it. When you see a Black woman that has beautiful hair, is it because it's long? No, most likely because it's healthy. So really, beautiful hair is healthy hair. And in order for your hair to be healthy, you have to be intentional. So it's not like beautiful hair does not have a curl pattern. It really doesn't. It doesn't even have a porosity. It comes down to how well you take care of your hair. There's this girl here on TikTok, on YouTube that I follow. Let me see if I can find her. Hold on. I watch her shorts a lot. Oh, where is she? Oh, you guys, I have to find her, huh? Because I'm always watching her shorts. She has like really pretty hair. But it's like the girl, she goes in, like she really takes good care of her hair. So it's like, yeah, I can see why your hair is beautiful. Because she's always taking care of it, right? Let me show you this. This is actually my video, right? Right? See? This is my video. I made this video, right? And you see every Black girl on here, right? The hair is not so much like, the hair is not beautiful because it's long. These ladies have beautiful hair because it's healthy. The hair is healthy. Like what you really want is healthy hair. So whether it's 4C, 4B, 4 whatever, 4F, 4Z, even 4 ABCDE, doesn't matter, right? If it's not healthy, you're not going to like it because the hair is not healthy. You can have God could have given this young lady 3C hair, right? If you don't take care of it, you're not going to like it because you're not taking care of your hair. You understand? And that's the problem. And I'm like, it's not even just like a light skin, dark skin thing. I think it's a human nature thing. People never want what they have. They're always looking at what somebody else has and say, oh, I want that too. I want that too. No, you have to stop. Okay. The best way to have joy in your life is to take pride in what you have and maximizing what you have. Don't want somebody else's skin, somebody else's life, somebody else's nose, no. God made you this way, and you have to believe he made the right call. Like everything he put on me, he made the right call. Now, the thing is, what do I need to do to not just love it, but to maximize it? But there's no way that you're loving yourself and you're maximizing what you have when you're always looking to see, what does she have? What does he have? What does she have? What does she have? No, you're not focusing on your lot, right? Focusing on yourself. You see, all these ladies, It's not the curl pattern. These women have healthy hair. So when you have healthy hair, no matter your curl pattern, no matter your porosity, if the hair is healthy, it is going to be beautiful. Most likely this young lady, her problem is she doesn't know how to take care of her natural hair. So because she doesn't take care of her natural hair, she thinks the problem is the texture of the hair. The problem is not the texture of the hair. The problem is the maintenance of the hair. And the more you take care of your hair, the more you love your hair. You're like, you know what? I have the perfect texture. You do. You really do. Val used to wear the braids. I told her to stop. She didn't want to stop. But eventually she stopped. And you see her ends were like completely like thinning out because the braid thinned out her hair. Val went and she like cut off inches. The hair all of a sudden became so thick, right? Val has pretty hair. But if you're always putting your hair in the braids, putting your hair in wigs, you're not deep, you're not doing your weekly deep conditioning, you're not trimming your hair, you're not cutting the ends that have to go, you will feel like, oh my gosh, I hate my hair. Why would God give me this hair? The problem is not God. The problem is you. You are the problem. The problem is not your hair. The problem is not your hair texture. You are the problem. And as long as you keep wanting somebody else's life, you will never be free. Like you really will never be free, right? It reminds me of like when I watch all these documentaries all the time. I don't get my little skincare, y'all. I get my skincare, okay? But it reminds me like when I watch these documentaries or like when I watch stuff on the internet and you always see like, I'm going to say West African people, right? Always trying to escape Africa, leave Africa. You know, they go through these perilous journeys to make it to Europe. I'm like, you see, right? You could have had joy in Africa. But as long as you've convinced yourself, oh, I can never make it here. It's so horrible. It's so this. The government is bad. The president is bad. Wumpty wump wump. When you keep thinking that the only way to be successful is in Europe, right? It's in the West. You can only make it in the West. You can only find joy in the West. You can only, then, okay, you're going to suffer. And you will never see any opportunities in Africa for you. But how come the Chinese man, he sees opportunities in Africa? How come the French man, he sees opportunities in Africa? The same Africa that you don't want. Please explain to me, why are so many Chinese people going there? Because where you see lack or you see awful, you see all of this, these people are seeing opportunities, right? I'm like, it really is a human nature thing. And you will start to have real freedom when you realize that, you know what? I can make it. It might not be easy, but it's not impossible, right? Maybe you do wish that you have a looser curl texture, but nonetheless, it is still work. You want to have beautiful hair, you're going to have to put in the work. You can say, oh, wow, I wish I had this person's house. I wish I had her house. I had a house just like her. I wish my house was bigger. I wish my closet was bigger. Do you even clean your current house? Okay. Are you even showing God that you are faithful in the small things? How often do you even clean your house? The current house that you have. Are you cleaning it? Are you loving it? Are you even showing God that you're grateful for it? No. Because it's not the mansion, it's not the house that you see on Instagram, right? But how can God trust you with a bigger house when you can't even clean your apartment? Explain that to me, okay? How can God trust you with a bigger house when you can barely take care of a townhouse? Hello, right? So if you think, oh, once I have a bigger house, then I'll be happy. Once I have a bigger house, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Once I have a bigger house, I'll be happier. Once I have a bigger closet, I'll be happier. Once I have this, no. You have to start with what you have. And you have to learn to love what you have. And you have to learn to be grateful for what you have. A lot of people do not live a life where they practice gratitude, right? Learn to be grateful. But too many people have time to look over there, over here, over there, because you don't live a life of gratitude. You live a life of envy. And when there's no gratitude, there will be envy, there will be jealousy, there will be comparison because you're not grateful for what you have, right? Love your hair. Love what God has put on your head. It is yours. You have to love it, right? If currently you live in a shoebox, make it the most beautiful shoebox you ever seen. If you currently live in an apartment, make it the best apartment we have never seen because you could have been homeless, okay, right? If you live in a townhouse, take care of your townhouse. Love your townhouse. Make it the most beautiful townhouse we ever seen, right? How are you going to go into a mansion when you can't even take care of an apartment or you can't even take care of a townhouse or you can barely even take care of your room? Like you have to live a life of gratitude like you really, really do. In all things, you have to be grateful. And when you see another woman, especially if you see another Black woman with a looser hair curl texture, it's like, oh wow, I wish I had her hair. You have no idea what she has done to make her hair look beautiful, because it's not her hair texture that you want, it's how beautiful the hair is. So don't also disrespect her by making it seem like, oh, she only has beautiful hair because of her hair texture. No, she has beautiful hair because she works hard to take care of her hair. When you put your hair in braids for 2 months, for 3 months, you completely neglect your hair. She's washing her hair every week. Okay? When you completely neglect your hair by quote unquote putting your hair in protective styling, she's washing her hair every week. She's booking her trims every 2 months. Look at this young baby. Look at her hair. She's so beautiful. Okay? Right? These women are intentional about their hair. It is not because they have what's it called, looser curl. No. They are intentional. And whenever you are intentional about a thing, whatever it is in your life, when you are intentional, when you commit to it, when you are devoted to it, you are going to see success. And that's what I said. If you're light skinned, you don't have privilege over me. Because the things that I don't have or I could have had in my life is not because I am dark skinned, it's because I am inconsistent. Okay? No light skinned person never, ever, ever took anything from me at all. Right? They didn't take anything from me. If I don't have this, this, and that, or if I could have had this, this, and that, and I don't have it, the majority of the time is because of me. The majority of the time is because I'm inconsistent, right? So if you are inconsistent, most likely you're not going to have results, or you're not going to have the results that you want. Why? Because you are inconsistent. It has nothing to do with being dark-skinned. You are simply inconsistent. Once you start being more consistent, you're going to start having better results. And that's for everything, right? If you're more consistent with how you eat, you're going to have better results. You're more consistent with even how you talk to yourself, you're going to be better. You're going to have better results. You are more consistent listening to podcasts that encourage you to believe in yourself, to not see yourself as a victim, right? You're going to have a better mindset, right? But you see, these are Black women of all different complexions. Like, they all have different complexions. They have different hair texture. But what makes their hair beautiful is not the curl pattern. It's not the porosity. These women right here, they take an amazing job. They take amazing care of their hair. And as a result, they have beautiful hair. But it's work. It's work. Any woman that has beautiful hair, she is really mindful of what she puts into her hair, how she washes her hair, the kind of hairstyle she does to her hair. Many of these ladies don't put weaves in their hair, don't put wigs in their hair, don't put knotless braids in their hair. They don't do all of that, right? Many of these ladies also, they wear a lot of two-string twists. And because of that, they have beautiful hair because they don't do too much. But when you're always doing ponytails, wigs, weaves, this, and that, then yes, you're not going to like your hair. It's going to be horrible. You put your hair in braids for 2 months, and then you take your hair out the braids. Your hair is going to be excessively dry. But whose fault is that? Right? That's not a curl pattern problem. It's a lack of maintenance problem. Her hair is so pretty. Miss Barbara, she has beautiful hair, right? But she's very regular in the salon. I see her like once, like every 2 months or so. She gets her hair done. Like, she's very consistent, right? So you cannot have what you are not willing to work for. You want beautiful hair, you're going to have to work on that. But please do not believe that because you're dark-skinned that you have some privilege over the dark-skinned woman. Like, no, you don't. Okay? No, you don't. Social media might try to make you believe that, but in reality, you don't. You're just a person like all of us. We're all people trying to make it. Okay? We really are. So I'm like, no.
Shouldn't be gassing them up to the degree that y'all do either. But I think the biggest thing that is the most important that y'all keep failing to realize in its past looks is the experience that people who are Black are still having. And that's what I was trying to say initially, is we got to stop minimizing and diminishing people who don't look like a standard Black American's experience of being Black, when the Black experience is exactly what, when the Black experience is exactly that, an experience of being Black, specifically in America. Having a white parent or another raced parent raise you while also being raised by a Black parent makes your experience entirely different. But having two Black parents makes you Black, gives you the Black experience. And the whole point is in which way we live our lives and how we're affected by who we are, whether that's a light-skinned individual or a biracial individual. There are certain things that biracial people will not experience as a person who is full Black, and vice versa. There are things that people as light-skinned Black people will not experience as being raised in a household with 2 Black parents or coming from 2 Black parents. The experience is different. It is not the same. But because y'all base your life experience off of what you look like, y'all don't know that, nor do y'all understand or get it. So if you are not a person who is light-skinned, please stop shoving light-skinned people in the same group as biracial people because that's what y'all look like. It doesn't matter what I look like, nigga. This is my life experience. I don't experience the same type of lifestyle that a biracial person does. I experience my Black experience. And that's just what it is, regardless of what I look like. And not to say that looks don't matter. I'm just saying it's not the only thing that matters, especially when you are fully Black. And the last thing I'm going to say is that your privilege is based off of your surroundings. It's based off of your environment. Because being light-skinned in the hood is the only thing that ever made me feel valuable or like something, because of how people make you feel about you and how they respond to you.
You specifically said Black people in the hood. So not to be offensive, but I'm like, I don't think hood people sometimes are people who prioritize intellectual activities, if I can say that, right? Okay. But if you were around like Black people who prioritize intellectual activities, nobody will make you feel away because you're light skinned. People probably make you feel special if you're really smart. Right? So that's that. It's your environment. So like that's why I said earlier. Yeah, if you're around, you know, the thing about hood people, it's not so much they're from the hood. It's what like it's the stuff they do, like what they prioritize, right? Hood people don't tend to prioritize intelligent matters. They tend to prioritize goofy stuff like the flesh, you know what I mean, foolishness, right? That's what they do all day, right? But if you surround yourself, if you go to a college, and you're around like intelligent Black people, academically inclined Black people, they're not gonna like you because you're light skinned, right? They will probably give you some privilege if you get the A's because, oh, you know the answers, can you help me, right? Because your light skinners can't help nobody get A's, right? So that's that. You understand? Now this thing where she's saying, like, oh, but if you're Black, if you're Black with one white parent, listen, in this life, we're not all going to experience the same thing as all people. That's just human life. Don't matter. We could all be black, and we're still not going to experience everything that every Black person experiences, right? But we can kind of get the gist of it. I have an issue with this mindset of like, you got to live every single experience that I've lived in order to understand me. Like, no, not really. Okay? Because from a bird's eye view, most human experiences, like they're pretty much similar. Okay? You have nuances, but overall, most human beings have the same experiences. Mom, daddy issues, this and that. We all have the same issues: acceptance, liking yourself, loving yourself, career, goals, like, because we're all human beings. We got to stop trying to be so special all the time. Like, it really isn't that deep, right? It's not that deep. If I'm dark skinned, I don't have to walk in the shoes of a light skinned woman, a biracial woman, to somewhat understand a lot of things about who she is as a person. I can relate without walking in your shoes. It's not that deep, right? Because as human beings, we can all, to some extent, have empathy and like you can relate to other people. It's not that hard. It really is not that hard. It was like yesterday, the girl was like, oh, I'm a lesbian and I was trying to be a Christian. And so God was trying to tell me to break up with my girlfriend because she's a woman. Like, no, when you explain this to them, like it could have been anybody. Because if you prioritize any person in your life and you turn anybody in your life into an idol, God is going to tell you to get rid of that person. I don't even think it's because you're gay. But you turn that person into an idol. It could have been a man. It could have been a woman. It doesn't matter. You've turned whoever you were dating into an idol. So if you want to go deeper in your relationship with God, he's also like, yeah, you got to get rid of this person. Because this person is now an idol in your life. But we sat here yesterday and we listened to a lot of these former lesbians talk about their relationships and this and that. And I'm like, it doesn't sound any different than a heterosexual relationship, right? Because people are people. People are people. I don't have to be a lesbian to understand a lesbian relationship. Like, no, you want somebody to love you. That's it. You have a same-sex attraction. But when you talk about your lesbian relationship, it sounds just like a heterosexual relationship to me because people are people. So as long as you date people, you will have people problems. Like it really what it is. That's what it is, right? But you could be a heterosexual woman. If you are obsessing over this man, God will tell you to get rid of this man. And if you don't want to leave the man, God's going to make the man leave your ass because you're doing too much, right? Because you should never have any idols in your life. Plain blank period. I don't have to be biracial to understand like that. Some biracial people, like sometimes they feel like they're not good enough, you know, good, but trust and believe. Even if you are not biracial, you can still feel like you're not good enough for whatever reason. A lot of people struggle with loving themselves, right? If you're biracial, you can feel like, oh, I'm not black enough and I'm white enough. Some people are, oh, I'm not tall enough. Some people say, oh, I'm not smart enough. Oh, I don't have a big butt enough. I don't have this. Child, because humans are never happy. Like they're just never happy. Right? But it's not like you're not that special. So yes, if you are around low IQ people, I can see them prioritizing what they see because low IQ people have a tendency of prioritizing what they see. Light skin, dark skin, big car, no car, nice clothes, no clothes, right? And this is why a lot of hood people, even though they don't make the most amount of money, they're the ones who always want to wear name brands. They're the ones who always want to drive flashy cars. You know what I'm saying? Because when you don't have a strong intellectual aptitude, you are more likely to prioritize what your eyes see. You love the trinkets, you love the complexion, blah, 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 blah. Because as a human being, you have not properly ascended intellectually. The day you decide to become an intellectual person, a lot of foolishness is going to stop in the hood. The problem is there are people who make money by keeping people who live in the hood obsessed with matters of the flesh, matters of consumerism, and matters of, all kinds of, European trinkets. And that's why a lot of foolishness goes down, right? Once upon a time, people who live in the hood didn't care about these things. Then one day they were sold the notion of weaves and light skinness and cars and this and that. So then people started doing the drugs because they wanted to have those things to feel important. But when you become intelligent, you realize that a car does not make you. Amen. Right? The clothes that you wear do not know they have not always. It's a phenomenon because of this rap music. I'm telling you. Yeah. People, there's one, let me say this. You can dress well and not be name brand obsessed. Because just because you wear name brands does not mean you're dressing well. Right? I think if we study, like if we study government housing, the whole project thing, right? The way it was designed by the white powers that be, right? When it started, you had a lot of blue collar and like middle class African American families who lived there. And these were very respectable people. So, because I'm like, you can dress well, but it's not name brand. And then you can wear lots of name brand and it's horrible. Like, what the heck are you wearing? Okay, right? Because it costs money does not mean that you're dressed well. It's expensive. That's it. And sometimes I would even argue that it's overpriced, right? But you had a lot of middle class and blue collar families who lived in these like housing, government housing, quote unquote, the project, whatever. It's through the time, especially with marketing, right, that people get sold the notion of, oh, you got to have a Mercedes, you got to wear Louis Vuitton, you have to wear this, you got to wear that. Not, oh, well, I don't have the money. What do? Oh, you can always sell drugs, right? And the thing about people who also live in the hood, not to be offensive, but I do believe that people who do live in the hood, people who live in the favelas, people who live in the township, people who live in the, in the ghettos, right? They prioritize a lot of time watching TV. A lot of people who are in assisted living, government housing, whatever, they prioritize entertainment way too much. They spend too much time watching TV. It's not just in Black America, y'all. It's in Africa, because we got ghettos everywhere, right? In Brazil, anywhere where you find Black people who live in government housing, projects, ghetto, whatever, they prioritize too much TV. They spend an ungodly amount of hours watching TV. And TV don't feed the soul. TV, it feeds the flesh, right? You're going to see all kinds of rich people, celebrities, sitcoms, Young and the Restless, like you watch all these shows on TV all the time, and all you see is like Materialism. Oh, y'all want to live like that. I want a house like this. I want to have this. I want to have that. Right. And I think like specifically too, like if you look at Black American programming in this nation, right, when you've had shows like in like the late 70s, early 80s, like what, Keeping Up with the Jefferson, moving on up to the east side, like there's something wrong with where you live, right? Or even with Good Times, anytime you need a paycheck, Good Times, right? But it was always like, oh, there's not enough money, there's something wrong, we need to make more money. Like their dad was always obsessed, like he's dead now, but he was always mad, right? Like, you know, he could never buy stuff for the kids. Like they had these TV shows to make you feel like there's something wrong with being poor. There's always something better out there. There's like, you know, you can live like the Jeffersons, one. So it's like they want you to think that you don't have enough. Because if they can spiritually oppress you with this notion of like you don't have enough, eventually you might start committing crimes. But I'm like, I can see why the Black people of yesteryears used to call the TV the devil's box. I can see it. Because what would have happened? We gotta stop being smart. What would have happened if a lot of Black people didn't have TV? I'm asking you an honest question. What would have happened to not even just Black America, I'm talking about Black people as a whole, diaspora. What would have happened to Black people had these people never had access to a TV? Right? Even, what's it called? What you looking at, Willis? Because, you know, I know the name in French because I watched it dubbed in French, though. Hey, OG, what's that show, y'all, with the Black guy who was really short? I know the name in French because I watched it in French and I watched it in English. But, you know, they got adopted by a white family. And like, even I remember too, like when we're watching it, like in Ivory Coast, for example, like people are, oh my gosh, they got adopted by white people. They living better because they got adopted by white people. Now you have people who wanted to be adopted by white people. Okay. Right? But television has done a lot to Black people. And I don't think that is talked about enough. You know? Because if a lot of people we watch too much TV. Too much TV. No, not just Webster. Oh my God, hold on. I'm gonna find it for you. Different Strokes. There you go. I know that we need. See, because in French, like when they dubbed it in French for us, it was called Arnaud et Willy, like, you know. But here it's called Different Strokes. Because like when they sell these shows, like when they sell the shows to like French speaking people, they change the names of the shows. Because I watch all the shows, but they were dubbed in French, right? But I know if we leave, for example, like it was like, oh wow, they got adopted by white people, and they lived in a high rise. Remember, they had a white sister. Yeah, you know what I'm saying, right? And if you watch carefully, like I remember one time when I was in New Orleans, like I was trying to run like an ad on TV for Lingo Lashes, right? Y'all, when you see the data on how much TV Black people consume, y'all, it's a problem. We consume way too much television. You understand? And watching TV don't make you smart. Watching TV don't make you smart. And now we're even worse because how many Black babies have tablets? Okay. How many Black babies have tablets and are looking up to streamers and the streamers that have Ferraris, streamers that have Lambos? Okay. Yeah. But that TV stuff, it did something to the Black psyche. But Black people watch an ungodly amount, and I don't mean Black Americans, they're Black people, huh? Black people watch an ungodly amount of television. It's too much TV. We watch way too much TV. And poorer Black people watch even more TV. It's too much. We don't read enough. Even the radio was not as damaging because radio, you can't see anything. You can't see how the person is dressed. All you hear is their voice. So it's like, okay, I don't feel inferior. But that TV can really make you feel like you're missing something. You're lacking something. You don't make enough money. There's something better out there. You know what I'm saying? You know, it's the programming, but it's the TV. I'm like, oh, wow, I can see why Black people of yesteryears used to call the TV the devil's box, because through the TV, you can have some weird ideas. You can start having weird ideas. Oh, I'm too dark. Oh, I'm too light. Oh, I'm not black enough. Oh, I'm not rich enough. Oh, my car's not nice enough. Oh, I don't have enough food. Oh, I don't make enough money. Oh, I don't like my husband. I don't like my wife. Oh, I could have a better wife. Oh, I could have a better husband. Right? Even your sex life. If you ever watch TV, oh, especially Netflix, y'all. If you watch Netflix, you could be like, man, I don't think I'm having enough sex in my life. Okay? Because every show on Netflix, like every 2 minutes, there's a sex scene. Every 3 minutes, there's a sex scene. Like, but damn, like, am I missing out? Like, am I not having enough? Like, you know, all of that is intentional. Right? Now you have TV, you have cable, you have streaming, you have social media. Like, imagine how, like, it's just too much. It's just way too much. It's really way too much. So the sad thing is, when it comes to poor people who live in, like, you know, in poverty, I think they watch way too much TV. And because of that, they don't tend to prioritize the intelligence. They don't tend to, like, challenge themselves. They just go for the flesh. They pretty much go for what they see on TV. And when they don't have the money to have what they want to, what they see on TV, they go and commit crimes. Because the TV says this is who you want to be. Like Cassie said, MTV Cribs. And when we were younger, y'all, we used to believe that stuff. And then later on, come to find out, a lot of celebrities, it was not even their homes. Like, what the heck? It wasn't your house. We had Exhibit, Pimp My Ride. Some of them people, it was not even their cars. But a lot of people in MTV Cribs, it was not their house. They just rented the house for the show. It was like, what? That was not your house? But TV can really mess people up. But I think TV has messed up Black people. And so now here we are with the consequences. I'm like, yeah, I can see, like, you know, so if you're around people like in the hood, people in the hood are really focused on entertainment, TV, social media, right? So, you know, they can be a little goofy sometimes because nobody's challenging them to, like, think, read books, stop watching TV, stop being on social media, think for yourself. So, oh, I want to be like my favorite rapper. So if your favorite rapper has a light skin, you want a light skin woman too. Like, do you even like her? Like, do you even know her name? What's her first name? Don't even know this lady, right? But because you're always consuming TV, you think you have to model your life after people you see on TV. You don't even know these people. Am I still here, y'all? Can y'all hear me? Hopefully it wasn't my thingy. So I'm like, yeah, to me it's the television. Like, it has messed
A lot
up.
of people, y'all place judgments. Like I said, this whole conversation really does subcategory into other things, but I do want to address something that I keep seeing that keeps reoccurring on comments on my page. Light-skinned people are not biracial people, and biracial people are not light-skinned people. A light-skinned person is Black. A biracial person is a person of multiple races. Those two are not synonymous to each other. And I don't know when we got into this era where we started grouping light-skinned people as biracial people. I didn't even know that was a thing. Black people come in a range of different skin tones and colors. There are actual mixed race biracial people who are dark or darker, or are on the darker end of being Black. There are Afro-Latina people who are darker than light-skinned people, but they are mixed race, and those light-skinned people are Black. If mixed people are arrogant and do think that they are better than Black people because they are mixed, it's because society and y'all give it to them. Y'all do covet biracial women. And y'all covet biracial men. Y'all do think they are top notch and top tier. Y'all do think everybody light skin is bad. And it's one thing for that to be the societal standard, but it's another thing for that to be the standard in our own community. Y'all do put people who are mixed with loose curl hair, who look Dominican or whatever, on the forefront of beauty when it comes to the Black community. But then y'all want to get mad because people are feeling themselves or feel like they're the top of the top when y'all are the ones that gas them up to feel that way in the first place. I'm not saying you should go out of your way to humble biracial people. I'm just saying y'all shouldn't be gassing them up to the degree that y'all do either. But I think the biggest thing that is the most important that y'all keep failing to realize in its past looks is the experience that people who are Black are still having. And that's what I was trying to say initially is we got to stop minimizing and diminishing people who don't look like a standard Black American's experience of being Black when the Black experience is exactly what, when the Black experience is exactly that, an experience of being Black, specifically in America. Having a white parent or another raced parent raise you while also being raised by a Black parent makes your experience entirely different. But having two Black parents makes you Black, gives you the Black experience. And the whole point is in which way we live our lives and how we're affected by who we are, whether that's a light-skinned individual or a biracial individual. There are certain things that biracial people will not experience as a person who is full Black, and vice versa. There are things that people as light-skinned Black people will not experience as being raised in a household with two Black parents or coming from two Black parents. The experience is different. It is not the same. But because y'all base your life experience off of what you look like, y'all don't know that, nor do y'all understand or get it. So if you are not a person who is light-skinned, please stop shoving light-skinned people in the same group as biracial people because that's what y'all look like. It doesn't matter what I look like, nigga. This is my life experience. I don't experience the same type of lifestyle that a biracial person does. I experience my Black experience. And that's just what it is, regardless of what I look like. And not to say that looks don't matter. I'm just saying it's not the only thing that matters, especially when you are fully Black. And the last thing I'm going to say is that your privilege is based off of your surroundings. It's based off of your environment. Because being light-skinned in the hood is the only thing that ever made me feel valuable or like something, because of how people make you feel about you and how they respond to you. But being light-skinned in an all-white community, in an all-white school, reminded me that I was a nigga and nothing less. So your privilege is really based off of your surrounding. If you are not white, you will always be reminded of that, especially the higher you go. It doesn't matter how cold you are. It doesn't matter what you look like. It doesn't matter if you were top 10 in your neighborhood, in your city, or whatever. As soon as you start traveling to a predominantly white area, whether that's in business, whether that's in your career, whether that's where you live, you will be reminded of who you are, regardless of how cold you are. And y'all have to start giving people that and listening to that. Just because
I mean, man, this thing is pretty silly. I think it's very silly to act as though every white person is on the same standard. Like, if you study European history, a lot of redheads have been murdered. Okay, a lot of white women who were redheaded, they were killed, they were hunted, they were typecast as witches. But the problem is, I think sometimes people think that they have the monopoly on pain. People think they have the monopoly on oppression. People think they have the monopoly on being victims. Like, people think that, oh, only I understand what it feels like. No, you don't. Because obviously you haven't read their history. White people also are not a monolith. Okay. If you study European history, white people were not nice to each other also. So the stuff that happens in the Black community or any community, that's just what people do, period. I think people get together and people try to extract privilege by whatever, force, manipulation, marketing, you name it, right? But in European history, even in England, a lot of people in England were killed for being redheaded. Yeah, they called them, they had a queen. There's this one queen in England. You can ask, don't tell you it's British, okay? But this one queen in England, they hated that woman because she was redheaded. She was redheaded. They hated that lady, right? But sometimes, like, you were born redheaded, they would treat you horribly. Like you were a witch, like you were a pariah because your hair was red. You saw the same thing with Prince Harry, right? Harry had a lot of issues because, oh, he's redheaded. Maybe that's not Charles's son. That's not his son. Like, Prince Harry went through hell for not being redheaded. So if you think like even white people don't have this whole like brunette, redhead versus blonde situation, they all do, because that's what people do. Okay, human beings are always trying to put somebody down. Okay, like, but Europeans have their own issues. Okay, even Italians. You know, some people feel as though some Italians are not European enough because they're dark skinned. They're not dark as me, but they're darker, right? But it's like, it's just people. People always look for ways like, I think I'm better than you, or I think I'm this better than you. People look for ways to put themselves above other people. It happens with all kinds of people, right? But maybe if you don't have enough white friends or if you don't study white history, I can see why you would think that all white people are just so nice to each other and all white people, the majority of white women who are blondes are not blonde. Many of white women who are blondes are actually brunettes. They bleached their hair. Like the same way, like you'll see like some black girls will have issues with being 4C hair, right? You have a lot of white girls who have issues with being brunettes. So they start like 13, 14. They start bleaching their hair early on. They start doing these foils early on. But a lot of white girls who are blondes are not natural blondes. They're not natural blondes. Also, if you talk about, there's a hierarchy of looks for white women, like having a straight nose, small lips, big blue eyes, whatever. Like a lot of white girls don't have straight nose. A lot of white girls have crooked nose. A lot of white girls have big noses. Okay. So when you're on the outside looking in, it can seem like, oh my gosh, every white girl is beautiful. Every white girl is confident. Every white girl is a blonde. White people are so like, no. They have issues as well. They've always had issues. So don't think because somebody is white also that she can't relate. Because you have girls who are brunettes who feel as though the Malibu Barbie type, like, the blonde girl with the blue eyes, a nice body that look like a Barbie, right? They have that too. Somebody can say that blondes are usually treated better. They say blondes have more fun, right? A lot of white women are not natural blondes. They bleached their hair to be blonde. But they've done it for so long that like now the hair is actually blonde. Right? But brunettes sometimes don't get that much love. Redheads don't really get that much love. Like even here in America, like how many famous white women are redheaded, right? You don't see that many. Julianne Moore maybe is like one of them, right? But everybody's blonde. You think like they're all blonde? Like no, they're not. Many of them, they bleached their hair. So ultimately, this is why you don't envy people, because a lot of people don't like themselves. Okay? It's all over the place. So white girls also have issues also. They have self-love issues, self-acceptance issues. It's a woman thing. I think it's a human thing, okay? We all do. So if you go to a white establishment, those people also have their own issues. So it's not because you're black. The girl, they got their own issues. Yeah, they dye their hair a lot because they don't want to be brunettes. A lot of white girls are not natural blondes. They are brunettes. But I've come to realize that they bleached their hair like 14, 16. They start bleaching their hair. So by the time she's like in her 20s, like she's been blonde for so long that you think she's a natural blonde. It's like, no, she's a brunette. And you see it with their kids because the kids will be born and the child's like, oh, well, why is your hair not blonde? Because she's not a natural blonde. Right? She's not a natural blonde. But you have to get to know them to understand. Like they have issues too. Like they have hierarchies. But from what I've known of European history, especially Anglo-Saxon history, like redheaded people, oh my gosh, they were bullied. Bullied, taxed as witches, outcasted. Some of them were like burnt alive because they were redheaded, right? People used to not want to have kids that were redheaded, right? I know Prince Harry had an issue because he was redheaded. Yeah, they keep dyeing. Yeah, and they keep dyeing their hair blonde. They don't want to be brunettes. They do not. Oh, child. Right? They're always dyeing their hair, and it's very expensive. Like those foils are expensive, but they'll do it. They'll spend the money, $500, $600, sometimes it's even $1,200, just so you can hide the fact that you are a brunette. So I'm like, wow, everybody's going through it. But you have to learn to love yourself. Now, when you say, oh, because some of y'all, like, because y'all are putting light-skinned people on a pedestal. I'm not part of that. But yeah, if people are broken people always want what they don't have. But you have a lot of people who are dark-skinned or whoever, even light-skinned people themselves who don't put light-skinnedness on a pedestal. It's all about the person, right? But people who don't prioritize intelligence and things like that, those people will go for flesh. Like, oh yeah, light skin, big booty, wumpty wump 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 wump. People who have transcended, their flesh and are actually living in a spirit, those are not people who are fixated on skin color, the size of a booty, how big your boobs are. You know what I'm saying? No. right? That's why when a young lady goes and gets a BBL, she's most likely going to attract a man who's still operating in his flesh, and nothing good's gonna come out of that, right? But most women who don't have all these implants, of fake boobs, of fake butt, she's more likely to attract the man who's more intelligent, because he's not looking for a big butt and big behind, right? Because he understands if we get married, it's for a lifetime. Beauty, it fades away, like external beauty fades away, right? But most women who get BBLs, they're only going to attract a certain type of person. And usually that's a human being that has not transcended. He's still living for the flesh. So he goes for what he sees. So it's extremely visual, right? They're not blonde. Like, they're not. And I'm like,
My Black experience isn't identical to yours doesn't mean that it's not the Black experience. And that's all I've been saying this entire time.
yeah,
A lot,
life.
a lot of people y'all place judgments on based off of how they look, and you don't even know what it took for them to get there. A lot of people assume because you're attractive or you take care of yourself that you've had an easy life or that your problems are minimal because you look so good. And that's a really sad place to be, because I think we genuinely lack compassion and empathy for other humans who look like they have a better life than us. When you really don't know what those people had to go through to get their life that they wanted, or the background that they came from that basically caused them to elevate themselves. A lot of the people that y'all be judging probably came from backgrounds either similar to you or worse than yours. But because they made something out of their pain and because you're still in your struggle, you dismiss everything that they've gone through because you just see the end product. When in reality, all of us want to take our pain and build something beautiful. Who wants to just go through pain just to go through pain? Who wants to struggle just to stay in the struggle? A lot of it comes from your current struggle, where y'all get on social media or y'all see or y'all watch the news or y'all whatever you go and you look at, and you judge people for their success, for their looks, how they take care of themselves, and think and be plotting on their downfall, or be waiting for them to fall short, or waiting for something in their life to become disastrous because you think they deserve it, but you have no idea the things that they've been through to get to that point. I even say this with wealthy people. Not everybody got their money in a sinister way. Not everybody made money by devaluing other people and taking from others. Some people worked really, really hard for their money. Some people worked really, really hard for their generational wealth. Some people came from worse conditions and situations than we did. But because you don't read books, and because you don't ask questions, and because you don't watch documentaries, and because you don't look for understanding, and because you take your energy to hate and envy instead of allow that person's story to inspire you, you miss the biggest part of the story, which was the underdog part, which would actually inspire you if you actually did some research and found out who these people were and where they came from. But because you would rather just look at an end product and think that it all came together like that, when that's never been the case for anybody. That's why you lack understanding. That's why you lack empathy. That's why you lack compassion for other people who are in better situations than you are. When in reality, you can learn from them. When in reality, they could be very humble individuals. When in reality, they would teach you the blueprint. They would teach you the step-by-step if you were in that space. But you know how you know you're not in that space? Because you're too busy on here hating and talking about people, when you could use that same time and do your research and try to learn how you could find people who came from similar backgrounds as you, and how you can replicate their steps or be inspired by their life so that you can look like them. But no. We have to stop assuming the worst about people simply because they're successful or because they take care of themselves. We have to stop talking so much and adding our opinions and asking questions. Asking people what was the worst point of their life. Asking people what was the hardest thing they had to go through. Asking people, how did you take your hardship and make it and allow it to thrust you into success? You can learn something that could help you apply those things to your own life, but you're not in that space because you're too busy being a hater. A lot of people y'all place judgments on based off of how they look, and you don't even know what it took for them to get there. A lot of people assume.
I mean, I think the problem is, like, you have to realize, though, a lot of people today, even the Black community, a lot of people today, they identify with socialism, Marxism. So they have to demonize everybody.
Why is nobody talking about?
Everybody's evil. So
This commentary that is continuing about this content creator Nina Simone and a video that she did about her insecurities being a light-skinned Black woman with 4C hair. I think she kept using the term texturism. And it's deeper than just texturism. I think subconsciously what she was bringing to the forefront in front of all of her followers on social media is the fact of your presumption that your privilege, that your skin color would thereby correlate with a certain hair type. And that is not the case, because she specifically mentioned, I don't feel that I line up to the beauty standard. And we all know she is referring to the Eurocentric, the white Euro standard. And so that's where I kind of got lost in her video, and even the subsequent video that she made, which I guess was trying to like clarify what she meant. But I'm like, nah, you definitely spoke on your insecurities, and even went back to how even as a child, you continued to get your hair relaxed because you wanted a looser curl pattern because it was what you thought was more acceptable. So that's something that's been ingrained in you since a child. Well, everyone is talking about like what she said. I'm kind of looking at this like an AA program. Like, okay, well, step one, thank you, sis, for admitting the problem. And now what are you going to do to educate yourself so that you can become more confident with your natural hair pattern? It's one thing to say, like, I have an issue here, but okay, so what are you doing to correct it? Because once again, I'm going to bring it back up to the follow-up video you did. You expressed saying, like, I understand as a light-skinned woman, that doesn't mean I'm not supposed to have 4C hair. Right. You say that now, but then where's the insecurity coming from? Because that is what you spoke on in your original video. Feeling insecure, feeling the need to get relaxers, not feeling comfortable or having a comfortability with your natural hair pattern. So it's not necessarily all the time what you explicitly say, but people still can make that implication based on the insecurity that you brought up. Because what she may not realize is you, sweetheart, were drawing those correlations and making those connections. And even if you weren't saying that flat out, or even if that's not what you meant, that's what's in your heart, and that's what you have to address. So that's something that only you can correct on your own, instead of being defensive when people are calling you out on this very thing. Just saying. This commentary that is continuing.
Oh, trying to make it seem like, oh, I feel so bad for you, dark-skinned Black women. It's like, well, who? I don't care about. No, you're crazy. Is that her right here? If this is her? Oh.
I'm pretty.
Anyway, I don't care about your bitch.
I'm pretty. Part of my. I would like.
Hold on.
I'm gonna get straight to the point with this one. First things first, I never once said that 4C hair was something that only brown skin and dark skinned people have to deal with and should have to deal with. And I never once said that because I'm light skinned, I shouldn't have 4C hair. The entire point of my video was to say that society holds light skinned people to a certain beauty standard.
No, we don't.
And yes, that's an ignorant assumption that light skinned people should look a certain way. And I said, and I meant light skin. I said light skin and not mixed, because there are light skinned people who are fully Black, like myself, that have coily hair. Just like there are dark skinned and brown skinned people who have looser curl textures. Black people are not a monolith. Like, we don't all look one certain way. But there is an ignorant assumption by a lot of people.
Exactly. And she said, who's the society?
Mixed are synonymous. And just because you're light skinned.
Exactly. Who's your society? Who's society? Nobody. I'm like, no, people don't. People out here trying to survive. In your head, light skin means like you gotta look like this with this curl pattern, because you feel as though because you're already light skinned. So maybe if you had a looser curl pattern, but I will say this though, even if you had a looser curl pattern, my love, you still have a nose of a Negro. Like, you have a big nose. Not to be offensive, right? But you don't have that small, like, like really straight, tiny nose, small nostrils. You still have the nose of a Black person. So even if you had the curl pattern, then you would hate your nose. Because the problem is, in your head, there is a version of light skinness. There is a version of like biracial-ish that you wish you had that because you think then you would have a certain type of pretty girl privilege and things would just happen for you naturally, right? Because you think when you're light skinned with a certain curl pattern and a certain nose and certain features, right? Maybe it's easier to get a rapper. Maybe it's easier to get a baller. Maybe it's easier to get this, and that. But I would even argue that even the girls who get with the ballers, many of them have had surgery. Like even Jordan Woods. Jordan has had surgery. So like even this, so like this light-skinned beauty standard that you people have, even some of these light-skinned people, they had to go get surgery. The Jordan that we knew with Kylie Jenner is not the Jordan that we're seeing today. Right? Right? So see, this is Jordan. And she's also light-skinned. Not to be offensive, right? Not to be mean. Hold on. Let me see how I can get this picture. I don't know what's happening here, child, right? But I'm like, you see, this is Jordan. So even Jordan herself, does she like naturally fit the beauty? And she's biracial, right? I think her mom is black. Her mom is white. I don't know, right? But even she had to go, she had a lot of surgery. Her teeth, her nose, her this, her body. So to act like there's this like, oh, society has this beauty standard for light-skinned people. Even light-skinned people themselves don't even live up to that. They need enhancements to get it. But we know Jordan before and we know Jordan now. But there was a lot of plastic surgery that was done. And that's why maybe now she has a basketball fiance. No problem. But even Jordan was not born like this. She had a lot of work done to herself, right? Halle Berry also had to have rhinoplasty. Even Beyonce had to have rhinoplasty. Like a lot of light-skinned people, biracial people, whatever, they've had rhinoplasty. They've had Botox. They have fillers. They do a lot of things. They do a lot of things. So this is why I personally feel as though you can't tell me that, oh, because you're light-skinned, you have privilege. I'm sorry. Jordan was light-skinned, right? The Jordan that used to hang out with Kylie Jenner, I'm so sorry, but what privilege did she have? Right? We all remember Jordan when she was hanging out with Kylie Jenner. Where was the privilege? Right? After she left Kylie, that now she had to fight for herself. Like she had to go get lots of surgery, bunch of stuff, right? So now, okay, sure. But even that, I don't believe that Jordan Woods has privilege over me because she paid for this. Even Cardi B. Cardi B also is light-skinned. Maybe she is also mixed because, you know, she's from the islands, whatever, right? But I'm like, even Cardi too, though. I think right now, Cardi B is on like face number 5 or she's like on face number 8, right? Cardi's also light-skinned. I'm sorry, but what privilege exactly does Cardi have? What one thing where you can say where Cardi has proof, like not, I guess she has more than me is money. Because now she has more money, she went and got the surgeries to look this way. But even herself, she was not born this way. Right? So I'm a bit confused. You know what I mean? A lot of ignorant things happen in the hood because there's a reason why people live in the projects. There's a reason why people also live in the project, and there's a reason why people stay there. Okay? They don't meddle in matters of the intelligence. They meddle in foolishness, right? So to me, that's not a standard. I'm like, oh yeah, look at hood people. Hood people are not a standard for me. Right? That's it. Like they're over there, I'm over here. Right? But what they prioritize is not what I prioritize. We're not the same. Right? A hood person would not have any issues potentially selling drugs to another black person. Me, Marlene, as an educated black woman, I will never sell drugs to anybody who not even just looks like me. I'm not selling drugs to nobody, period. But definitely, if you look like me, I will never be responsible for turning you into an addict. I don't want that over my life. Right? But hood people are hood people for a reason. And then intelligent black people are intelligent black people for a reason. We are not the same. We just have a common complexion. But somebody from the hood and somebody who's in the suburb, we don't have the same culture. We don't have the same culture. So I don't doubt hood people also prioritize drug dealers, right? People in the suburbs do not take an affinity to drug dealers. They're going to call the police on you. Why are you here? Okay. You know, but so it's like this notion of, yeah, you know what I mean? This notion of like, oh, I'm light skinned, so I have privilege. A lot of light skinned girls that we know, many of them have had enhancements. right? And many of them is because they came into money so they look better. So it's not because you're light skinned, it's because you either you have the money or you don't have money. Money is what really makes people look good. It's not being light skinned or it's not being dark skinned. When you have money for better skincare, you're going to be prettier. When you have money for a chef, you're going to be prettier. When you have money to go to the gym, you're going to be prettier. When you have money for this, and that, you're going to be prettier. When you have money for better clothes, better makeup, better brushes, better products, right? The more money you have, the better you're going to look. It is not a complexion thing. It truly is a money thing. And that's what they say. You're not ugly, you're just broke. Because once you come into money, you start looking better, right? But I'm like, you cannot sit here and be like, oh my gosh, like, oh, no. Because a lot of light-skinned girls that we know who are currently trending on social media, we know that a lot of these ladies, right, are going to, a lot of these ladies have a lot, they've had a lot of help from doctors. They've got a lot of help from the doctors. So you can't say, oh, well, I feel so bad for you. No, I don't feel bad for me. Because even you don't look like that. You have to pay for that. Right? A lot of people have paid for surgeries and rhinoplasties and BBLs and flat tummies and this and that. So no, your money allows you to do that. But it's like, I don't think that, oh my gosh, I'm sitting here like, oh my gosh, I want her life. No, because everything you have, you pay for it. So if I have money and I want to do that, I can pay for it too. That's about it. But don't believe that people are sitting here in jealousy or envy of who you are. Exactly. Right? Because ultimately, what makes a person beautiful is it's the inside. So Cardi B, even Doja Cat, exactly. What the heck? No, we don't believe this.
When that's not the case. There are also mixed people that have coily hair. So again, I said what I meant, and I meant what I said when I was saying specifically light skin beauty standard. Whether you want to acknowledge it or not, the beauty standard we have in the society of the United States is a Eurocentric beauty standard. So any features that anybody has that look more Eurocentric are going to be more socially desirable. But again, that's an ignorant assumption to make.
That's a bunch of foolishness. You have a lot of white girls over here who have Eurocentric features. You have a lot of white girls with super straight nose. Nobody's checking for them. Okay. You have a lot of white girls who are extremely blonde. No one is checking for them. You have a lot of white girls who have straight nose, blonde hair, blue eyes. People are not checking for that. Okay. Because when she talks the way that she talks, you will believe that as soon as you walk outside, every white woman has a dream life. Every white woman is like in luxury. Every white woman is like that. She has like men running after her. You know, a lot of white girls today, if you would call Europeanized or whatever, Eurocentric beauty standards, and so many white girls now are only fan models. Okay, right? You make no sense. Like it's like people have like this is like, all of this is just mental illness. It's just mental illness. And I'm like, when you have a mental illness, it's very like you are not capable of actually seeing reality for what it really is. A lot of white girls out here have straight nose. No one is checking for them. A lot of white girls out here have long hair. Nobody's checking for them. Okay. You have a lot of white girls who are tall with blue eyes, blonde hair. They work at Michael's. They work at TJ Maxx. They work at Chick-fil-A. There's a lot of blondes who work at Chick-fil-A. Why is she there? Right? You focus on the small instances where some blonde girls are famous. But for every blonde girl who's famous, how many blonde girls are working at Chipotle? How many blonde girls are working at McDonald's? How many blonde girls are somewhere out there, even on drugs somewhere, right? Today, the number of white girls today who are doing OnlyFans is crazy. If white women are so desirable, why are so many white women becoming sex workers? Right? It doesn't even make sense. It doesn't make sense. Look at the majority of people OnlyFans. It's white women. Look at the majority of people who are making the most money on OnlyFans. It's white women. If white women are so desirable, why do they have to sell punani for $5 per person, a monthly subscription, in order for them to make money? We saw this one lady here, Lily from Europe, like from London, right? Who's blonde, like she fits quote unquote the Europeanized beauty standard, right? Lily slept with 100 people in one day. Why is somebody who is so desirable having to sleep with random man, no background check, no STD testing, nothing. She slept with 100 people in 24 hours. So stop the foolishness, right? When you don't want to love yourself, you like, it's like you force yourself to look at the world a certain way so you can confirm your bias, or you can confirm your mental weakness, right? A lot of white women are living miserable lives. A lot of white women never even had a relationship. A lot of white women were never even proposed to, were never even married, right? You have a lot of white women who are not, people are not chasing behind them. So I'm like, make it make sense. Every single white woman is not out here living like Carrie Bradshaw and freaking Sex in the City. That is a lie. Hollywood is not, it's not reality. And I think once again, because Black people consume too much TV. It's like, I think a lot of, you know what I'm starting to realize now? I think the same way that a lot of white people only understand Black people through music, because I say, oh, like they live on the periphery of Blackness, like, oh, it's the music, it's the rap. That's how they consume Black people. I'm starting to realize that a lot of Black people don't really know white people. They consume white people through TV, magazine, social media. But I'm like, do you actually have white friends? Do you truly have white friends? Do you actually engage with white people? Have you ever actually grown up around white people? Have you ever lived amongst white people? Right? Because if you have, you will understand. Even the stuff, like the stuff you see on TV. What's the girl from what's that girl from that pretty white girl from that show? Gossip Girl. What, Blake Lively, right? That Blake Lively stuff, it's only on TV. It's only on TV, right? So if you're sitting here consuming white girls through TikTok and all you see is Alex Earl, I can see why you think is if you're born blonde and your life is going to win. Even Alex Earl, I told you she had to put in 3 years before she blew up. Why didn't she just blow up right away? Right? She was always, I mean, for the most part, she was always blonde. She always had like her fake boobs. Why didn't Alex Earl, the first time she dropped her video on TikTok, why didn't she go viral right away? Why did it take Alex Earl 3 years, almost 3.5 years for her to blow up? And even now, Alex Earl only has like 6 million followers on TikTok, right? There's a Palestinian girl, Liana Deb. Liana, she's Palestinian. Liana has 12 million followers on TikTok. She got 12 million, right? It's like you only want to see what you want to see because you need, like, it's like you want to be hurt. You want to be victimized. You want to be oppressed. You are looking for confirmation bias, right? Even, what's her name? Michaela Noriega, right? Michaela, who is a lot heavier. She's a brunette. Michaela has way more followers than Alex Earl because Michaela has like 15 million followers on TikTok, right? But now it's like, oh, Alex Earl this, Alex Earl that. Why don't you focus on the fact like, oh, if what we're saying is so true, if being born white, blonde, skinny is a ticket to the top, why doesn't Michaela have 6 million followers and then Alex Earl with 15 million followers? Make it make sense, right? Right? No, because you consume white people through TV. So you think, oh, these white girls are always winning because that's TV. That is TV. That's social media. But if you're outside, if you actually have white friends, if you live amongst white people, if you have grown up around white people, you realize that a lot of white girls, people are not checking for them. There are a lot of white girls who fit all of that. Blonde, blue eyes, blonde hair, and a lot of people are not checking for these people. Even white boys are not even checking for these white girls. So make it make sense. Because there's more to it. There's more to it. But if it was so true, the first time when Alex Earl dropped her video on TikTok, this girl should have just gone viral. No, she had like 1,000 views, 3,000 views, 1,500 views. The girl was posting every day, nonstop, for 3.5 years for her to even hit 1 million views. But there are white girls on TikTok who are not blonde. I even want to say there's one girl, Karina, she cooks, right? She barely wears makeup, y'all. She's like, yeah, that girl, her views are crazy. Her followers are crazy, right? It's a lot of like, I don't know. You see all kinds of white girls, right? Some, they don't wear no makeup. They're not like vixens, whatever. They go crazy viral. They have like millions and millions and millions of followers on TikTok, right? And yet the girl you would think, oh, like she's the girl you see on TV. Like she's the white blonde, she's the Americana look, whatever. She's not even getting all that attention, right? But it's like when you have speck in your eyes, you will see what you want to see out of this world. Because it's so much easier to believe a lie than to actually make it your business to really understand what is going on. And I will say this, because it sounds to me like you're also not very familiar with white people. Because when a lot of y'all talk, you make it seem like being born white means you have no problems, you have no trouble, you have no issue, you have no this, you have no body issue. A lot of white girls have body dysmorphia. A lot of white girls have eating disorders. If being born white is a ticket to having the perfect life, why do so many white girls have so much eating disorders like that? Why are so many white girls bulimic? So like, why? Right? So it's not true. These are just narratives. Like they're just narratives that people pull straight out their behinds and they start selling it to people. And then so many black girls just start believing it. These are just narratives. Like if you study white girls, a lot of white girls have eating disorders. Initially, I thought it was a joke. I'm like, there's no way, right? They're just doing this for attention. Then I'm like, no, this is real. These girls really have eating disorders. White girls, they really suffer in their flesh. So many of them have eating disorders. And then the parents don't even know what to do because she doesn't want to eat. I'm like, what the heck? That is crazy. A lot of them have eating disorders. So it's like when you're on the outside looking in, I don't know how you could think, oh my gosh, like she's white, so her life is perfect. She has no issues. Everything works for her. Men are running behind her. Wumpty wump wump. A lot of white girls are suffering in their flesh. Today, we're living in 2024. The majority of OnlyFans models are white girls. A lot of sex workers are white women. So it's not adding up to what you're saying. It is not adding up to what you're saying, right? It's not adding up to what you're saying. Like, I'm like, it doesn't make any sense. Okay. But it's so much easier to believe lies than to actually do your due diligence and study these white people and see what really goes on in their community. And like I said, a lot of girls are brunettes, but they would rather be blonde because they also want to be accepted, which goes to show you everybody's suffering. Everybody is suffering with self-love. Everybody is suffering with self-acceptance. Everybody is suffering with saying, you know what? I'm good enough. I'm beautiful enough, right? But if it was so easy, like, oh, because you're born white, automatically everything just works out for you. Child, please, okay? White people would have made it to Mars by now. But a lot of them are afflicted. Even right now, this whole like fentanyl opioid crisis that we're having is killing mostly white children. So if life is so easy for white people, if life is so amazing for white people, why are so many white people, white children, boys and girls are so addicted to opioids? Why are so many of them just dying from fentanyl, dying from this and dying from that? Because it's not that easy. It's not that easy. These are just narratives. And it's like, it's a bunch of lies. It is a bunch of lies. White people suffer in their flesh. They suffer in their flesh. A lot of white girls suffer to love themselves. They have deep agony about loving themselves. So it's like, oh, let's stop. Like, that's crazy.
I was solely speaking on the topic of texturism
Yes,
because I don't deal with colorism. I know that as a light-skinned woman, I benefit from colorism, but that doesn't mean that because I have 4C hair, I want to be more Eurocentric and da-da-da.
Yes, you do.
Solely speaking about my struggle with my hair and my insecurity because I know that there are a lot of other light-skinned women that also...
Girl, you don't even struggle with your hair. Because you never said what the struggle was. You didn't say, oh, I don't know how to moisturize my hair. I don't know what styles to do with my hair. You just said, oh, my hair is 4C. I don't like it. That's it. Right? But it's like, how exactly are you struggling with your hair? That people are still trying to find out. Okay? You never expressed any struggle. You said, oh, because I'm light-skinned, I expect to have this hair texture. Right? It's not like, oh, I don't know how to moisturize my hair. I don't know what style to do with my hair. Boom, 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 right? Because you have an issue. And just say that. Like I said, maybe it makes you feel like you're too connected to Africa. I don't know. But just say that, right? Just say that. But 4C hair is just like anybody else's hair. It might be a little extra, whatever. But like I said, once you get into a routine and you have great products and you have a great regimen, it's hair just like anybody else's hair. I wash my hair once a week. And I have a baby, I have a newborn. That people even said, oh, you're going to have postpartum depression. You're going to have postpartum shedding. And then you're going to lose all your hair is going to fall out because you have postpartum. Well, I still have hair on my head. Do I not? Okay. I still have hair on my head, right? So you got sorry, right? I still have hair on my head. Like, why would you even put a relaxer? If it bothers you that much, just cut it off. Because the relaxer, you're still going to have new growth eventually, right? So just cut it off. But I'm like, and my thing is also like, what is it that a so pressed can't fix? Let's be honest, right? What is it that a so pressed can't fix? You understand? But I'm like, you think in your head being light skinned, maybe like you're like, I don't know, like a Lori Harvey thing. I don't know what's going through your head, but you probably like a Jordan Wood. But I'm like, even Jordan, though, Jordan had to get like plastic surgery help, though. She had the help of a doctor to achieve the look that she currently has. When it comes to Jordan Wood, also, I've never seen her hair because she's usually like, she's always wearing like lace frontals and stuff. She's always wearing extensions and weaves. So I don't even know what she looks like, right? I don't know what she looks like, right? What does her real hair look like? I don't know. Right? But it's like, girl, what? But please don't think that you have privilege over a dark-skinned woman. That's it.
This way. Texturism, featurism, colorism, they can all exist in the same space without negating the experiences of other people. I completely acknowledge the fact that I know that I benefit from colorism. But again, that doesn't...
But how exactly? This is the delusion I cannot stand. Ma'am, how exactly do you benefit from colorism? Because I saw, like, we kind of saw your boyfriend a little bit. It's not like you out here dating like a multimillionaire. He looks like a regular dark-skinned dude from around the way. How exactly do you benefit from colorism? People got to stop saying this. You right here, like this lady right here, how exactly do you benefit from colorism? Girl, what? I'm like, what is you bad benefit from colorism? No, when you are around a bunch of idiots who don't love themselves, maybe they gas you up because you're light skinned. But in America at large, what can you say? You know what? I didn't deserve, but I got this huge thing that was given to me because of colorism. Like, girl, what do you have that we don't have? What has colorism afforded you that the rest of us are like, oh my gosh, wow, I see how she... Do you run a big company? Like, are you like Forbes 30 under 30? Are you a multimillionaire? Did somebody just give you all kinds of millions of dollars? Do you have a brand that you're selling at Sephora? Do you have a brand at Ulta? Like, girl, I'm so sorry. What do you have? What do you have? Like, I know that I benefit from colorism. Girl, what? You have like 900 followers on TikTok. So, like, girl, you what? Like, you sound insane. I'm like, you sound stupid. You don't no. Colorism has not given you anything. Maybe a little black boy you're dating, to him, you're the prettiest thing he's ever seen because you're light skinned. Speak about his ass. Don't speak about me. Because you benefit from colorism, but you only have 900 followers on TikTok. Girl, even I can give you a few. I can even give you a shout out. Right? I could give you a shout out for my TikTok, and I can send a few thousand people your way. So, I'm so sorry. And your little boyfriend that you got, did he even go to college? I'm like, but what has colorism given you? They're like, damn, yeah, you definitely got that because of colorism. Like, no, you did not. It's like, you need to believe that you are like, you're this hot commodity because you're light-skinned, sis. You really ain't. Okay? You're a regular person in America. That's it. Don't let them people gas you up. You are a regular. Yeah, she really thinks she's a preference. And I'm like, okay. Like, no.
Doesn't take away from the fact that I have insecurities. Like, being light skinned doesn't mean I'm not gonna have insecurities.
Exactly, because you need to have a strong
Part of
But my thing is, right?
spend a day with me. I had a lot to do today because last week was a
right?
lot, to say the least. My best
Oh,
friend
she has
and I
like
had
300.
some errands.
Okay, cool.
Spend a day with me.
I hit all this music. But I'm like, what has colorism given you that the rest of us can't have?
This world.
I made these Ed Hardy.
My life so fast.
I'm literally this close to becoming vegetarian, like a full-on vegetarian.
What has colorism afforded her that the rest of us can't
Every
have? So that's her boyfriend, I guess. Okay. So he's dark skinned. Okay. So Is that something that most girls can't get? I mean, she has like 300,000. I thought she had like less than that. But I'm like, even with that though, 300,000, you get like 20,000 views, 15,000 views per TikTok. Okay. But my thing is though, this dark skinned man that you have, is that something that most girls cannot get? Exactly. Like what I'm like, what I'm trying to see, like, what has your skin color afforded you that the rest of us can't get? We are confused. He's tall and he's dark skinned. Okay. Okay. Like we're so I'm really confused. I'm like, okay, what do you have that the rest of us like, oh my gosh, like we're struggling to have this. We're struggling so badly. Like, oh wow, look at her. Look at her life. Her life is so awesome. Oh my gosh, it's because she's light skinned. She has such a wonderful life because she's light skinned, right? Girl, what? So both of her parents are like a brown? Hold on. Wait a minute. But if mom and daddy are brown, why did you think you're going to have a looser curl texture? I don't get it. Y'all, this girl don't make no sense. Hey, both of her parents are brown people. How did you think she's going to have a looser curl texture? Girl, what? I'm like, the colorism, and then I have this and I have this that you people don't have. Girl, no. You don't have anything that we want, okay? Enjoy your life, but please do not believe. Don't you believe that you have something that dark-skinned girls are sitting here crying about. You have something that we're begging God to have, you know? Enjoy your life. Yes, boo. Enjoy your, hold on. Oh, Lord, he's gonna cry. Hold on. I'm coming, Maverick.
Talking about 4C hair texture and how she's light skinned and she can't believe she has that hair texture. And this is my take on it. I really honestly believe that a lot of light skinned girls, women, they have to have it all, or else it just bothers them. They're just like, oh, I know I'm pretty, but my hair, I mean, it could be part of my, like, what part of your what? How could you possibly get any more accolades in life? You ain't got enough. Don't you have enough? That's really my summary on her, because she says that she's a confident person. I feel like my natural hair is 4C and it shrinks so bad, right? She's been getting relaxed ever since she was a child, and I don't fit the beauty standard because of the texture of my hair. So that is what I was saying. Like, it's like a win-all situation. She's like, I'm already winning in the face card department. I need to be winning in the hair too. And it's so corny, but I'm gonna let her be. A lot of us have perpetuated this stereotype. We think light skin is a package deal. When I was little, the best example I could give you was of Ashley and Hillary Banks. I would assume that Ashley would have had the more kinkier or coily texture of hair, and Hillary would have had the looser texture of hair. Look at them now, and Hillary clearly has an Afro texture hair, and Tatiana's is loose. So what the girl was saying in that video, I completely understand. I just think it is a shame that I do get it and I got it, and I just do not think it's good. So I know y'all all saw that girl talking about the 4C hair texture and how she's light skinned and she can't believe she has that hair texture. And this is my take on it. I really honestly believe that a lot of light skinned girls, women, they have to have it all, or else it just bothers them. They're just like, oh, I know I'm pretty, but my hair, I mean, it could be part of my, like, what part of your what? How could you possibly get any more accolades in life? You ain't got enough. Don't you have enough?
I mean,
that's really my summary on her.
Hold on. This girl, hold on. Don't lie to this girl and be like, oh, when you're light skinned, you're going to walk outside and people are like, oh my gosh, yes. No. Once again, the real life is not TV, right? And when you're really outside, it's like even with like politics, right? Even with politics, you guys, if you notice carefully, like during the whole election cycle, Democrats versus Republicans, liberals versus conservative, blah, blah, blah. Y'all, the way stuff would feel on YouTube and on social media, you would think people were actually outside behaving this way. right? You go to Walmart, you go to Costco, you go to BJ's, you go to Ulta, you wherever you do your little shopping, whatever, right? When you're outside Walmart, you're outside. Are most white people and black people fighting outside? No. Are most white people and black people walking up to each other like you're racist, you're this, no. Like, are most conservatives and liberals out here fighting and putting their hands in their whatever each other's faces? No. But when you're on Instagram, when you're on YouTube, when you're on TikTok, you would think like, oh, like people just out here fighting and white people are fighting black people are fighting white people, right? But when you go outside, everybody's well behaved. People are trying to buy their groceries. People are trying to buy their stuff. The most people can fight over is like, okay, fighting over a parking spot or fighting over like, like the self-checkout lines, because that'd be crazy, right? But are most people out here actively fighting people based on complexion? Are most people out here really fighting people based on, are you a Republican? Are you a Democrat? Wumpty wump wump? No. But when you're, give me please. You're not. But when you're on social media, you will think people just hate each other. There's all this racial division. There's all this fighting. There's all of this. There's all of that. No. Social media makes you feel that way because social media is a metaverse. It is not a real place. It's like Alice in Wonderland. Okay. It's a gateway. Like it's a metaverse. When you go there, everything is over the top, right? When you're on social media also, you can be made to feel like, oh, every black man hates every black woman. No black man is marrying a black woman. Wumpty wump wump. Then you go outside, you're more likely to see black couples. Oh, wow. Right? This is what they do on social media. They make everything over the top. Everything is so extreme. You go and you look at the numbers, right? Of how, like, the number of black men who are married to black women versus number of black men who are married to white women. There are way more black men who are married to black women. But let social media tell it, oh no, every black man is marrying a white woman, right? You like no black man is getting married. No black woman is getting married. Let social media tell it. When you're dark skinned, you're so ugly. Nobody's attracted to you. Nobody wants you. You come outside in the real world. How many people will give you a compliment because you're dark? Oh my gosh, you're so beautiful. Oh my God, I love your skin. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my gosh, right? So you have to learn to separate the two. The real world is not social media. Social media is like an instance of like the most extremes. Like every position, the extreme version of it is on social media. It's the extreme. Everything is so extreme all the time, right? Because that's how people get views. If it's not negative, if it's not divisive, right? People are not going to watch the content, right? Social media thrives off of hatred. Social media thrives off of hatred, miscommunication, misinformation, confusion, right? Because they're looking for clicks. They want clicks. So if you give people what is actually real, it's not interesting because people live that on the daily. You have to take it, like make everything over the top. Make everything over the top. Social media would have you thinking that every black man or every man out here is looking for a woman that has the biggest butt, like just the craziest butt. When you go outside, I don't care where you go, the mall, the grocery store, the shopping center, how many women do you even see with a BBL? Please tell me, how often do you see an actual woman outside with a BBL, right? This past month alone, tell me how many times you have seen a woman with a BBL, right? But when you're on social media, it feels as though everybody has a BBL. When you're on social media, you feel, oh wow, if you get your butt done, you're gonna win. You're gonna be more desired. Womp 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 womp. You step out into the real world. Most women don't have BBLs. They don't have it. Okay, you go out in the real world. Most women look normal. They look like regular people, right? Because social media it's a metaverse. It is a metaverse. So don't have this young woman believing that, oh, when you're light skinned, you've already won. How much more do you want? No. I don't see it. Even when you see most people who are married, their wives don't have BBLs, right? Most married black men, their wives do not have BBL. They just don't have that stuff, right? A lot of women don't have BBLs and they love themselves. But when you're on social media, they would have you thinking that there's something wrong with you. You got to have a BBL to be beautiful. You got to have this to be beautiful. Most women don't have a BBL. And when you step outside, you don't even see that many ladies with BBLs. They're not out here, right? So just because there's an over representation of something on social media, it doesn't mean that that's really how the real world is set up. In the real world, people are just trying to live, right? People trying to make it. Exactly. Very plain. Exactly. People really trying to make it. People trying to live. People trying to feed their kids. Like in real life, people are truly worried about their daily life. Like, how am I going to make it today? What job am I going to get? Paying my bills, taking care of my kids. People are trying to live life and stay out the way. But on social media, you will think everybody's on a trip. You will think everybody's vacationing. Everybody's taking these like extravagant luxury trips. No, social media is a metaverse. And the majority of content creators are selling a product. They're selling a lifestyle. They're selling this, they're selling that, right? But most people, most normal people, even rich people don't take these many vacations, right? Because a lot of rich people, one reason why they're so rich, because they love to work. They truly love to work. So when you're somebody who loves working and you are extremely successful, you're not taking vacations back to back to back to back to back. It is not real. A lot of hardworking, successful, rich people, they probably have not even taken a vacation in like 5 or 10 years because they love working more than they love going on vacation, right? Most successful people do not go on vacations like that. They are always working because they actually enjoy working. Yeah. I don't even think that most husbands want their wives to have a BBL because it's so ridiculous. It's just so ridiculous, right? But it's not a real thing. And we have to separate social media from reality. It's social media. It's like Alice in Wonderland. You go there, you act the fool, but once you close this app, you got to recalibrate your mind and know how to function in an actual day-to-day world, because the real world is not like social media. It's not like social media. People out here are truly trying to make it. And most of the time in this real world, you're going to have to work hard if you want to be successful. On social media, you can make a dance and go viral. You can wear heels and act the fool at the store and go viral. That is social media. In most situations out here in the world, if you're not really adding real value, you're not going to have a job. You're not going to get paid. On social media, you don't have to add value. You can be stupid. You can be silly. You can be reckless. You can self-harm. You can sit there and lie all the time, right? You don't have to actually add concrete value to the GDP for you to go viral. And that's why there's a lot of brain rot content on social media, okay? Because a lot of influencers don't create content that makes people better. It's just stupid content. It is mindless content. It's just stupid content. It's just stupid content, especially with shorts and the TikTok. Short form content is making people even dumber. So that's it. But to say like, oh, wow, like if you're light skinned and you live your life, everything's going to be so easy for you. You're going to have all these compliments. No, light skinned people are regular people too. If you're light skinned and you want to have a job, you're going to have a great resume. If they want to have promotions, they're going to have to work hard. We're all people. And if you are not willing to work hard for the life that you want, your complexion is not going to save you. Your complexion is not going to make a way for you. In real world, like in this real life, you really have to be a person that adds value to people, a corporation, to yourself, in order to have a successful life. But if all you have to say is, oh, I'm light skinned, you're not going to go very far. You are not going to go very far. And if you expect people to put you on a pedestal or to lower the standards for you or to make things easier for you just because you're light skinned, you're in for a rude awakening, because that's not how life works. If you go to college, nobody's going to lower the bar for you because you're light skinned. You're going to have to study, right? You have to work. You truly have to work. You truly, truly have to work. And what we see on social media and how life is out here is not the same. It's not the same. So it's like, please don't deceive yourself.
On her, because she says that she's a confident person. I feel like my natural hair is 4C and it shrinks so bad, right? She's been getting relaxed ever since she was a child. And I don't fit the beauty standard because of the texture of my hair. So that Is what I was saying. Like, it's like a win-all situation. She's like, I'm already winning in the face card department. I need to be winning in the hair too. And it's so corny, but I'm gonna let her be. A lot of us have perpetuated this stereotype. We think light skin is a package deal. When I was little, the best example I could give you was of Ashley and Hillary Banks. I would assume that Ashley would have had the more kinkier or coily texture of hair, and Hillary would have had the looser texture of hair. Look at them now, and Hillary clearly has an Afro texture hair, and Tatiana's is loose. So what the girl was saying in that video, I completely understand. I just think it is a shame that I do get it and I got it. And I just do not think it's good. So I know y'all all saw that girl talking about the force.
I'm gonna do my best to articulate this as well as I can. The best.
Hold on, let's see.
I'm gonna do my best to articulate this as well as I can, the best that I can, because a lot of you natural girlies, y'all like to fight. I don't. Okay, I call police. Anyways, I'm gonna just tell y'all what I think about the whole light skinned girl with the 4C hair. I understood where she was coming from, but let me explain why I understand. When it comes to social media, when it comes to Hollywood, the light-skinned women that are put out there, them women got a certain type of hair texture. And we got to be honest about that. We got to be honest about that. And so I can understand her being like, well, growing up, I saw certain women that look like me, but they didn't look like me. Like they had different hair texture than me. So I was feeling I wasn't beautiful. I felt like I didn't meet the standards because I'm looking at those women. That's like, for me personally, when it comes down to being a brown, dark-skinned woman, I don't look at a Zendaya when it comes to beauty standards because I don't look like her. We're nowhere near close to looking alike. I'm going to look at the women that look like me. And when I see those women do have 4C hair. So I see myself. I see that. And I'm like, oh, wow, the way that they are being loved and they're being treated, they are the beauty standards. So that means, man, I'm the beauty standard too. I got 4C.
Not every dark-skinned girl has 4C hair. Let's stop the capping. Okay? And also, these so-called light-skinned women that y'all see on TV, how do you know they're not wearing wigs? Like, how do you know they're not wearing wigs? And also, when you say is, oh, I'm light-skinned and I look at TV and the girl and I, we don't have the same hair texture, were you never exposed to books? Because I'm starting to think like some of these people, like, you're really feeble-minded because your parents don't make you read. I don't know. I'm like, do you have good grades in school? Like, you have a high GPA? Are you actually intelligent? Right? Because if you don't see somebody having your hair texture, your whole life falls apart. Like, you need to have more mental resilience. Okay? You're crazy. Because she could be light skinned like you're light skinned. You could have the same hair texture. What happens if you don't have her nose? Then what? Did you and her come out the same for JJ? Do you have the same parents? Right? But if you see a light skinned woman in Hollywood, how do you know that is her hair? How do you know she's not wearing a wig? Yes, the baby music child. That's to calm baby down. Okay? But it's like, how do you know that is not a wig? How do you know that? How do you know it's not a wig? Make it sense. I can stop hearing the baby music, right? But it is playing in the background, right? How do you know it's not a wig? Right? But I'm like, I wish sometimes people would stop saying like, oh, I need to see people who look like me on TV. How about you need to see people who think like, who are challenging to be a better version of yourself, right? People are so focused on looks all the time. Oh, she looks like me. Even me growing up. Yeah, I saw Naomi Campbell. She's pretty and everything. But I'm like, I don't like her behavior. I don't like her behavior. Like, I don't like Naomi Campbell's behavior. She's very shysty to me. So it's like, yeah, you're pretty, but I can't see past your behavior. Why is it that so many girls are just so obsessed with looks all the time, right? Like, you need to challenge yourself intellectually. Stop always relating to people because they have your complexion, because they have your hair texture. You need to demand more. Demand more out of the people that you look up to, okay? That's why we have so many dumb influencers today, right? Besides their looks and their clothes, what else do these girls have to offer? Because you give people so much attention based off of looks. You give so many people your time and your admiration because, oh my gosh, she's so pretty. Okay, what else? Do you know her personality? She could be evil on the inside. You know what I'm saying? Oh, she looks like me. Who cares? What if she's evil? Right? Like Naomi Campbell, she's dark-skinned, she's very pretty, but she's always involved in foolishness. She's always involved in like, almost like human trafficking, okay? But when I was younger and I realized that she had taken diamonds, blood diamonds, from Charles Taylor after everything he did in Liberia, oh no, I was turned off. I'm like, oh hell no. I don't care how pretty you are. You have an evil inside. How can you take diamonds from this killer? Charles Taylor is a horrible person. He is a monster. So you look past all of that. And Liberian diamonds are labeled as blood diamonds. You were able to look past that for some diamonds? Like, girl, make it make sense. Naomi Campbell was out here dating a Russian man who was married. I'm like, girl, you are crazy. So, like, yeah, she's pretty, but besides that, what else? Like, when you put everything that is Naomi Campbell together, it's like, girl, no. Like, to me, you start being unattractive. Because why do you behave like this? Right? You're so pretty. Why you can't get your own man? One time she came on Oprah Winfrey with the Russian man, and the Russian man said that he still had a wife. So Oprah was like, what? Why don't you divorce the wife? He's like, no, because she was a mistress to a married man, and she was proud to bring that man on the Oprah show. I'm like, oh my gosh, right? So it's like, you can't just look for people who just look like me and have hair like me. You also need to acquire people to have good moral character. Because I do feel like, I do feel like the day a lot of people start focusing on the character of the people that they're looking up to, we're not even going to care so much about who's black, who's this, who's that. No, because like, yo, we need good people, right? Anybody can look like you, but they're awful people. So are you not going to say anything because they share your complexion or because they have the same curl pattern as you? No, you got to ask more from those people. Okay, yeah, you have my complexion. Who cares? But I don't know enough about you to be obsessed with you. Like, that's crazy to me. So no.
4C hair, you know, underneath this wig, I got 4C hair. I'm brown, dark skin. I'm chocolate. Like, yes, I see myself where I can understand where she's growing up, and she's seeing people like Lauren London, right? She watching ATL, and Lauren London ain't got no 4C hair. You know what I'm saying? So I can understand her feeling like, okay, well, am I beautiful? Like, do I fit the standard? Because yes, light skin, but when it comes to your hair, that's not the type of hair I got. I don't have that. And I'm pretty sure she know other light skinned people.
And once again, you sound stupid. Once again, TV will mess people up, right? TV, Lauren London. No offense, right? But once again, why do you put Lauren London on a pedestal? Like, seriously, right? Lauren London went and had a baby with Lil Wayne. Like, and you know, that's what I've come to realize. Like, the girls, like the black girls who are obsessed with skin color, hair texture, is usually the type of black girls that are really into YNs. Like, they're not really looking for intellectual, intelligent black men. They're looking for YNs. They really are. Because why would Lauren London ever be someone that you like, oh yeah, I look up to Lauren London? Do you also want to be the type of girl who has a baby with Lil Wayne? Right? Lauren London and Nevaeh had a baby on the same day. Their children are hood twins, which means most likely he smashed the same day. Right? Because how her and Nevaeh gave birth to the babies on the same day. So most likely he smashed them people on the same day. So you are sitting here, you want to be light skinned, you want to relate to Lauren London, you want to have hair texture with Lauren London so you can get pregnant by a rapper, so that you can sleep with a rapper that sleeps with multiple people on the same day and get y'all pregnant on the same day. Lauren London is a 2-time baby mama. Like, so all this light skinness to sleep with a YN, a highly addicted YN, and on top of that, have babies with his other woman on the same day, right? Because her and Nevaeh gave birth on the same day. So most likely he smashed the same day. Most likely he had unprotected sex with both of them the same day. Did he even clean his wiener? Did he even wash his wiener? Did he even sanitize his wiener? But me, Marlene, the people have this obsession with, like, some girls have this obsession with Lauren London because they are attracted to YN, so I can kind of see that. But if you're a black woman, light skin, dark skin, if you value an intelligent man, an intelligent black man with sound wiener discipline, you don't look up to Lauren London, right? Then she goes with what's that boy's name? Nipsey Hussle, the Eritrean, right? Then she finds herself in a relationship with a East African gang member. Like, girl, the man is a whole gang member. I guess he's a Crip, a Blood, whatever, right? He's out here doing all kinds of stuff. Only God knows what he did in his life, right? Okay, to be able to wear these colors. Did he kill people? Did he do I mean, what did he do? I don't know, because you have to do heinous things to join a gang. So she goes from Lil Wayne to now being a baby mom to an Eritrean gangster rapper out of Los Angeles who's a Crip. Is that what he is? Like, what the freak? And that's what I'm saying. Like, they talk about all this light skinness, and then when you get down to the bottom of it, they do nothing constructive with all this light skinness and all this texturism and all these small noses. Like, what exactly did you do with this stuff? Right? And then one day when they were on what's that platform called, you guys, that was really big, like during quarantine? What's that place called? Clubhouse. One day they were on Clubhouse, and Whack 100 was talking about how Nipsey Hussle met a man at the gym. He had just met that man that day, allegedly, if I remember correctly. And he asked the man, do you want to come home with me so we can run a train on my baby mom? Initially, I thought it was Lauren London. Come to find out, he has a previous baby mother. So Lauren London, and she goes from Lil Wayne to an Eritrean gangster rapper out of from LA who has multiple kids by multiple women with all this light skinness. Okay, she's a second, so now she's another baby mom. So to Lil Wayne, there's Mama Toya, there's Nevaeh. She's like the third or fourth baby mom of Lil Wayne. She comes with Nipsey Hussle. When Nipsey Hussle, she's like the second or third baby mom. I'm like, what the heck? Like, what is this? Right? What is this? You understand? And then the first baby mom, he met somebody at the gym, a random man he met, so no testing, no background check. He brought the man to the house, and they proceeded to run a choo-choo train on the first baby mom. And then he had it recorded because Whack 100 had a video of Nipsey and the man he met at the gym running a train on this black woman. Right? And I'm like, so that's who you had babies with? And on top of that, he never married Lauren London. She was just a girlfriend. That's all she ever gets. Like, all she gets is girlfriend, baby mama treatment. So it's like, okay, so this light skinness, like, what does it do for y'all? That's why I'm sitting here trying to understand, like, oh, I'm light skinned. Oh, I have privilege. You have privilege to do what? To do what? Like, what exactly is this privilege giving you? Because I am so confused. They never said, oh, this light-skinned girl, she went to Harvard, and then she was like a Rhodes Scholar, and she got to go to Cambridge, and you know, like damn, like, oh, like she's the first light-skinned girl, like, to be in the Senate and be like, you know, Speaker of the House. No, it's always about centering the preferences of YNs. It's pretty much what it is, right? This obsession with their features is always about, oh, can I be the preference of a YN? That's about it. Because when it's all said and done, all you're going to be is a baby mom. All you're going to be is a girlfriend, right? These men are not even high-quality men. A lot of them are misogynist. A lot of them perpetuate violence against women, right? Because what kind of man can meet a random man at the gym, bring him home, and run a choo-choo train on the mother of his child, right? What kind of self-respecting woman can even lay down with a gang member? So that means he probably has killed other black people. So you have no qualms whatsoever laying down with a murderer, right? There's a reason why he got killed. Because what you do to somebody, it's going to come back to you. He's a gang member. Nipsey Hussle is an Eritrean who came to America to act a plumb fool. I don't care if he was born there. I don't care. Because if he was born back in Eritrea, would he be out here doing gang business stuff? No, he would not, right? But he did not become a blood or whatever, a Crip, whatever, because he was out here giving out candy to the kids and loving the kids and protecting the community. No, he was not. He's a low vibrational entity. So you're so light-skinned to do what? To lay down with people who kill black people? To have children with men who sing about, or YNs who talk about killing other black people? Or someone like Lil Wayne who's constantly promoting drugs and all kinds of syrup and addiction to black people? Okay, if you need to be light skinned in order to throw your life away or to be a complete idiot, girl, you might as well be invisible because that's crazy. Like, if you're gonna be light skinned, brag about things of the mind. Like, talk about things that you were able to accomplish on your own. Not so much about how a particular brand of man puts you on a pedestal. These dudes are sick. They are sick. They are truly sick. Marlene, I will never, ever in my life be like, oh my gosh, I wish I could be with Lil Wayne. No, the man is crazy. It's really crazy. Lil Wayne has a serious drug addiction. It is not a joke. Okay? It's extremely, Lil Wayne has a serious drug addiction. Marlene, I would rather be dark-skinned than to be light-skinned and to sleep with a man who took part in killing other Black people. You don't know if, like, to be part of the gang, he had to kill people, shoot people, sell drugs, or even have to, like, run trains on people. Maybe he did it all. You have no idea what Nipsey Hussle did in his lifetime. But there's a reason why. There is a reason why the God saw fit to let this man do what this man did to him. Because what you do to one, it come back to you. If you live by the sword, you're going to die by the sword. If you live by the bullet, you're going to die by the bullet. Right? You think that I'm sitting here, wow, I can't wait I wish my son had a baby I wish I had a father for my kid that was a criminal. I wish I had a father for my children that was out here gangbanging. I wish I had a father for my children who's out here running trains on women and recording it. No, girl. I'd rather be dark-skinned and be sensible. I'd rather be dark-skinned and intelligent. I'd rather be dark-skinned and be married to a man that not only respects himself, respects me, but respect and has honor for human life, especially Black life, right? My husband's not out here polluting people or trying to kill people or selling drugs to people. If James had ever told me that he sold drugs or he killed Black people or he did a train on a Black woman, I'm out of here. Because if you hurt Black people, I don't even see how you, because I'm like, not just morally, I can't mess with you, but in terms of God, there are curses that are following you. If I have children with you, these curses will be on my children. Because how you think you're going to hurt people's kids, but your kid's not going to be hurt? What you do to one is good for your household also. So now, okay? But this obsession with, oh, Lauren London this, Lauren London that. What does Lauren London do? What has she done? What is her biggest achievement? Carrying children for a bunch of YNs when nobody married her. Okay, she's a forever girlfriend. And even when he died, on top of that, let me tell you this, right? Let me tell you this. When Nipsey Hussle passed away, his entire estate, his estate was only worth $2 million. So he barely had any money. $2 million. Girl, even DDG got more money than that. Okay, even Kai Cenat has more money and never killed nobody, just streaming. Okay. So his estate was only $2 million. And on top of that, he put his brother in charge of his estate. So she was a girlfriend. She gave him a child out of wedlock. He never married her. Most likely, if he had stayed alive, probably never ever would have proposed to her. And not just that, he put his brother in charge of all his money. Right? Because I guess it's a family thing. Maybe it's an Eritrean thing. I don't know. But it's like, so what did you get out of this? What did she get out of this? Lauren London this, Lauren London that. Like, who wants her life? I don't know what they did or what they didn't do. But what I do know is when he died, all she was baby mom and a girlfriend. And the money, $2 million. His estate is only worth $2 million. And his brother is in charge of his estate. So I don't think he left her with any money because his brother's in charge of the money. So if she needs money, most likely she's going to have to ask the brother. That is not a flex. If being light-skinned is so this is the best you could get. There are dark-skinned girls who live way better. There are dark-skinned girls who make way better choices. There are dark-skinned girls who have way honorable men. Even if they're broken up, you have dark-skinned girls that have way honorable fathers for their children. Okay? So I'm like, I keep trying to see like where exactly is the privilege? Where is it? Because the people are confused. Where is the privilege? Like, we are still waiting. What do you have that I don't have? And when you consider how much drugs Lil Wayne does, is it even that hard to sleep with him? I don't think it is. Okay? I don't think it is. Girl, make it make sense.
People that have 4C hair. I'm sure of that. But at the same time, I understand wanting that representation and feel like you're being represented. But when you're not seeing that, you question yourself. You're like, well, is this not considered beautiful? Because if it is, I would see more of people that look like me. So, I mean, that's just my take. That's just how I see it. I could be wrong. Hey, listen. Like I said, I don't like the fade. So please don't come for me. But that's just how I took the video. Personally, that's how I took it. I'm going to do my best to articulate.
Whatever.
You know, I really don't like.
I would like.
So tell me why.
Y'all, I'm not feeling well, so pardon how I look, but y'all can miss me with the selective outrage about 4C hair. Please skip over me with this. because y'all are still walking around calling girls with long hair good hair, calling girls with type 2 and type 3 hair. Y'all be like, oh, she got good hair, she got good hair. And that junk be dry. It could be broke off. It could really need a treatment so bad. And y'all gonna say she got good hair just because of the
Who is
that 4C, 4D hair? It's nappy. Okay, it's nappy, it's ugly. Period. I really don't care. 4C hair is beautiful. And if that 4C, 4D hair, it's nappy. Okay, it's nappy, it's ugly. Period.
Who is y'all?
I really don't care. 4C hair is beautiful. And if you feel like it's not, I don't care. Genuinely, I really don't care. I seen a girl on here and she was talking about how them 3A, 3B, 3C girls, she's jealous of girls who have that curl texture. And I just genuinely got confused because I'm just like, do you know how beautiful your hair is? Like, Black women's hair is beautiful too. Everybody's hair is beautiful.
Period.
And if you really sit down with somebody who has straight hair all the time, they would love to have a texture that they can be very versatile with and experiment all different hairstyles, hair colors, and etc. without damaging their hair. We have to be thankful that we have a beautiful hair texture that is so versatile to do all different types of things. We can literally emulate every single hair texture, every single hair pattern in the world. When you have 4A, 4B, 4C, 4D hair. And this is where the self-hate comes in at, and how society makes us think that our hair is not beautiful, and how things are pushed and professionalism comes in and they think that it's not professional to wear your natural hair, stuff like that. You are beautiful. Your hair is beautiful. Like,
I would even say it's not professional to wear your natural hair. I think if you have 4C hair, you have to make sure that you take care of it so that when you do wear it in its natural state, it's not drying up on you, right? Because I can see how people say, oh, like it's not professional, because when it's not well taken care of, and also when you carry loads of split ends, it's going to frizz up. Like, split ends will make your hair freeze. Like, you'll have lots of frizz. You're gonna have lots of frizz if you have a lot of split ends. It's just gonna freeze up. And also, if you don't moisturize the hair, you don't deep condition the hair, you don't use the steamer, right? It's going to get drier faster. But the better you become at taking care of your hair, I really don't see why anybody would walk up to you and say, oh my gosh, like your 4C hair is just not professional. I don't see how. I really don't see it, right? But I think if you don't think it's beautiful, if you don't think it's professional, then it's like you think other people have issues with that, right? But I'm like, I don't believe that, right? Because a lot of people wear the natural hair. You have a lot of women, even white women, who have like really curly hair. They wear their curly hair to the office, right? But you have to, you really got to take a lot of time to moisturize this hair. It is hair that requires a lot of moisture. It requires loads of moisture. But the more you become in moisturizing this hair, it will be tamer. Like, you can do your hair, go outside and come back, and it's not poofing up and it's not frizzing up and things like that, because it's better at retaining moisture. If you do 2 months of braids, 3 months of braids, 2 months of weaves, 2 months of wigs, without washing the hair, hydrating the hair, moisturizing the hair, the day you do want to wear it out, it's going to be a lot, because it's not used to retaining moisture, right? It's the same thing. If you go from having braids for 2 months, braids for 3 months straight, then you take your braids out, and then you want to go get a silk press, it's not going to give the silk, because the hair is not good at retaining moisture. Right? So you need to leave your hair out, deep condition your hair, moisturize your hair throughout the week, and also cut your split ends or even get a proper cut. And then you will slowly notice that your hair is not poofing up as easily. Your hair is not frizzing up as easily, right? Because now you've trained the hair on how to retain moisture. That's it. But otherwise, you can wear your 4C hair to work. You can do some nice styles, especially the longer your hair gets. You can do like buns. You can do updos. I see it all. Like, there are a lot of Black women that have natural 4C hair, and they dress their hair up like they have, styles for work, for school, and they're actually really beautiful. But once again, you have to invest in taking care of your hair. Once you take great care of your hair, you will find that it's so much easier to style your hair, go to work, and come home, and your hair is not poofing up, it's not frizzing up, right? Because the hair knows how to retain moisture. A lot of these protective styles are not protective. They are extremely damaging, okay? And a lot of protective styles also doesn't mean that you put your hair up and you never take care of your hair. You have to take care of your natural hair. You have to pour, like, you have to put love into your hair. You need to put moisture into your hair. You got to moisturize your hair. You have to. The same way you apply like moisturizer on your skin, the same way you apply lotion on your skin, you put moisturizer on your face, you're also going to need to moisturize your hair, right? Because your hair cannot be successful if your hair is dry. It just can't. Your hair is not going to hold the style if your hair is always dry. Okay? Doesn't work like that. Doesn't.
Wear your natural hair. Start to embrace it. And if you don't want to fully embrace it, wear a wig that looks like your natural hair. Start getting comfortable with ethnic styles on you. Like, start doing locks. Like, do something that is like pro you, and start to be satisfied with who God created you to be. Like, I'm tired of seeing girls talk about how 3B, 3C, 3D hair is beautiful. Yeah, they got some nice hair. That's for them. But what about you? What's your, like, love your hair. Love the hair that grows out of your scalp. Start to take care of it, love it, endure it, watch the process and the changes of your hair. Like, it's really sad when people don't really like their hair. And I understand, because when I was young, I did not like my hair, but I didn't know about my hair until I got an adult. That 4C, 4D hair is nappy. Okay. It's nappy, it's ugly.
There's so much music.
I have 4C hair. There's a light-skinned woman with 4C hair that came on this app lamenting that she is not the beauty standard because she has 4C hair. And while I do not think she deserves the hate she's getting, I do think that the proper response to her post is small eye, big eye, oh brother. Because while she accurately identifies that there is texturism in the Black community, she doesn't seem nearly as perturbed with the colorism in the Black community, because she's benefiting from that. Like, why she believes she even deserves to be the beauty standard, unless we clear.
But please tell me how exactly she's benefiting. I hate how you guys, as soon as I hate you get on my nerves. I hate how as soon as you see a light-skinned woman, you know, oh, she's benefiting from what? We saw her boyfriend. Okay. Snooze fast. Okay. What is so special about the man that she has? Even her life, even her wigs, her clothes. I'm not trying to be funny, but I'm like, okay. Like, she's benefiting from what? From what exactly is she benefiting? Stop. Like, when you guys do this, like, this is how you be gassing them up. Like, oh, she's benefiting from Gunna. She's benefiting from her light skinness. How exactly is she benefiting? What does she have that you can have? Like, you right there. What does she have that you like? What does she have that you can't have? In America 2024, what does this young lady have that you can't have for yourself? Matter of fact, that you can even have more of. Why are you saying this? And this is why she believes that she has privilege over dark-skinned women. Because you're making her believe that as soon as you're light-skinned, you have all these privileges. Where are the privileges? Where are they? Like, where? We're still waiting. Okay? I don't see them. There's nothing she has that most girls can't get. Hello? Yeah, like, I hate that. She's like, oh, she's benefiting from colorism. How is she benefiting? We were on her page. Like, how is she benefiting? How is her life exceptional because she happens to be light-skinned? She's a regular person in America. She's a regular woman in America. She's a regular Black woman in America. Like, she doesn't have anything that you don't have. Right? Like, what the heck? What the heck? What the heck? Like, make it make sense? Like, seriously? Hold on. There's this young lady that I follow. Like, she's a, what is her name? She's a twin. Child. I was on her thing yesterday. Hold on. Let me see if I can find her. She works out with her twin. She's really cute. Hold on. Alyssa. Oh, her. Let's see. There we go. Okay. Hold on. I'm gonna find her for you. Okay. This music is so annoying.
Cause she always.
Let me stop. Okay. See, Lexi, for example, if this young lady, if the young lady with the colorist issue, like the hair issue, right? If she was out here living like Lexi, I could be like, okay, I can see why you think she has privilege. Okay, Lexi just bought herself a whole band, a whole new bands. Okay, it's a whole big old G wagon, right? Lexi has money, so I could see like if she was living like Lexi, I could see why you would think, oh wow, like she has privilege, she's light skinned, she's benefiting from colorism. I'm like, no, she's not living like this. Okay. Exactly. Like, girl, bye. Like she's not living like this though, right? I wish they weren't playing all this music. It's so annoying. Right? Because Lexi does really well for herself. But at the same time, is it really privilege when you've been posting content for almost like 3 or 4 years back to 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 back? Is it really privilege? Right? Right? Did they get all of this just because they're light skinned? Or is it because they're consistent? Because these girls, I mean, Lexi, because she has a twin. She has her twin sister, right? But she's even way more consistent than her twin because she posts more than her twin. She does. Right? Hold on. Let me show you their YouTube real quick. Hold on. See? So this is their YouTube channel, right? This is their YouTube channel. Let me see how old. Okay, it's about like 2 years old. But they've been posting on TikTok far longer than they've been posting on YouTube, right? Okay, cool. But I'm like, Lexi and her twin now, they've been posting for almost like, I'm like 3 or 4 years. But Lexi is extremely consistent. She is seriously consistent. And she's always posting back to back to back to back to back to back. Very consistent, right? She shows up. She treats her TikTok or her social media presence like it's a job. So my thing is Lexi successful just because she's light-skinned? Is it, she has all these followers because she's light-skinned? She has all these brand deals because she's light-skinned? No, Lexi works. Lexi works. She works hard. And I think sometimes, because like I said, a lot of people are lazy. Okay, I'm going to say this. A lot of people are lazy. A lot of Black girls, to me, are intellectually lazy. They are really intellectually lazy because when you're lazy, you think people are just successful because they're light-skinned. People are just doing this because they're light-skinned because you're lazy. And I think like, this is why I say some people like they have the spirit of the serpent. Not only are you lazy, but I think you're wicked because you want to erase the hard work that somebody else put in by saying, it's just because she's light-skinned. It's just because she's light-skinned. No, this isn't because she's light-skinned. Okay? Going to the gym almost every day. Posting 3 to 5, like 3 days, like posting 3 times a day. Continuously for 4 years. I'm sorry, that ain't got nothing to do with being light-skinned. Okay? That's about having work ethic. Lexi has incredible work ethic and she's in college. She goes to college. She goes to college and she's almost like a full-time content creator. And I do believe she's like a full-time college student. I think this is her last semester. It's like a last year, whatever, but I think it's her last semester. So while simultaneously being a full-time student, she's also been a full-time creator. And if you look at this video, what is it called? You see? If you look at this video too, right? It's nothing fancy. Like the people say, start with what you have. This is a regular kitchen. I'm sure they're living at home with their parents, whatever. So it's a regular house in America, right? But I'm like, these young ladies, though, especially Lexi, because I said Lexi is way more consistent than her twin, right? Who don't have a house like this? The majority of Americans have a house like this, a kitchen like this, right? She started with what she had. What does that have to do with being light-skinned? If you decide to say, hey, I really want to be a big-time fitness influencer, and you lock in with your goal, like that is my goal, I'm going to make this happen for myself, and then you show up for 3 years, 4 years, you're posting 3 times a day, you're posting 4 times a day, you're answering all the questions, you answer all the comments, you post on TikTok, you post on Instagram, you post on YouTube Shorts. Then when you finally make it, these lazy broads, these lazy Black girls gonna be like, because she's light-skinned, because she's benefiting from colorism. No, you're lazy. Okay? Because even I'm dark-skinned, right? I'm hella dark-skinned. And I'm saying, Alexi right here, that ain't no privilege. But I think the problem is some of these girls who sometimes do happen to be light-skinned, because they work so hard, they make it look easy. That's the problem. Y'all not ready for this, okay? People who work so hard, I think when they finally become successful, it seems easy. But do you have any idea what it is to put your tripod here, record yourself. You go, you check the footage. The whole thing is blurry. Got to start over again, right? You got to record yourself. You're your own camera person. You record yourself. Then you do the workout. Then you got to go stop the camera. Then you got to come back, edit the video. Then you have to put the music to the video. Then you got to write the caption. You got to post the video. Like, child, it is a lot of work. And you do it for a week, a month. You do it for months at a time. No sponsorships, no brand deals, no money. Do you even know if TikTok gonna pay you? Do you even know if Instagram gonna pay you? Do you even know if YouTube gonna pay you? You have no idea. But you know that's what you want. And so whether you're getting paid or not, that is what you're gonna do, right? And you see, because I'm not lazy, because I'm not a hater, because I don't have self-esteem issues, right? I can give credit where credit's due. These young girls, yes, they're light-skinned. Yes, and they could even be biracial. But anybody who follows Lexi, you know that she's extremely, extremely consistent. She's been posting 3, 4, 5 times a day for the past 3 or 4 years. She doesn't miss a beat. She writes her nice description boxes because you need that for the algorithm, right? She answers comments. She's not confrontational. She's not insulting people. She's not out here blocking people. She's not out here in all kinds of weird drama, do all kinds of foolishness, right? So today, when you go on her Instagram and then you see that Lexi is buying herself a G-Wagon, and I think her twin also has a Porsche, like a Porsche Cayenne, right? But when you see these young ladies like pushing foreigns and stuff like that, you can't say, oh, because she's light-skinned. No, you're wicked. You're a serpent. Because an honest person with a good heart, especially if you're proud to be black, be like, no, these black girls, they put in a lot of work. And it's at the sweat of their forehead that today they can have the life that they have. They can live in these really nice apartments. They can afford to vacation in Paris, right? They were not born rich, okay? But the life they have today, they have given themselves this life. These young girls have given themselves this life. It's beautiful. It really is beautiful. But at the same time, it was hard work. You have the vision. You see, I told you, vision board. She's extremely consistent, you guys. And it's not a joke. I love Lexi. That's my baby. I don't know. I'm not subscribed yet, but I'm subscribed to my other channel. Okay. Oh no, like Elena, she has more followers than her twin. Her twin is not as consistent. But like Lexi, you could tell like she's in love with this. Like she loves the whole fitness thing. Like it's her jam. And she's also a Virgo, so I guess she's an earth sign. So maybe that plays a part. Okay. But she's extremely hardworking. And it goes to show, light skin or not, if you don't have a vision for yourself, you ain't gonna make it. Okay. Light skin or not, like I said earlier, if you don't have consistency, you can be light skinned with green eyes, with the perfect 3C curl pattern, whatever. You're not going to make it because you don't have a vision. You don't have goals. And honestly, you're not committed. And honestly, you're not locked in. And honestly, you are not showing up. Lexi shows up every single day. You can go on her page and look at every day when she's posting. She'll post like 2-3 times a day. I discovered her in New Orleans, right? When I was still in New Orleans, that's when I discovered her, right? But I'm like, she's extremely consistent. She's extremely sweet. She doesn't fight people. She does not insult people. She's not out here on a blocking spree. You know, she's really about her fitness, what I eat in a day, going to college. Like that's what her content is about. And so it resonates with a lot of people because her brand is about showing up for yourself, you know, going to school, becoming a better version of yourself, physically, academically, and financially. So when you go on her TikTok and you see that Lexi bought herself a brand new G-Wagon, why would you hate? And also, why would you ever say that, oh, she gets this car because it's a function of her being light-skinned? No, you're just evil. You're a wicked soul because only wicked people lie. Okay, they work hard. And when you work hard, it doesn't matter. Like, even if you start with no views, nobody's watching, if you are consistently working hard and you are consistently creating a better product, your videos get better, your lighting get better, even your outfits get better, your makeup get better, your description box get better, right? Thank you, Michael. Your stuff is only going to get better. Your stuff is only going to get better. But a lot of people don't want to start. You don't want to start. You're always looking for a reason why there's something wrong with you that, oh, I don't like my nose. I don't like my hair. I don't like this. You don't want to start. You're always looking for reasons not to start. You're not a self-starter. And then when somebody starts and somebody is successful, you turn around and say, oh, just because she's light-skinned. No, you're evil. You're absolutely evil. This is not okay. You have to give people credit for working hard. And I think when people are so good at what they do, when people are so committed to what they do, they make it look easy. So because they make it look easy, you are deceived into thinking, like, oh yeah, it's just because she's light-skinned, because I can do that too. If you could, why haven't you done it? If it's so easy to do it, why haven't you done it? Right? Commit to posting for over a year. Oh, I'm gonna post 3 times a day for 365 days straight. See if you can do it. And then you'll start to realize a lot of people, a lot of Black people who are light-skinned and successful, they're not successful because they're light-skinned. They're not benefiting from colorism, okay? You have to say that to yourself, because you can't give somebody credit for what they've done and what they've achieved. No, it is not colorism. It's called hard work. If you are locked into your goals, if you are committed to your goals, if you are committed to your vision and you don't give up, no matter, like, when you have days where you don't get any views, when you have days where you barely have anybody commenting, you have days where you barely have anybody subscribing to your channel, whatever. If you believe, if you truly believe that I was called to do this, and no matter what happens, I will keep doing it, you are going to be successful. You are. Like you just are. You just are. It's the same thing. If you show up every day for yourself, committing to loving yourself, you're going to get to a place in your life where nothing is going to faze you, right? Because it's daily work. Self-love is daily work. Success, daily work. Building your brand, daily work. The life you want to have, you're going to have to work for it, right? Because if you think looks means that, oh, I look good, or I'm light-skinned, or whatever, so therefore my life is made. No, it's not. It's not. You can be light-skinned and your life can be a hot mess. If you're light-skinned and you don't have enough sense about yourself, you will find a demon out here who's going to turn you into a baby mom. You will, because you have no vision for yourself. Like, oh, I'm just light-skinned, so therefore, no. Anything in this life requires intelligence, requires a plan, requires strategy, and also you have to be consistent. Yeah, they work really hard. But like I said, Lexi is way more, Lexi is way more committed than her sister. But this is what she does. She just works out. You see, look at her. She's so happy. She got a little G-Wagon, right? Good job. Good job. Right? And even her brand also, it's not like, oh, designer this and I have this and you don't have this. Like, she's mostly working out. She's mostly working out. And then she does like what I eat in a day, stuff like that, right? But it's hard work. It really is. So it's like, I love her. Like, that's my boo. I do. I really do love her, child. I do. But she just, like, that's all she does. She works out. She gets ready to go to school. She cooks her meals, right? But one thing is that never fails is consistency. With consistency, you can really change your life, right? You can really, really change your life. All you have to do is like, yeah, I keep showing up. But you see, she has loads of videos because she is extremely consistent. Even me, I need to learn from her because the thing is, she's a Virgo. I'm an air sign, so it'd be a little hard. But I think that earth signs have a easier time being like focused on their goals, though. I really do. Air signs, we need help. Like, we really do. Okay. But 2025, I really said I was going to work on that. I really did. But I'm really happy for her. But I'm like, her, to me, I will never say, oh, she's made it because she's light-skinned. No, there are a bunch of light-skinned girls who are struggling for views because they're not consistent. See, 4.5 million views. She gets crazy views, though. And she's so humble. Like, she has a sweet spirit, right? But I'm like, she works hard. She works hard. And she deserves her success because she is extremely consistent. Okay? She's consistent. So, when you're consistent, when you have good vibes, when you put good energy out there, when you're committed and you don't give up, you don't let up no matter what, and you believe that one day it's going to be your turn, good things are going to happen for you. Seriously. And that's for anybody. You can be dark skinned, you can be light skinned, you can be caramel skin, you can be whatever, right? If you believe in yourself, if you believe in your vision for yourself and you don't give up and you don't let up, you will have a life that even you like, wow, I can't believe this is my life, right? Because consistency truly, truly pays the bills. Y'all, she has so many videos, y'all, it's crazy. She has loads of videos, y'all. She has a lot of videos. Yes, Elena, it's discipline. Yeah. She's a sweetheart. She is a sweetheart. But you see, you have some people look at her like, oh, because she's light skinned. No, you see how much I kept scrolling? Y'all, she has too many posts. Like, that's all she does. Like, when I was in New Orleans, I think she was posting like maybe like twice or 3 times a day, every day, back to back. I was like, damn, girl. But she loves it. You know? She loves it. It will. And that was my biggest issue with Kelly Rowland. Because I'm like, you're a liar. Like, Kelly, she gets on my nerves because she tries to peddle this old because I'm dark skinned. That's why I'm not as successful as Beyonce. It is a lie. Kelly, you don't have work ethics. You have a horrible work ethic. You make an album, you disappear for 5 years. You make another song, you disappear for 6 years. How can you, how? Right? The majority of people believe that Kelly is prettier than Beyonce. A lot of people believe that Kelly is prettier, right? Some people like Kelly's voice better than Beyonce's voice, right? Honestly, like, can you really say, oh my gosh, Kelly is not pretty? Girl, where? Kelly's extremely gorgeous. But the problem is you are not consistent. So it doesn't matter how talented you are. It doesn't matter how gifted you are. It doesn't even matter how beautiful you are. When you're not consistent, you are cheating yourself out of your own potential. Like, you're cheating yourself out of your potential. And then you are cheating yourself out of like your own destiny, myself included. So that's why when Kelly was saying what she's saying, I'm like, no, you're full of shit, right? Because the majority of people think you're incredibly beautiful. The majority of people think that you are drop dead gorgeous. And also, Kelly, you've never, ever had weight issues. Like, you never had weight issues, right? You came out before Beyonce with your solo project. You had 1.6 billion views on YouTube with Nelly. Everything was on your side for you to even be a bigger star than Beyonce. But I guess Beyonce being an earth sign, being a Virgo, she gonna pull up with that work ethic. Same thing with Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson is also a Virgo. So it's like these people, they work hard. They're like, you know, they're like bees. Okay, they're like working bees. They work really hard. You know, Virgos can have incredible work ethic. It's an earth sign. They can have incredible work ethic. But I'm like, Beyonce Virgo, Michael Jackson Virgo. But I'm like, is it really that Beyonce is like, she looks better or whatever? No. But Beyonce works. She works hard. You know, I don't believe it's her natural hair. I don't know, but, you know, that's just me. But one thing we can never take away from Beyonce, right, is her work ethic. Everybody talks about Beyonce for the most part. It's never even how beautiful she is. The majority of people, when they talk about Beyonce, it's always about how hard Beyonce works. Beyonce works hard. Beyonce practices. Beyonce's working hard. People talk more about Beyonce's work ethic than Beyonce's beauty. Because it's impressive. It really, really is impressive. Her work ethic is impressive. Kelly does not have that drive. She doesn't have that consistency. She doesn't have that drive. She doesn't commit like that. So you're not going to go that far. But you can't drop an album like every 5 years or whatever and think that you're going to go places. Right? That's just not how life works. Yeah. Exactly. It's consistency. And not allowing yourself to get discouraged. Like, oh, I didn't get the views I wanted. Who cares? Keep going. Okay. Oh, I didn't get the feedback I was expecting. Who cares? Keep going. Oh, I didn't get enough like clicks. Keep going. Oh, I don't know. It's a gift, right? It's a gift. It's consistency, right? Right? Keep going. But we're going to the year 2025, you guys, right? I'm going to stop in a few minutes, right? But we're going to the year 2025. You guys, even myself included. That's why I said, no light-skinned girl has privilege over me. All my friends, all my sisters, including my children who are light-skinned people, I think you guys are incredibly beautiful. You're not beautiful because you're light-skinned. You're just beautiful overall. I just think you're just beautiful people, right? The same way I feel about dark-skinned people, or I even feel about like caramel people, right? I find Black people to be incredibly beautiful. Whatever shade they come in, hair texture, I believe that. But you don't have privilege over me. You just don't. Because what makes people successful is not their complexion. It's their work ethic. Like, you got to have consistency, right? Even a man can be like, oh, I'm attracted to her because she's light skinned. But ultimately, if you don't have the behavior to make it work, it ain't going to work, right? Because people are people. Eventually, looks, they fade. And then people start to care about what you actually bring to the table. And it's not your looks. right? But it's consistency. And I do pray that in 2025, right, that a lot more of us, we commit to our goals and we commit to being consistent. I definitely was consistent with my hair, which is yo, I could talk for days. One time we did a live for like 18 hours. It was so crazy. Okay. But I just hope that in 2025, everybody says, you know what? 2025 is a new year, new me. You have a chance to start over. But this year, though, be successful. Like be consistent. Even if you don't get the results that you want, even if you don't get the views that you want, the feedback that you want, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, it is not a reason to give up. When you want something bad enough, when you want something badly enough, when you truly believe that you are called to do something, are you truly going to stop because the first 3 months did not go as you planned, or the first 6 months did not go as you planned, or the first year didn't go as you? No, just because your first year was horrible does not mean that your third year is not going to be magnificent, right? Just because your first and second year were not great doesn't mean that year 4 and year 5 are not going to be incredible, okay? You don't stop because you don't have the results that you were expecting right away. Because I had to work on that myself, right? I really had to work on my mindset. You understand? Like years ago, I used to have like my little skincare Sunday thing, but like I was only making like $3 per video. Like, what the heck? What am I gonna do with $3? Because I didn't realize that, that like it's not now. As you keep going, the videos are gonna make more money. But one video that I said to myself, like, okay, I only made $3. That video went on to make like over $12,000. I'm like, but damn, So even me, I used to be short-sighted before. Like when I was younger, like when I was a lot younger, I used to be incredibly short-sighted. But sometimes certain things that you do right now is not so you can eat and make money right now. It's in the future, right? In the future, something that you did today, 2 years from now, 3 years from now, that could be the one thing that builds your whole brand. That could be the one thing that builds your entire reputation. Right? So when you're building, don't quit. Okay? And don't see anything. Oh, that's so small. The views are small. I can't believe my views are small. Nobody's watching my content. No. If you feel like you can improve the content, if you can make the content better, if you can have better music, if you can do better thumbnails, right? Every time you post, every time you create something, try to make it better than the last time you did it. Okay? Always improve your game. Oh, thank you, boo, right? Thank you, my love, right? Always improve, like always. There's always room for improvement. And also be open to criticism, right? Be open to being criticized. And when somebody makes a critique, don't internalize it. People can criticize the work, but they're not saying that you're a bad person, right? People can criticize the thumbnail. They're not saying that, oh my gosh, you're so horrible. Like, no, you can probably make this better, right? Because you should always want to improve, like better thumbnail, better pictures, better videos, better music, better captions, better responses, better attitude, better everything. Okay? Yeah, I'm still talking. All right. Maybe it's a gift. I don't know. Right? Oprah has nothing on me. Okay? But 2025, change your mindset. 2025, change your programming. 2025, you have to say, this is the year I am going to be incredibly consistent. Right? I think I was pretty good at like taking care of my hair because I didn't go through like postpartum shedding, knock on wood, right? It wasn't that bad. Maybe I had a little bit of it, but it wasn't that bad, right? But if you take care of yourself, you're so damn stupid. If you take care of yourself, if you are focusing on yourself and you're pouring into your goals and you're pouring into your dreams, like the sister said, we could all be millionaires. It comes down to consistency. It really does come down to consistency, you guys, okay? So I'm like, I'm about to leave you soon, but please be consistent. If you don't follow Lexi, get into it. If you have time, I really encourage that you scroll through her content and that you see how she started, because once you see how she started, you're going to be encouraged. Okay? But yeah, she posts, like, she's all over social media. So that means like she makes money. Like she makes money from her TikTok, her Instagram, her YouTube channel. She's a businesswoman, right? So don't be afraid to put yourself out there. Like, do not be afraid. You can't get better if you don't, like, if you don't start, how can you improve? Like, you know what I'm saying? You got to put something out there to be like, oh, you know what? I could have done this better. I could have done that better. Oh, okay. Next time I'm going to edit it this way, right? Make sense, you guys, right? don't be afraid to not be perfect. Nobody's perfect, actually. Like, nobody's perfect. But don't be afraid to put yourself out there. And then once you put yourself out there, then you can criticize them. Oh, wow, okay. Maybe next time I'll do my thumbnail this way. Maybe next time I'll do my intro this way. Maybe next time I'll do this, this, and that. You have to, quote unquote, create ratchet content, you know, like, you know what I mean? Like bootleg content to get to a point where you have like extremely beautiful content. You can't just come out the gate and just make, unless you're like a videographer, a cinematographer, like people like that who went to like film school, etc. But even them, they have to do ratchet at school, but whatever. Unless you're like extremely talented, like Casey Neistat, like he makes movies for a living, right? But most people, you're going to be ratchet. And then you're like, okay, next time I'll do this. Then the next video, I'll try this. And the next video, I'll try this and this, this, and that. But you do have to create all kinds of content. Like you have to create in order for you to improve, because if you never create anything, there's no room, like you can't criticize. And if there's no critique, how can you improve, right? So first you got to put out the content or whatever it is, put it out, go over it and be like, okay, how could I have done this better, right? And then once you realize what you could have done better, next time you do it, implement that, right? Then that's another video. Okay, how could I have done this better? The third video, implement that. Right? But if you do it for a year, you do it for 6, like you do for a year, do it for 2 years, 3 years, you're going to get to a place where like you're so good because you've been doing it for 3 years and for 4 years, right? So don't give up. Do not give up. You don't give up. Believe in the vision that you have for yourself. For 2025, I told myself I'm going to learn Adobe Premiere. You guys, I really want to become a great editor. I really want to become great at editing. I want to become great at editing and storytelling. So I think pretty soon I'm going to be buying a new computer because it's a lot of, it takes lots of memory and stuff. But I do want to become great at editing. And I hope that one day I get to make like documentaries, and I hope and I pray that I get to make movies and stuff. But I really see myself in content creation, like all kinds of content, all kinds of storytelling. Oh, it's okay, babe. I'm here. And I'll leave the videos up. Merry Christmas, bro. Okay. But I do want to go into like content creation. I want to know how, I really want to learn how to become an editor. And I was even thinking that eventually one day I would love to have like animated movies for kids. Like, you know, I would love that. Like, yeah, like Pixar kind of thing. I would love to have that. But first and foremost, I got to start with editing. So it's a lot that you have to learn because some people are really good at editing. But I'm like, you know, for the next like 4 or 5 years, like I really want to commit to like editing a lot of videos, putting out, not, I can say like lots of content, but way more content though, but well edited content. Yeah, I really do. I've been working hard. I've even been working on Canva. Let me show y'all. I've been working on Canva because I'm working on this one video, like, you know, like my hair channel, for example. Where is it? See if I can find it for y'all, okay? But I created this today, not today, but this week, because I'm working on this one. I'm working on this one video for my hair channel because you see, like the hair channel, it's more like it's, I don't know if it's like an experiment, but it's a place for me to try a lot of things. Like the hair channel, I want to learn about like, you know, making thumbnails, editing content, seeing what works, working on your hooks, you know. I'm using that channel to learn a lot about YouTube. You know what I'm saying? So I've been working on this one video for like the past 3 weeks. It's so much work. It's so much editing. But I'm like, no, I want the editing to be great. I really do. Like, because I'm like, it needs to be a brand. Like when people watch the videos on that hair channel, I want people to expect a certain level of like production for that channel. So I've been working on this one little intro, y'all. It's taking me forever. Let me see if I can do, hold on. Let me see if y'all can see this. What do I lower the volume? Hold on, where's the volume? Okay. So this intro, like when it's gonna play in the video, is like all these girls are gonna be talking about why they stopped wearing wigs, right? So the thing is like you'll have, it's like 5 girls, right? Like you'll click on it. It seems as though you're clicking on each like card. And as you click on the card, then there's like a bigger video that blows up. and then you'll see each girl talk about why she stopped wearing wigs, right? So I could have easily just like play the videos, but I'm like, I want to start having like, you know, production value into the videos. So like, you know, it looks well edited. Hold on. They're talking a little too much. Okay. I don't know how you can lower the volume with Canva. But I'm also learning Canva too. I didn't know you could do a lot of things with Canva. I thought it was just like graphics and stuff, but you can even edit videos inside of Canva. You can do a lot of things with Canva. I'm like, wow, it's so worth the money. It's really worth. Like if you have a Canva account, you should really look into it. You can do a lot of things with Canva. I didn't know you could. Yeah. You know, like, because I'm learning like sound design, like editing, but with Canva, you can do a lot of things with Canva, like to really make your videos like extremely beautiful. I was like, wow, I didn't know that. I did not know that. So I'm learning that. Like during the day, I watch like lots of tutorials and stuff so I can get better at editing. But yeah, it's really cute. But you'll see the video will be up soon. Hopefully I can have everything up by Sunday, but it's a lot of editing. It is a lot of editing. And I think because I don't know, I don't do as much editing, so I'm probably slower, but maybe like 6 months, 9 months from now, I'll be a little faster. But yeah, it's not, my goal was to upload, hey boo, my goal was to upload once a week on that channel, but yeah, editing can take a long time though. But hopefully, like the more I know, the faster I'll be with the editing, you know. But if you have a Canva account, you should look into it because you can do lots of things with Canva. And then there are a lot of tutorials here on YouTube, like to show, like showing you how to do all these good things, like cool things with Canva. Like Canva is not just for graphic design, like thumbnails and pictures. You can actually edit videos with Canva. Yeah, Virgos, like they have a strong work ethic. Like, I think it's like it's their sign. Like they work really hard. They work really, really hard, right? Aquarius, I need help. I really do need help, right? But okay. But I'm like, my hair channel, I'm like, yeah, I'm posting like once a week. I'm gonna try to post like once a week, but so far it hasn't been quite possible. Okay, but hopefully I get a little faster at that. In the meantime, I'm like posting shorts. This channel, I was thinking of doing like skincare videos and like going live and doing skincare live. Like I kind of did that today, but I was thinking like, okay, we could have like skincare and then go live and talk about all kinds of issues. And then I would have smaller, like short form, like not short form, but shorter videos, like addressing like skincare topics. So I'm still trying to figure out, but I think I do want to bring skincare on this channel. I think I do want to bring that back. For a long time, I was kind of like, I didn't know what I wanted to do with this channel. What the heck? What do I do with this channel? I don't know. You know, but I'm glad because that's the last thing I'm gonna say. But I'm really glad because going into 2025, you guys, I have found something or a few things that I am actually passionate about because y'all, for like a good 2 years or so, right? For a good 2 years, you know, I didn't really know what I wanted to do. Oh, there's no way that Devery did not make over $1 million. I think in those past 4 months alone, since he started making content, there's no way he hasn't made over $1 million because Anton showed his ad sets. Anton made 172,000, right? So almost like 175,000. Anton, like for 1 month, I think the month of November, he made 175. So his views are not even that high. So if Anton is making that kind of money, there's no way Devery's not doing millions because his views are ignorant. His views are stupid. So I do believe like in the past 4 months, Devery has had to make over $1 million. Maybe. Gotta ask my mom, huh? But it just comes naturally to me. I don't know. Maybe it's a gift. I don't know. I can just talk. I don't know. I just, you know, I don't get tired. I can talk for a long time. Or maybe it could also come from like being growing up in the church also, because when you go to church a lot, when you're always at church, when you're in church a lot, when you're always around like preacher people, because preachers can talk. So maybe that's where I got it from. I don't know. I really don't know. right? But I do, like, when I was young, I used to really, really like love like preachers preaching the gospel. So maybe that's where I got it from, because a lot of black pastors can go for hours. They can really go. So maybe that's what that is. But I am really grateful that stepping into 2025, I can say that I have found something that I actually enjoy. Because I'm like editing, I'm excited about editing. Like it does excite me. I'm like, oh wow, I never thought about that. Like it's pretty cool. But I do want to go into like the publishing business, like where you create content, you sell ads to people. Selling consumer goods, I think, is too much work. It's a lot. The warehouse, the shipping, the people. I do want to have staff again, but not like that. Like next time, if I have an office, it's going to be predominantly like creators, like editors, script writers, and things like that. It's just going to be like making content. You know what I mean? Just making content. That's it. And then you sell ads to brands, and that's about it. And then we go to sleep. Like that's it. And maybe one day I'll come back with product. But in the meantime, I'm like, I really want to focus on creating content, the best content possible. Best lighting, best camera, best images, best editing, the best thumbnails, all that stuff. Like, I'm like, because content, I don't see it go anywhere. And then maybe one day I could get a deal with Netflix to make movies or like short series for Netflix. You just never know. But I would love, I would love to make at least like 1 or 2 movies in my life. Because I have a lot of stories that I want to tell. I sure do. I really, really do. So hopefully you guys, going into 2025, I pray that a lot of y'all, you really get into content creation. Okay. So that's it. Y'all keep talking about how much I'm talking. So I'm going to leave y'all. So I guess I'm talking too much, but I'm about to leave. Yeah, I really want to do movies. I do. I have a few ideas. I'll do like some funny movies, sad ones, biographies. Like I would love, I'm like, yeah, I can see myself making movies. I really can. Like telling like great stories, like a lot of stories that I think should be told. I'm like, yeah, maybe I should do it. Because I don't think somebody else is going to do it. Or if they do it, they're not going to do it the way I want to do it. Right. But I think like it starts with YouTube. I think like if you learn to edit for YouTube, then from that, you can go on to do like other things, right? But first you have to conquer YouTube. And then maybe if you have great content on YouTube, it might be, think about it. It might be easier to get a contract with Netflix or Amazon, because a lot of these streaming platforms are looking for people to create original content for their platform that can make people want to buy a monthly subscription just to have access to the content, right? So I'm like, I would love to have a deal with Netflix or Paramount or whatever, but I'm like just making movies for, for the world. Even Black entertainment. But my movies would be so different though. That'll be funny. Like I have this one storyline in my head about like all these Black girls going to Aspen. I don't know. I want to do a movie about that. I don't 3-4 Black girls going to Aspen, and it's like over Christmas break. It's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be a lot of fun. But I think like maybe what you have to do is like you have to conquer like YouTube, like know how to edit for YouTube, like build a following on YouTube. And then maybe like once you have that, then you can use like what you've done on YouTube and then get another deal. Because I mean, Issa Rae did it. Quinta also did it. Right. So I'm like, maybe I'll be the next one. Right. But they're gonna be a lot of fun though. Because my Aspen movie, I gotta do that. It's gonna be too funny. It's gonna be hella stupid, right? But I'm like, we need content where we show Black people in a better light, in an awesome light. Not victims, not angry, not fighting, not being activists, like just having fun. That's it. We're just having fun. But it's gonna be Aspen at Christmas, and they're gonna get into a whole lot of trouble, but it's gonna be good fun. I'm like, yeah, a good ass Christmas movie. 3 or 4 Black girls in Aspen. And just getting all kinds of trouble, seeing all kinds of things. But yeah, we're tired. We don't want slave movies. We don't want the Black woman hates a Black man. The Black man hates a Black man. We're tired. Okay. I want movies where Black people are just having fun. They're just people. They're just regular people and they're having fun just like everybody else. No stress. No sad movies at Christmas. Okay. We want fun. We want laughter. Oh, yes. Absolutely. I want fun movies. Like, I just want a good old time. That's it. Just have fun. No stress. Enjoy your life. You know? Enjoy your life. And it's not going to have like too many sex scenes also. Maybe even no sex scenes if I can help it. Right? Because I'm like, we have to focus on like, you can tell stories without using sex. Nobody has to sleep with anybody. Okay? Don't need that. Okay? It's not needed. That's one thing I love about Korean dramas, like K-dramas and stuff. They don't use sex like that. They barely use sex, actually, right? But they have great storylines. And it's like, wow, like, it's wholesome. Like, nobody's sleeping with somebody. Nobody's taking people's clothes off. There's no sex scene. I'm like, no, it's not vulgar. We can make wholesome content that everybody can enjoy. Nobody has to fast forward. Nobody got to turn their eyes. You know what I'm saying? None of that. We can have a good old time. And it's like an hour and a half or like, I don't know, maybe like close to 2 hours. But when it's said and done, when you're done watching the movie, like, wow, this was a great movie. Like, I really had fun watching this. That's it. And I did my job. Okay. Then I want to do like animated movies for kids with great stories about courage, resilience, self-love, things like that. You know what I mean? And that's it. Yeah, that's it. Because Koreans, they're doing a good job with their movies. I like that. They don't have all the sex stuff, people smashing, having sex here, naked over here. But I'm trying to see that. That's too much. It's too much. Yeah. If I do it, I'm gonna be way better than Tyler Perry. Even if I have movies where you have conflict, it's gonna have like healthy conflict resolution. So everybody can learn and like, okay, this is how you properly resolve conflict. Like, it doesn't have to be all this. It doesn't have to be all this. Okay. All right. But I love y'all. I'll see y'all in the morning. This girl had me a little triggered, so I had to go live because I was like, what the heck is going on? But I will tell y'all how to get your steamer. I would also like, we're going to sit down and do skincare while we're going live. So, I am doing this. But it's going to have like a bunch of cool stuff. Okay? So love y'all. She got to go to bed. She's tired. Oh, Lord. I got to edit tomorrow. Okay? Love y'all. Love y'all. Yeah, it's too much foolishness. It's stupid. But I love you guys. I will see y'all next year. I will see y'all tomorrow by God's grace. Okay? Bisous. Bisous. Good night, my people. Thank you for coming outside. Thank you for coming outside. And Dumb told you, stop criticizing me. Val, you've been here the whole time. You just been quiet. Val, you're so cute. Val is so cute. 2025. Consistency. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Bisous, my people. Bisous, bisous. Love y'all. Bisous. Gotta go. Bye.